What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This is episode number 385. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your Limited Resources, and joining me on the line from Denver, Colorado, it's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well.
How are things? Are you excited for this set?
Amonkhet looks really good. I am
really
actually excited for this set. It just looks like there's a lot of really cool cards, cool themes, cool stuff going on, and, you know, cycling.
And I love cycling and I love flashback, and we've got like 3 different types of flashback and cycling. So I don't see how I don't end up loving this set, though. Time, of course, will tell. It is time, though, for the Amonkhet set review show, Commons and Uncommons. This is the show where we get you ready for the pre-release and subsequent release events and drafts and sealed events that you're going to be doing. We're going to be covering every single common and uncommon in the set here on this show. Take a deep breath, grab something to drink, get yourself a sandwich, because this is where we go deep and get you all set to go. Before we get into the
frowned
cards,
upon if I ate a sandwich while we were
yeah, that wasn't for you. Before we get into the details here, a couple of things to take care of. First things first, our sponsor, channelfireball.com. This is the place to go on the internet for all things that you may need magic related. We know you have a lot of choices to go. And heck, there's a lot of good choices out there. We're not going to lie to you, but we think that Channel Fireball's the best one. Why? Well, there's a lot of reasons. First and foremost, the reason that I started going there in the first place was for the awesome free content. You can see videos, you can see articles, even podcasts like this one from some of the best players in the world. Eric Froelich, there's an article by Svi Moshowitz up on the site right now. Andrew Cooperfaus, good old Andy, he put up This Week in Magic to help keep you updated. Paulo Vitor Damarosa, the Hall of Famer, talks about 3 Grand Prix that he plays. This is all free. This is all free content with the same idea that this show has. They're helping you get better at Magic. We know how much more fun it is to win at Magic. And, for the type of person that this show tends to attract, this is a gold mine of awesome free stuff. Now, while you're there, you can pre-order Amonkhet. That's right. It will ship on April 28th. You can pre-order anything that you want from Amonkhet, sealed products, singles, that kind of stuff, and get that stuff out the door to you on the 28th so that you can have it maybe a draft at your place, something like that. We highly recommend checking out channelfireball.com. If you'd like to support the show directly, if these shows help you, if this is the type of thing that you're into, the show's free. It's going to be free. But if you want to help support the show, keep it moving forward and keeping it great, you can do so via the Patreon, patreon.com/limited resources. It's super easy to get signed up. It's free. You get to choose the amount. There's no extra fees. All you have to do is just pick the amount you want per episode, put that in, and it will take it whenever we put up one of our episodes. You can change it at any time. You can quit at any time, and you get some cool bonuses for doing so. Patreon.com/limited resources. Okay, Luis, we got to get into these cards. We're going to be starting with green this time, but before we do, we got to set the stage by letting our listeners know about our grading scale, what it is, and why we use it.
Yeah, so we use letter grades, and they are separated into the following 7 categories. We've actually increased the number of categories since I began the show.
Yeah, but that was smart of you, by the way.
Well, I think that there's a reason for that, and we'll explain that as we go through here. That we're going to start at the top with A. A cards are bombs, game winners. They're good in many situations, especially when you're behind, and they're just the best cards in the set. And A's are pretty clear. There's not that many times when you and I are going to argue about whether this is an A. Like, the line between B and C is a lot less bright than the line between A and everything else.
Yes.
So we're talking cards like Angel of Invention, Noxious Gearhulk, Sky Sovereign, Console Flagship. Easy A's.
Yep.
B, these are cards that actively pull you towards your colors. So B's are headliners for a set, go-to cards, and reasons to be in a specific color or clan or guild, as well as solid removal. So these are cards like Essence Extraction, Welding Sparks, Oval Chase Daredevil, Aerial Responder. These are the kind of cards where you take in the first 3 picks, you're not unhappy. They're the kind of cards that if you see 1/5, you're like, I should be in that color.
Definitely.
C is the widest category, as in most cards are going to fall into this range. The C's are playable. They're the pawns of limited. They're interchangeable. And you need some amount of these. You're not going to have a deck full of A's and B's. And hopefully not one full of D's and F's. So C's have your normal creatures, your mediocre removal, your combat tricks. Cards like Aviary Mechanic, Ether Trade Winds, Foundry Screecher, Spireside Infiltrator. Normal limited cards. You don't get much of a reaction when you see them. You don't want to take them first. You don't hate when you take them 6. You put them in your deck. You don't think much about it. We're starting to get to the realm of cards you don't really want to run. They're sometimes playable, but you're unhappy when they're in your deck. These are like your mediocre and junky cards that possibly situational, possibly have a high setup cost. For whatever reason, they're not quite a C. So these are cards like Herald of the Fair, High-Tide Hermit, Dukara Scavenger. Cal Prowler, though funny enough, I think Cal Prowler actually got upgraded to a C at the end of the format. But
B+, easy B+ for Cal Prowler.
Right.
Yeah.
But these are the kind of cards that when you look at them, you grimace a little. These are often your like 21st through 24th cards. So you're if you have a deck with no Ds, you're happy. F is unplayable in virtually all scenarios. Incredibly narrow cards are just, these are just where your weird rares go, or your like really junky uncommons. Dramatic Reversal, Lost Legacy, Dubious Challenge. It's the cards like you just could not figure out where this would happen. Sideboard is the other category. So cards that are in the sideboard category will get a grade, but they're cards that you would not main deck. They're cards that can be quite powerful out of the sideboard. There are cards like Takedown, Ceremonious Rejection. In a normal set, cards like Natural Obsolescence or Decommission. Because in a normal set, you're going to side in Enchantment or Artifact Removal and not main deck it. Of course, in Ether Revolt and Kaladesh, you main decked it sometimes. So that blurs the line a little. But sideboard is basically the kind of cards that are very good when they're in your deck, but they will not start in your deck very often. And then lastly, we have Build Around. These are cards that don't really do much on their own, but when paired with the right cards or in the right deck, they can be quite good. Panharmonicon, Dynavolt Tower. These are the kind of cards that if you build a deck around them, they can be one of the best cards in your deck, but a normal deck would just not run it. It just doesn't do anything. So we give them a Build Around grade to kind of, and then talk about them, because as usual, the grade is just, as you all say, the punctuation mark. That's so you just know at the end of the day, this is about where this card falls, but not all Cs are equal. There's a reason that card is a C+ versus a C-. Build Around, you have to talk what are the conditions you need and why it's good when you get there and why it's bad when you don't. So the commentary about the cards will give you the best picture. The grades can just give you the very high level of, is this card good or not?
Right. Okay, so what we like to do here, as far as where we start, is we rotate the main color that we start on, but we like to start with the multicolored or the gold uncommons first, because in a traditional 2-color set, which looks like Amonkhet is, a lot of times these uncommons can serve as kind of a signpost for what the color pair is trying to do, what kind of things they have access to. And we'll be using those just to sort of guide us a little bit. So let's start there. That puts us at our first card is Uncrop Champion. So let's get right into these. This is an uncommon. In fact, all of these gold cards are uncommon. It's 2 green-white for a 4/4 human warrior. Bang! 4/4 for 4. I like that right away.
Yeah, that starts out great.
Yeah. And now it says, you may exert Uncrop Champion as it attacks. If you do, untap all other creatures you control. And just as a quick reminder, when we first hit one of the new mechanics, I'll brush over it real quick just to remember what it does. Exert allows you to, when the creature attacks, to say, okay, I'm going to exert, which means that A, it will not untap on my next untap step, and B, I get a bonus of some sort. And in this case, the bonus is that I get to untap all other creatures I control. So kind of interesting.
The clear combo here is you put this in a deck with other exert creatures, and the idea is green or white have a decent amount of exert creatures to go with this. Because you're not exerting this randomly, because this will untap for a turn. So, and you don't, unless you really need blockers. So mainly this is a 4-mana 4/4, which is already good. And then it has an ability which you'll use every now and then, though I don't think all that frequently.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you could look for certain possibilities, not just with exert, right, with other exert creatures, but with activated abilities where, like, on your first main phase, you go tap this, draw a card, whatever, attack with this, and then untap and get to do it again. There seems to be little niches here and there that you could use for Uncrop Champion, but I agree. Generally speaking, you're going to want your 4/4 to be on attack duty as often as possible. Still, the card looks really powerful to me, just as a 4/4 for 4 with upside. I like it at B.
Yeah, Uncrop Champion is a B.
All right, next is Aven Wind Guide. This is 2 white-blue for a 2/3 flying vigilance. That's a bird warrior. Also, creature tokens you control have flying and vigilance. Wow. Because remember, well, in fact, I'll tell you right now, this Aven Wind Guide also has Embalm for 4 white, blue. So a relatively expensive 6 mana Embalm, but I'll read Embalm for the first time and then we'll know what it does for the rest. It says, pay the Embalm cost, so 4 white, blue. Exile this card from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of it, except for that it's a white zombie in addition to its other types. And Embalm only as a sorcery. Wow,
so
what a beating.
Basically, creature flashback.
Yeah, it's like creature flashback exactly at sorcery speed because creatures are cast at sorcery speed. But even Wind Guide, 2/3 flying vigilance for 4. Where would you have that?
2/3 flying vigilance for 4 is like
slightly below.
I would say like C range.
Yeah,
like you'll play it, and not be too thrilled about it, but it's fine.
But it seems like in an Embalm deck, my goodness sakes.
Yeah, this has 2 things really good going for it. One is it makes all your other embalmed creatures into flying vigilant threats. The other is this has Embalm. It's a 2/3 flyer for 4 that you get to flashback for 6 mana. So I think this card's fantastic. I think you don't even need a lot of other Embalm cards to make this card good, and when you have them, it makes the card even better. I would start this. I think this is a B+, because I agree. In an Embalm deck, it's going to be really good, and even just by itself, a 2/3 flying vigilance has to be dealt with, and then you get to get it back again.
Yeah, I agree. One other thing that we'll keep our eye on that I already know I'm just going to have in my head the whole time is that I'm going to value Embalm higher than most people do. Anytime that one of the mechanics of the set is like this, that gives you this ability to use your mana late in the game for a real effect, and it appears a lot of times throughout the set, people tend to devalue it. I remember this most strongly with the morph cards from Khans of Tarkir, where there would be like a common morph, and they'd just be like, yeah, that card's fine. It's a pretty good morph. And I'm just like, no, it's fantastic. Like it's a morph. Like it automatically is so much better than many of the other cards in the set. And I think the Embalm creatures are going to be similar in that way. And I agree, B+ on even Wind Guide. Also, blue-white seems to be Embalm. That seems to be what it wants to do. So we'll see. Decimator Beetle. What does this guy do?
It's 3 green-black for a 4/5 insect.
Okay, I like that.
When Decimator Beetle enters the battlefield, put a -1/-1 counter on target creature you control. So at the very least itself, but you can put it somewhere else. And whenever Decimator Beetle attacks, remove a -1/-1 counter from target creature you control and put a -1/-1 counter on up to 1 target creature defending player controls.
Whoa, okay. So even if you have to put it on itself, your first attack lets it be a 4/5 and shrinks down something on the other side?
Yeah, so this attacks as a 4/5, giving your opponent a -1/-1 counter, which that's a great deal for 5 mana. And it has additional synergy with more -1/-1 counters. If you can stack them up, you get to redistribute them to your opponent.
And that is what we think the green-black deck's going to be caring about the most, right? Are these -1/-1 counters?
Yeah, part of the reason we're starting with gold is that we have frequently seen that the gold card at Uncommon shows you what the color pair cares about. And in this particular case, I think -1/-1 counters is accurately what green-black has a decent amount of.
Okay, so the only question I have then is, let's say I'm behind. I'm thinking quadrant theory here, right? Let's say I'm behind, and therefore I'm not in a position where I get to attack,
The fail
freely.
case on this card is a 5 mana 3/4, which that's great.
That's not the end of the world, though.
But it's not the end of the world. And you don't have to put the counter on this. You can put it on your 2/2, which is now a 1/1, which you weren't planning on blocking their 3/3 with anyway.
Right.
And makes Decimator Beetle a little bigger. So
this card seems fantastic.
I think it's great. I think it's a B. I think it's just a really good way to spend 5 mana.
Yeah, I'm going to go B+ on Decimator Beetle. I think that you're going to be able to repeat this process enough times that you will be, in fact, decimating your opponent. I like that card a lot. What about Enigma Drake? Striking artwork there.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's 1 blue-red for a Drake. It's an X4 flyer, where X is equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. So
I hate cards like this in Limited.
This doesn't look great
4 toughness is a lot, though.
But I don't think you have to do that much work to make it playable. Like, this doesn't look like a card which I'm going to first pick and be like, yeah, I'm doing it. Mm-hmm. But in a blue-red deck with like 8 or 9 spells, if this is reliably a 2/4, that's great. A 3 mana 2/4 flyer is great.
Yeah, for sure.
So it doesn't take that much work.
Well, now hold on a minute, though. I want to stop you there. So a 3 mana 2/4 flyer is great, but we're also giving it credit for being a thing that you would play on turn 3 as a 2/4 flyer for 3, right? Like a 3-mana 2/4 flyer on turn 8 is just okay.
Yes, but a 3-mana 2/4 flyer, even later in the game, is still
good enough.
Still playable. Yeah, you're not unhappy because mana efficiency is still mana efficiency on turn 7.
For sure.
And it does grow over the course of the game. It's not locked in. So,
but 8 or 9 sorceries or instants just isn't possible. I mean, not possible. Is not likely, right? I mean, in a realistic scenario, that's 15 creatures, which is about how many you end up playing in limited in a lot of decks. And then all the rest of your cards are instants or sorceries. That doesn't happen too often.
If you're trying to do that, it doesn't sound that hard. And if you have off-color cycling spells, you can just cycle them and make them bigger.
That's true.
Which is kind of nice.
Okay, I'm coming around.
I mean,
the payoff's not amazing, but it seems playable.
Hard to tell because this one is so completely contingent on how often you get that many spells, which is hard to tell from just looking at the set of cards.
Yeah, of course.
Whereas like Decimator, Beetle, or even Wind Guide, they're going to be good. It's just by themselves, they're good.
Yeah.
So I would start Enigma Drake at like a C+. Like, I think that some decks will bump it, a full grade in pack 3, but I wouldn't start there. So I think Enigma Drake gets a C+ from me.
Yeah, I like that too. And the more I think about it, the more a 1/4 flyer for 3 I think is fine.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably a reasonable floor for Enigma Drake. Okay, next is Honored Crop Captain, which is red-white for a 3/2 human warrior. And whenever Honor Crop Captain attacks, other attacking creatures get +1/+0 until end of turn. Well, we know what red-white's trying to do, don't we?
Yeah, this is a nice little aggressive card. We've basically seen this card before. One of the Oath of the Gatewatch uncommons was this when you're equipped, red-white just gets these like aggressive go wide cards. And this one seems fine. It's going to die. Like, to get the other creatures your bonus, you have to attack with it, and it is going to die in combat. So this is not a bomb by any stretch. I think it's a C+.
I do too. I think that's a perfectly fine card. And if you can, what we don't know about these cards is how build around they are. Enigma Drake. Are we, like you said, if you want to have a whole bunch of instants and sorceries in your deck, you can. What are the payoffs? Well, Enigma Drake's one of them. There might be more. Honor Crop Captain. Hey, if there's a ton of token makers that aren't in bomb, I'm talking about making a bunch of small, tokens kind of quickly. Honor Crop Captain is going to be fantastic in your deck, and it's rarely going to be bad. So I like C+ on Honor Crop Captain as well. Kenra Charioteer is 1 green red for a 3/3 with trample. It's a Jackal Warrior. That's kind of cool. And other creatures you control have trample. Oof, that's a beater.
So the joke is that red green just has large things because that's what that line of text serves to benefit. Yeah, this is a fine card.
Good card.
3-mana 3/3 trample's fine, and you wouldn't turn that down. It's a little tricky because I wouldn't want to first pick this card. It's a gold card, and I don't want to risk not playing it because it's a 2-color card over what is just a slightly above average creature. So I'm looking at this more as like a C+. I
think I still have it at B-, but I if you want to really penalize it for being gold, then I would join you on C+.
I think that if you're already red-green, then you can evaluate this closer to like a B because it's just going to be very good in a red-green deck.
Right.
But some of the other cards we're looking at make me want to be those colors, and this does not make me want to be red-green. It just is like a good card in a red-green deck.
Agreed.
So
yeah, definitely.
I like Kenra Charioteer at C+.
Okay, I'm going to say B- for the Charioteer, but I am on board with your logic. What about Merciless Javelineer?
This is 2 red-black for a 4/2 Minotaur Warrior.
Okay.
And it has 2 discard a card. Put a -1/-1 counter on target creature. That creature can't block this turn.
Yowza.
Yeah, this is the kind of card that makes you want to be black-red. You
can do that anytime you want to.
It's an aggressive body. It can prevent blockers, so you get to start, smashing in. And it can just pick off small creatures or just make combat a nightmare. When this isn't played, their 3/3s can't really block your 3/3s. So you're losing a card every time you do that, but if you're winning a combat, you get your card back and you're ahead on mana, presumably. Yeah,
there's also cards in the set that care about when you discard a card, which this triggers at instant speed. Wow, yeah, Merciless Javelineer seems super, super powerful. The interesting part is if you're going to be able to enter combat with it or not. You don't have to. You can just use it to sit back there and kind of mess with combat. But if you do get to attack with it, like if your opponent doesn't have good blocks, I suppose the game ends pretty quickly.
I
Card
think
seems
Merciless
great.
Javelier just does a good job sitting on the board and has enough power that you're going to be able to maneuver the situation towards it being able to attack.
Yeah.
So I would give Merciless Javelier a B.
Yeah, I'm gonna go B plus on the Javelin. It's a counter. Like, what the hell? Like in the late game, every land you draw just becomes a -1/-1 counter on one of your opponent's creatures. It's just crazy.
It's a powerful ability.
Yeah, I like it. All right, moving down a little bit. Next is Shadowstorm Vizier. This is blue black for a 1/3 flying human cleric. Whenever you cycle or discard a card, hey, I just mentioned that. Shadowstorm Vizier gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Yeah.
See, 2 mana for a 1/3 flyer is not too bad. This reminds me of the Storm Chaser prowess. A Storm Chaser mage.
It's fine.
But getting +1/+1 until end of turn means like, yes, you're chipping in for an extra damage, or maybe like you leave this untapped and they don't want to attack you with their 2/2, but that doesn't seem like it's a big payoff. So I think again, you'll play this in a blue-black deck and it's gonna be good, but it's not a card that's moving me into blue-black, which again leaves me to like give this, I think, a C.
I think it's a C as well. I'm not super impressed by this one. So Shadowstorm Vizier gets a C. Wayward Servant is next. It's black-white for a 2/2 zombie. And it says, whenever another zombie enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life.
So it triggers off your embalming creatures. It's 2 mana 2/2, which is fine. If white-black ends up being aggressive, this ability matters a lot more. It's not a great ability to control deck. Like life gain is fine, but pinging them just doesn't do a whole lot. So I think that Wayward Servant is going to end up being just, again, good in a white-black deck, but you're not taking this first pick and trying to take embalm creatures. You should just already have taken embalm creatures because they're great. And random other zombies they're not that powered up by this card. It's not like if you draw this and 2 zombies, you really did it.
Right.
It doesn't give all your zombies +2/+2, right?
Right,
So,
I like the card a lot, but you're right, the ceiling on it's not that high.
Yeah, I'm going to give Wayward Servant a C.
Yeah, I think I'll give it a C+. The upside's reasonable for just a 2 mana 2/2, but yeah, Wayward Servant's not the answer that we were hoping for, I think. All right, one more. Of course, blue-green is the only color pair left. It's Weaver of Currents. This is a 1 green-blue 2/2 Naga Druid, and it taps for 2 colorless mana.
I like this card a lot.
3 mana ramp creature. What do you think about it?
I think it's very good. You don't need to have 7 drops in your deck for this card to be good, because if you just play this, you're at like 6 or 7 mana, in the next couple turns. 6 mana if you play a land, the next turn 7 if you play another land, and that just means you're going to get to play 2 spells a turn. You don't need a huge spell to just make this a very good ability. Tapping for 2 mana is really powerful. It almost makes this a 2-for-1 when it's in play, because it's taking the place of 2 lands. So I think Weaver of Currents indicates that blue-green is going to have expensive cards. That's my very expert opinion.
Yeah.
And I think that I would be happy with this in any blue-green deck. So I'm a big fan of Weaver of Currents. It feels like if you play this on turn 3, it's going to be great. And honestly, with like Embalm in the set and like expensive cards or like Aftermath or all these ways to spend your mana, using a bunch of cycling cards, when you draw this on turn 5 or 6, it still might be very good that game.
And at least it's still a creature in its worst case scenario.
Yeah, and it's a 2/2. So yeah. I like Weaver of Currents at a B.
I do too. I like Weaver of B. Look, the case study here is it's turn 3. You have a good hand. You're like, okay, I'm curving out. Things are going to look good. And they go Weaver of Currents, go. And you look at your hand and you're like, oh no. They're going to untap with 6 mana potentially. Like they can just cast something that's so much bigger than anything that you can do at that early to mid stage of the game, that Weaver of Currents just sort of turbos out some stuff that can be really, really tough to deal with. Especially considering the way that the removal works in limited right now. It's expensive, right? It's pricey. They might get to have their 6-drop for a turn or 2 before you can actually deal with it. So I like B on Weaver of Currents as well. All right, so that gave us a little bit of an idea of where these color pairs might go, but that's just something for down the road, most likely. Let's get into the actual colors themselves. We're going to be starting with green now as we kind of work our way through the color wheel. We like to alternate which one we start with, just so that we don't spend more time on certain colors, just, trying to take the human bias thing out of the equation here. So green, first card is called Benefaction of Ronas. It is a 2 and a green for a sorcery. It's common. It says, reveal the top 5 cards of your library. You may put a creature card and or an enchantment card from among them into your hand. Put the rest into your graveyard.
This is one of the, it feels like 10 different versions of this card,
Yeah.
where it's like you look at the top four or the top five, you grab a
Yeah.
creature and a land, or two
Yeah.
creatures, or a creature and
Yeah.
enchantment, or two enchantments. So this is a thing that green does. And I think this is okay. It's not great
God,
because
they always look okay, and I never play them.
the problem is it's going to be hard to get two cards off this because
Yeah.
you're going to hit a creature, but how often do you have enchantments in your deck? Like, how many are you going to play? You
Yeah,
have like
there's a cycle of
three enchantments in your
cartouches.
deck?
Yeah, there's a cycle of cartouches that seem reasonable, but like you said, even if you pick one or two of those up, yeah, your peak number is probably 3.
Yeah. So I think that most often this is going to be a 1-for-1. And yes, I get that you can dump embalm creatures into your graveyard, but that's just not that much of an upside because paying 3 mana is a significant cost. So I'm not a huge fan of Benefaction of Ronos. I think it's going to be a D, and if you have like 3 or 4 enchantments in your deck, then maybe it moves up to a little bit. But for the most part, I'm not a big fan.
I would assume it would be as well. There are aftermath cards that can end up in the graveyard for value as well as embalm, but it really takes all of those things coming together for Benefaction to be a card you really want in your deck. Next is Bitterblade Warrior. What does this guy do? Another Jackal, huh?
This is a 1 and a green for a 2/2 Jackal Warrior at common. You may exert Bitterblade Warrior as it attacks. When you do, it gets +1/+0 and gains Death Touch until end of turn. This seems like a good card.
Well, that's weird.
What is weird?
Just the death touch when it's attacking only. You tend to think of Death Touch as more of a defensive type ability.
It is. And so one of the things to key on with this card is, again, having not played the format, I think that 2/2s for 2 don't seem spectacular in a world of Embalm, because
that's my initial impression too.
You're just going to have a bunch of things crowding up the ground. But what this does is, when they don't have a blocker or they have a card you don't care about, trading with, you can just attack with it as a 2/2 over and over. And when they play like a 3/3 or a 4/4, or they end up brickwalling you with even something like a 1/5, you can just give it Death Touch and get it in for 3 every other turn. So I think that Bitterblade Warrior is going to be solid. Basically, it's a 2-drop that in the late game you can still threaten to attack for 3. So that doesn't seem spectacular, but it seems
feels like
playable.
a C+ or something, right?
Yeah, I like Bitterblade Warrior. I think it's going to end up being, my guess is like
a C.
Yeah, my guess is a C.
Yeah,
because you have to commit to the exerting before your opponent has to do anything, which means often they're going to know that it's coming and then block accordingly.
Right.
It's not like you don't get to trick them with it. So
yeah. Okay, we'll go C on Bitterblade Warrior. Next is our first of a cycle called the Cartouches. This is the green one, Cartouche of Strength. It's 2 and a green for an Aura Cartouche. That's a specific card type. It enchants creature you control. So this is an Aura for your creature. It says, when it enters the battlefield, you may have enchanted creature fight target creature an opponent controls. We know what that means. And then the enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has trample.
So intrinsically, cartouches don't do anything. Like the subtype cartouche doesn't mean anything.
Right.
Like on this, if you just put this card into a random deck, the fact that it's a cartouche just doesn't matter.
Right.
As far as I can tell, what it matters for is there's like a cycle of uncommons called trials that when you play a cartouche, you get to return a trial to your hand.
That's right.
So for the most part, I think the cartouches can be evaluated without the trials, and then we can just mention how much better it gets with trials. But the cartouches seem to justify themselves. Like, this is a fine card. This is 3 mana, give a creature ++1, fight and trample, and it's permanent. It's as long as the aura is there. So I think the Cartouche Strength is quite good.
I mean, doesn't this remind you of
this is a better Hunt the Week?
Yeah, it's just better than Hunt the Week, right? You get trample and it costs a mana less. What the hell?
Yeah. So and every now and then you'll bounce a trial. So I think Cartouche of Strength is probably going to end up being like either a C+ or a B-. My guess is it's going to be like a B-. I'm
going to say B- also. Just comparing it to, like, look, it has all the same trap potential that any of these type of cards has, right? Be careful. Don't just run it into a potential instant speed removal spell. But the truth is that happens not that often these days. And this is, taking a mana off of a card is really a big deal, from a card development standpoint. And not only did they do that, they made it better. It gets trample on top of that. I don't know, man. I think Cartouche's Strength, yeah, I'm going to give it a B-. That card just seems great. And like you said, it has this random trial thing going on, which we'll get to, a little later down the color pie here. All right, let's take a look at our next one. It is Colossipede. which is 4 and a green for a 5/5. It's an insect. There is a lot of flavor text on it.
5 mana, 5/5.
So vanilla test, buddy. We got a true vanilla creature here in green. What do we think about 5 mana, 5/5?
Seems fine. I have trouble imagining it's better than fine because there's just so many powerful things going on in the set. This is a powerful looking set. But I don't think you're going to be unhappy about having a Colossopede in your deck. So I'm going to give it a C-.
Yeah, I'll give C- as well. And I have a skeptical eye on it because that's pretty good, man. 5 mana, 5/5 is like a nice beater, but like you said, there's other powerful stuff. Like this one, Crocodile of the Crossing is 3 and a green for a 5/4 Crocodile at uncommon with haste. When it enters the battlefield, put a -1/-1 counter on target creature you control.
What a weird card.
What a weirdo. But still, that's a beater.
At the very least, this is a 4 mana, 4/3 haste, which is a good deal. You would always just put that card in your deck. And because you get to choose where the -1/-1 counter goes, you can either put it on a worse card or worse creature that's not going to be in combat, or you even have creatures like Decimator Beetle that make that into an advantage. So I think Crocodile Crossing is very good. I would just always play it, and you don't even have to be aggressive, but it does get better in an aggressive deck. I'm going to give Crocodile of the Crossing a B.
Yeah, I'd give Crocodile a B as well. That's just a beater, man. Defiant Greatmaw is next. This is 2 and a green for a 4/5 Hippo at uncommon. So it's a 3 mana 4/5. We know there's some counters coming though, don't we? When it enters the battlefield, put 2 -1/-1 counters on target creature you control. Whenever you put 1 or more -1/-1 counters on Defiant Greatmaw, remove a -1/-1 counter from another target creature you control. So if you're willing to play this Hippo here and put the 2 counters on it, you'll get to remove a counter from something else.
Yeah, so technically this is 3 mana for 2/3 worth of stats, which is not great. But because it removes the -1/-1 counter from another creature, sometimes it's going to be 3/4 worth of stats.
Which is kind of great.
Which is good. And because you can just offload this onto a creature you don't care about as much, you still can end up with a 3 mana 4/5.
I wonder how often you'll just like kill one of your creatures.
It doesn't seem unreasonable, especially if you have like cards that with Embalm, like you random 2/2s, and you just upgrade it into a 3 mana 4/5 and just start attacking your opponent.
Yeah, it feels like that. Or like even if you just had like a random 1/1. One thing to keep in mind with these -1/-1 counters when they come in multiples is that you can't distribute them. It's you have to put both counters on one creature. Which is just something I know somebody at the pre-release is going to be like, I'll put one here and one here, and you can't. It says put 2 -1/-1 counters on target creature you control. And then, by the way, just as a quick rules thing, it says whenever you put 1 or more -1/-1 counters on Defiant Greatmaw, you get to remove a counter. So that doesn't count the number of them. It's just whenever that happens, right?
Right. So you don't play this, put 2 counters on itself, remove 2 counters. It's every instance of the thing happening.
Yeah. I don't know. Like this one's going to be it's really tough to say exactly how powerful this card is without playing it and seeing how many of these synergies are around and how many -1/-1 counters I actually have in a given deck. But this seems like a high potential, just a solid card to me.
Yeah, without other cards that work with it, my guess is this ends up being like a C+. But once you add a couple more cards to the mix, it can probably just be a solid B. I would probably start this at C+. It doesn't. The idea of just shrinking a creature to get a cheap 4/5 is fine, but not exciting to me.
I agree. And especially on turn 3, you're usually going to have to kill whatever it is that you had played. So, all right. So C+ for Defiant Greatmaw. That brings us to Dissenter's Deliverance. Really cool artwork on that one too. 1 and a green for an instant. It says destroy target artifact. This is a common, by the way. And it has cycling for green. Damn, they pushed these ones, didn't they?
They did. 1 mana cycling is really powerful because you're just not paying much of a cost to put this card into your deck. I don't think that this is a card I still want to main deck, which is funny because it doesn't seem like a huge drawback, and it's not to put this card in because of cycling, but there's just not that many artifacts either. So
yeah, we're not in Kaladesh anymore.
My guess is this is like a sideboard B, and you wouldn't mind picking one up, but it's just not that high priority.
I agree. And it is really good out of the board because if you just need a card, you cycle it. And if they present you with some type of good target, or if you know that there's a good target in their deck that you can't beat, then you can hang it in your hand for as long as possible. So Dissenter's Deliverance gets a sideboard B. What about Exemplar of Strength?
says 1 in a green for a 4/4 human warrior.
Okay. He is exemplifying strength here.
When Exemplar
Wow.
Strength enters the battlefield, put 3 -1/-1 counters on target creature you control.
I see.
And whenever Exemplar of Strength attacks, remove a -1/-1 counter from it. If you do, gain 1 life. So,
all right.
The natural play pattern is you play this as a 2-mana 1/1, and then when it attacks, it immediately becomes a 2/2, and you gain a life. And if it survives that combat, you can then attack again as a 3/3, and so forth. I like this card. I think that it's going to be solid. Basically, on turn 2, if you play this turn 2 on the play, you might just win.
You might. Yeah, this feels like Long Tusk Cup, doesn't it?
Yeah, if they don't have a 2-drop, then all of a sudden you're like, attack my 2/2, next turn attack my 3/3, next turn attack my 4/4, and your opponent's just so far behind. In the late game, this is just going to be a 2/2 attacker that gains you a life because your opponent can probably block and kill it at that point. And it's got minor combos like, you're making this -1/-1 counter deck and getting those synergies going. I don't like cards like this because I just feel like when my opponent plays this on turn 2, I'm just going to lose, and that's kind of dumb. But
that's a reason to like it because you get to be that person sometimes.
Yeah,
right?
But I'm never that person. So
come on, man.
I do think it's a good card. It's just very high upside and not a huge cost. So that probably makes me want to give this a B-.
I'm giving it a B-. Exemplar of Strength. Look, the knock, the reason it's not a B or B+ to me is just because of that late game weakness. But turn 2, this card's fantastic and a really scary card for your opponent. Giant Spider.
It's back.
Card that was printed in alpha.
Yeah, it's
still viable. That's awesome.
3 in a green for a 2/4 spider with reach.
I love cards like this.
Oh yeah, just a fine card. This is a card that's never been fantastic, but has never been terrible either. You play this and your opponent has trouble attacking.
That is very accurate. It's probably a C-. I don't know. It depends. It might
I
be.
would say it's probably a C- at this point in time. Like there's times when it would have been a C+, but I think that it's just not quite big enough. So C- on Giant Spider.
For Giant Spider's not quite big enough. We needed Humongous Spider.
Yes.
Gift of Paradise. 2 in a green for an aura. It enchants a land. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. Ooh, Elmer's on here. Hey, buddy. You see him? Yeah, you see him.
Oh, yeah.
Enchanted land has tap, add 2 mana of any one color to your mana pool. So it ramps you and gains you life and fixes your mana.
Yeah, this is not a card that I'm very excited about. I just don't want to pay 3 mana for ramp. And gaining 3 life doesn't really make up for that. And this does not look like a 3-color format to me. So
that's the thing that I'm thinking. I like the card. I just don't. I'm curious about where it actually fits.
Yeah, my guess is Gift of Paradise is a D, and unless you're playing like 3 or 4 colors, which you're probably not going to, it's just filler.
Return gift to sender. We'll give it a D. Greater Sandworm is 5 green for a 7/7 worm. This is common, by the way. And it has a special ability. It can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. And this is where my heart just melts. It's got cycling 2.
Yeah.
These type of cards are so sweet.
This is a very powerful card. And the reason is when you have 7 mana, 7-drops are great. It's a 7 mana, 7/7 with an upside ability. And it's a great way to spend a lot of mana. It's a very powerful card in the late game. The downside of 7-drops is you draw them early. Well, this has cycling, so that just isn't much of a downside. Yes, spending 2 mana to cycle is a cost, but not a very big one. So
good.
Basically, this takes away the biggest drawback that 7s have. And once you take away that drawback, you do want 7-drops in your deck because you want to be able to top deck a card on turn 8, which has a big impact on the game. So I like Greater Sandworm a lot. I'm going to play a Greater Sandworm in my deck, maybe 2. And I think that it's just going to be like a solid C+.
Is it Greater Sandworm or Greatest Sandworm?
It's the greatest one we've seen.
It's making a case. Yeah, I like C+ on Greater Sandworm, and I think it's going to see a lot of main decks. Hapatra's Mark is green for an instant. It's uncommon. It says target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. Remove all -1/-1 counters from it. Of course, it's instant. I don't like this. I don't like spending an entire card to undo something like removing those counters. Now, in the right deck, this is something along the lines of +2/+2 until end of turn, or +2/+2 and hexproof, which is a card that proved to be quite strong, but it won't always be that. And I mean, certainly I wouldn't be excited if it was just green instant target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. So I really want to be removing as many counters as I can. And I just feel like there's probably better ways to do that, like the beetle and things like that.
Yeah, this just does not look like a very good card to me. I would side it in against a deck with full removal if I had some pretty valuable creatures, but this is not a card I want my -1/-1 counter deck to, quote, get around the drawback. It just doesn't, that's just not the way you're going to get an advantage.
Yeah, the problem with the logic behind that is that you can't just spend entire cards to mitigate, a minor or a medium disadvantage, because you will just simply fall too far behind. You need to be getting more out of your card than that. So Hippotra's Mark, I would give it a D.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll see something. Maybe it's a sideboard card. It's kind of hard to say at this point. This is a very contextual one. All right. What about Haze of Pollen?
This is 1 in a green instant.
Oh, yeah.
Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. Cycling 3.
They finally did it. They gave it to us. Cycling Fog. Yeah.
It's interesting because Fog is not a card we want to put in our deck. We would resist doing so. Once you give it Cycling, it's less of a dead card, but Cycling 3 is now taking a full turn to cycle, basically. Mm-hmm. And I'm just not that excited about it. So I still don't think I'm going to play Haze of Pollen, even though it has Cycling.
I'm just excited that this card exists because we've been getting asked this question for years now about, well, would you play Fog if it had Cycling? And the question that people never put to me was, or the stipulation, they never said what the cycling cost was.
Right.
And I think that what time will show here is that at least in your main deck, Haze of Pollen, I think, will not make the main deck most of the time. And I think it's going to end up being a D, or maybe a sideboard card against some certain type of strategies or cards that you see from your opponent. But no, I still think that it probably ends up being not a good playable card here if the cycling cost is 3. If it was green, we'd probably be talking then. But 3, like you said, is basically a turn worth of mana. It's too much.
Yeah, so I think Haze of Pollen is the kind of card I'd board in if my opponent had a lot of overrun type effects. But for the most part, it's filler. It's not a card you really want in your deck.
So I see it too. Hooded Brawler is 2 and a green for a 3/2 Naga warrior. It is common. And it says, you may exert Hooded Brawler as it attacks. When you do, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So a nice, simple exert creature. It's a 3/2 for 3 on its face. And then if you want to exert it, it can become a 5/4. I like it. It's a cool card. Yeah.
Basically, when the coast is clear, you can smash for 3. And when it's not, you get to attack for 5 and then take a turn off. So you're still getting 2.5 damage a turn. And your opponent's just going to have a very hard time blocking it. So yeah. I like Hooded Brawler. I'd give it a C. It's not like a great card, but it's the kind of card you'll just put in your deck and be okay with.
Yeah, I agree. C for Hooded Brawler. Initiate's Companion, 1 and a green for a 3/1 cat. Whenever Initiate's Companion deals combat damage to a player, untap target creature or land.
Yeah, this is
what a
kind of weird card.
How does a cat untap a land?
I don't know.
Flavor, please.
If you play a turn 2 Initiate's Companion, then turn 3 and they don't have a blocker, you've kind of ramped to 4 mana, but you have to untap a land, so you can't actually play a 4-drop.
Right.
And it's kind of a combo with Exert, but by the time you have exerted creatures out, then they can probably just block and kill this. So this looks like a C-. Like a 2-mana 3/1 isn't terrible, but it's not like exciting, especially when there's just a lot of cheap value creatures around.
Yeah, it does have to hit, by the way. It's not just by attacking, right? It must actually connect with the opponent, which is very difficult for a 1 toughness creature. I like C- on Initiate's Companion. Kind of a weird card. Oh man, how about Manglehorn? This thing's I was going to say it's a beast. It's actually a beast.
It literally is, yeah.
It's literally a beast. It's a 2 and a green for a 2/2. And it's uncommon. It says when it enters the battlefield, you may destroy target artifact. Artifacts your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped. Now, this has constructed implications going back
yes, it does.
in a big way. But what about for limited? This is not an artifact themed set, though there are artifacts in the set that we'll see play. It's not like there's going to be 0. Would you main deck a Manglehorn? It is a 2/2 for 3, which is pretty bad if you're not, getting an artifact with it.
No, I would not main deck this card. There just aren't enough artifacts. So I think this is just straight up a sideboard card, and it's a sideboard B when it works. It's great, but it's just not a card I'm excited to put in my deck.
Yeah, that one's for the constructed players mainly. Naga Vitalist is 1 and a green for a 1/2 Naga Druid. It's common. It says tap, add 1 mana Add to your mana pool 1 mana of any type that a land you control could produce. So it always taps for mana. That's nice. And then, occasionally it helps you with your fixing if you need like double mana symbol cards or whatever. This seems fine to me. Like these type of cards are generally quite good. 2 mana, ramp creature or whatever is fine.
Yeah, it's a 2 mana card that ramps you to 4 or 5, ramps you to 4 on turn 3 and so on. And
yeah,
it doesn't add new mana to your mana pool. Like you said, it doesn't really fix you, but sometimes you'll get to double color and that'll make sense. I think Naga Vitalist is fine. My guess is it's in this format, probably like a C+.
I think so too. It may even be a B-. I wouldn't be shocked if we loved this card in a month with Embalm and Aftermath and Cycling. There's always places to put your mana. This is going to be a lot different than Aether Revolt Limited was. And, even then I still like the Cowl, the Druid of the Cowl there. And I think this Vitalist is really much more at home here on Amonkhet. So I think Naga Vitalist, I'd like to start it out at C+, but if it ended up being a B- or a B, I wouldn't be shocked. And hopefully it won't be shocked either because that kills it.
Yes.
What about the next one? What is this?
Yeah, I was going to let you say it.
Oshra Cultivator.
It's green for an 0/3 human druid at common. It has the ability 2 and a green, sacrifice Oshra Cultivator, search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, and shuffle your library. I'm not a fan.
Wow, that is clunky as all hell, isn't it?
It's just not great ramp, not great fixing. You're not going to be 3 colors very often, and it's just a 1 mana 0/3. Like I guess it stays in play and blocks for a turn or two, but it just does not seem very good. So I think that Oshra Cultivator, it actually just looks like an F to me.
Yeah, this card looks really bad. At least she brought apples.
Yeah, she's
going to be woefully mana efficient. At least she brought snacks. Yeah, I'll go F on Oshra Cultivator. The thing that I don't quite grasp yet is just how many is there a deck that actually wants to use that enchantment we talked about before in this to play 3 or 4 colors or something? Okay, fine, then we found the home for it. But even then, man, you're not getting a good deal on the mana. Ornery Kudu. This is an angry. Oh, it's an angry Elmer. It's an antelope.
Yeah, I guess so.
I didn't know that. It's 2 and a green for a 3/4 at common. When Ornery Kudu enters the battlefield, put a -1/-1 counter on target creature you control. So this is a real clean, simple version of these type of cards that we've seen, and it seems pretty good to me. Like 2 mana, 2/3, and then assuming that you have a deck that cares about -1/-1 counters or moving them, removing them, whatever. This thing can get out of hand. Plus, if you just put it on your 2/2 that, like you said, had already become outclassed, you do have a 3 mana 3/4, which is pretty powerful.
Yeah, it seems like a fine card. It's nothing exciting, but having a -1/-1 counter floating on one of your creatures is an advantage in this deck, and at the very least is not much of a drawback because you can just remove it. So overall, I think that this is just going to be a playable card. Not really that playable outside the counters deck unless you really just need a body. So my guess is this ends up at like a C.
Maybe this is what the Oshra Cultivator is for.
You can throw some counters on her and then sack her to get a land.
Yeah, you play a Kudu, you play a Crocodile, and then you sack her to go get the land or whatever.
Yeah,
whatever. I won't speculate that far. I agree. Ornery Kudu, Angry Elmer gets a C.
Yep.
Pouncing Cheetah is 2 and a green for a cat at common, and it's real simple. It's a 3/2 with flash. You can play it anytime you can play an instant.
Well, the thing about flash creatures is you want to ambush their creatures. 3/2s don't ambush very well because they just trade.
You mean ambush, block, and eat?
Yes.
Yeah. This does not do that.
A 2/4 is great for that. A 3/2 just not so much. So I think Pouncing Cheetah just looks like a D to me.
I think so too. I really like flash creatures because they conceal information, but what are you doing with the mana otherwise? The time when you can really utilize flash creatures are when you can hold an instant of some sort up, and then if you don't need to use it, then you can still develop your board. But in green, that's just a lot less likely. So I like D for Pouncing Cheetah. It's not bad. It's just, it doesn't seem like one of those cards that really pulls you in.
No, and it's better than Bastion Enforcer, right, from the last set, which is a card we played. But the set just seems very high power level, and just X2s on the ground without good abilities. Just when you trade this for one of their 2/2 embalm creatures, you're just the game is not going well for you.
Yeah, I agree. Corey Haller is next. This is 3 and a green for a 4/3 camel. Big camel. It's common. When Quarry Hauler enters the battlefield, for each kind of counter on target permanent, put another counter of that kind on it, or remove one from it.
So at the very least, it's 3 green for a 4/3, which that is playable.
Yep.
That I think would get a C even in this format, just because it's just slightly big enough.
Mm-hmm.
But in the -1/-1 counter deck, you get to remove counters from your creatures, and if they have a -1/-1 counter on their creature, you get to actually add another one. So it's kind of like good in the deck and against the deck. And overall, I think you're gonna get in the average deck you put this in, you're probably gonna use the ability like once every like 2 or 3 times you play this, which is great.
This card feels almost uncommon to me. Like,
yeah, it does. I did a double take when I looked at it, so it is definitely a common, but yes, it feels uncommon.
Yeah, I mean, and just to Ornery Kudu into Quarry Hauler, that seems good. Yeah, that's your 3 mana into 4 mana. All of a sudden you've got 7 power and 7 toughness on the battlefield by playing 2 commons back to back with easy mana cost. That's going to happen. I like Quarry Hauler. That just seems really flexible and good to me.
Yeah, I'm a fan. I don't think it's like a bomb, but I think
we're not. Are we in B- range for this?
No,
Hauler?
I think Quarry Hauler is a C+.
Okay, you're not quite willing to.
No, I think you could construct a deck where it's a little better than that, but I think it's going to end up being a C+.
I think you're right. I still don't. Even though I think the card's good and it'll make the cut, I don't think it's the type of card that's like, oh, green's open, I'm moving in. I don't think it quite has that pull. So C+ for Quarry Hauler. That leaves us with Scaled Behemoth, which is very big. 4 green for a 6/7 crocodile. It's uncommon with hexproof.
Ooh, I like this card.
Why do they print these cards?
Like, one of the disadvantages of the 6 drops is if your opponent has a bounce spell or a removal spell, then you get to play it and then they just destroy it with their cheaper spell and you're not able to win. But when you have this thing, you play it, you're pretty confident nothing can go wrong. It's hexproof. Like, what are they going to do?
It's a good card. I like that it doesn't have any evasion. Like, I like that they have to still just like churn through your ground forces, to actually get you dead. But the truth is, a 6/7 does a pretty darn good job of that.
It loses a little luster when you can have 6 or 7 drops of cycling in your deck, because I would generally rather just have the cycling versions and just not run the risk of being screwed by just drawing a 6-drop in my opening hand and having it do nothing.
Yeah, Greatest Sandworm, for example. I mean, that's a 7, but still, like, that flexibility is so huge.
Yeah, but on the other hand, playing this and knowing nothing can really go wrong seems pretty awesome. So I feel like I'm always going to play this card in my green decks, and I feel like some decks are just going to have a huge amount of trouble with it.
Yeah, especially when, we were talking about some of the kind of ramp type cards in this set, right? The green-blue guy, and, there's even the enchantment that we talked about that gets you 2 extra mana, the Gift of Paradise. I mean, you get a Scaled Behemoth down, they can't kill it, so you're not punished for, dumping a couple of cards into ramping it, and there's no way that they have anything that can tussle with it outside of Death Touch, for multiple turns. It's probably pretty good, yeah.
I think that it is going to be good. It has a little bit of weakness to flyers, right? I can imagine playing against a flyer deck, and you play this, they're like, whatever, attack you with my like 2/2 flyers and chump your Scaled Behemoth twice. But honestly, this is the exact kind of card. This is the Either Tide Whale of uncommons, where your opponent is going to, be sitting there with a bunch of lands in play, and you have 2 removal spells in your hand, and you're just like, okay, I'm not going to lose this game. Then they play this, and you're just like, okay, I guess I am going to lose this game.
Right.
So yeah, I like Scaled Behemoth. I'm not over the moon about it. Again, I like the fact that you can just play 6 drops with cycling, but this looks like a B- to me. C+/B-.
Yeah, I'm going to go C+. I'm not quite as sold on it. I mean, remember, this is also the land of Embalm, where they're like, block, get my guy back. They're always going to have a creature on the battlefield, I think. But this thing makes them. So I'll go C+ on Scaled Behemoth.
I like C+ on Scaled Behemoth. Yeah, I do think that there's matchups where it's going to be like an A, though.
For sure.
You do have to keep that in mind.
Yes, your opponent's going to look at their hand, think about their library, and go, nope, can't kill it. And that's pretty good. Shed Weakness is next. It's green for an instant at common. It says target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. You may remove a -1/-1 counter from it.
So this is a combat trick?
Very similar, yeah.
That you put in your -1/-1 counter deck, and you get basically a giant growth out of it. Yeah. This seems fine. Because green for +2/+2, that's now rate, by the way. When I say rate, I mean that is just that is the like vanilla test for spells. Green for +2/+2 is, or white for +2/+2 is about what you get these days. You no longer get one green for +3/+3. That you know those days are past. So I think that the fact that this is on rate plus a lot of green decks, it'll just get you the additional value of removing a counter, makes it just a playable combat trick. So I think a C.
Yeah, I like C minus.
All right, making a firm stance on shed weakness there.
Based on principle alone. Shafet Monitor is a card that we actually got a chance to preview. It's 5 and a green for a 6/5 lizard at uncommon, and it's got cycling, but the cycling cost is a little different. They kind of put a twist here. So it's 3 and a green. It's expensive to cycle, but when you do, you get an effect as well. It says when you cycle it, you may search your library for a basic land card or desert card and put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle your library. That is just right onto the battlefield, and it is not tapped. It's also just huge at 6/5 for 6 mana. I don't know. Would you rather just draw a card or?
Well, this does both.
Yes, you do, of course, get the card as well.
Well, you're saying, like, would you rather just be a 2-mana cycler?
Exactly.
Yeah, I think a 2-mana cycler in some ways is better because it mitigates the risk of drawing a 6 and, being able to just cycle it away when you're mana screwed.
Right.
On the other hand, this is a more powerful ability. Like, this ramp, like, if you draw this and any other 6, it's really good. Because you just get to ramp yourself from, turn 4, you get a 5th land, untap, play 6 land, and you just play your scaled behemoth on turn 5 and just win the game immediately.
Yeah.
So
totally.
I like Shafet Monitor. I think it's going to be pretty good. My guess is this is just another one of those very low drawback 6-drops in your deck, even if the cycling's a little bit more expensive.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think it's probably in the C+ to B- range as well. I would probably start it off at C+, but it might be a B-.
Yeah, I like Shafet Monitor at C+.
All right. Sixth Sense is green for an aura and it enchants a creature. It's uncommon. It says, enchanted creature has, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card.
Yeah, this is
Curiosity.
Yes, exactly. Curiosity. And, or Keen Sense, actually. But not a card I like very much. Like, you have to have an evasive creature, and even when you do, it takes 2 hits to get up on cards, and things go so wrong. It's just like, any other aura in that sense. So I'm going to give Sixth Sense, I'm going to give it a D. I think if you have a blue-green deck that has a ton of small flyers, or like a green-white deck with a ton of small flyers, there's times when this could make some amount of sense. But for the most part, I don't think you want to put this in your deck.
Yeah, I was going to give it a D as well. It's not a card that you're excited about, though. And remember, the other thing to keep in mind too is you need to be attacking. Like if you're not in a position where you have a clean attack with a creature, it does nothing. 0. So keep that in mind. It's a big cost. Spidery Grasp looks like another combat trick. It's 2 and a green for an instant at common. It says untap target creature. It gets +2/+4 and gains reach until end of turn. Hey, giant spider.
Yeah, this is back from Innistrad was, I think, the first time we saw this, and it's a fine card. It's not one that you're like thrilled about because it's a 3-mana trick, but it's a burly trick. It gives you a lot of stats.
Oh, it definitely is.
And it gets 2 ambush potentials, right? It gets, first of all, you get to untap. Second of all, you get reach. So, all of a sudden your 2/2 ground creature is blocking and killing their 4/4 flyer. So that all said, it's still a 3-mana combat trick. I'm not in love with those. I would give Spidery Grasp, I think, like a C-.
Yeah, I'd give it somewhere in the D+ C- range, and I think you probably only want one of these in your deck. But like you said, it's burly. That was a very good description. Stinging Shot is next. This is a sideboard card. It's green for an instant at common. It says put 3 -1/-1 counters on target creature with flying, but it does have cycling for 2 mana. Still, I still think you just want to put this in the sideboard.
I disagree. I think that this is powerful enough because it's a 1-mana way to kill a flyer. And flying is just like such a common ability to have on creatures that I think I'm going to be happy main decking a Stinging Shot. Like when they pay 4 mana for their flyer and then on turn 5 you play a 4-drop and just Stinging Shot their flyer, like you really did it. And
it is a huge swing in your favor for sure.
Yeah, and when they don't have flyers or they're playing a color combination which has very few of them, or you draw this and there's nothing immediately on the board, you can just cycle it. Like that's the advantage. So this is one that crosses the line from sideboard to actually main deckable. I would main deck Stinging Shot. I think Not like all the time, but more than half the time. So
Okay, that's interesting. That's one I'll keep my eye on for sure. You certainly presented a strong case, though. Like you said, when you do that sequence, that is devastatingly good. And the downside's not too high. And I don't think you're going to be able to just put in a whole bunch of effects like this. So you're going to have to be selective. But like you said, this one does actually give you the return that you want. So where do you grade Stinging Shot?
I kind of like it at C+. I feel like I just want one in my green decks. It just is such a good way to just not be weak to flyers.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you also have Spidery Grasp, Giant Spider.
Yeah, but this cycles. Cycling is so good.
Oh, yeah. Cycling is gas. Okay.
I'm going to say C+ on Stinging Shot.
I'm going to go C. I'm really curious to see if that ends up being the way that things go, or if it's just a good idea, but then you end up not having room and you just bring it in and out of the board. Synchronized Strike is 2 and a green for an instant. It's uncommon. It says untap up to 2 target creatures. They each get +2/+2 until end of turn. That's a lot. That's a lot of stats to throw around.
Pretty easy to 2-for-1 your opponent with this also. Just, you get into like a bigger combat. You also like has exert combos, right? I guess Spider Grasp does too.
Yes, that's true. Mm-hmm.
So when you have exert creatures, though, I'm still not sold on like putting untap effects in my exert deck all that much. Like, yes, I get it. It's a combo, but I'm not going to put Spidery Grasp in my deck because it's like such a Mondo combo with +1/+0 Death Touch. Right.
The question is it worth a card? And in that case, it's probably not. But it doesn't have to go too much further, especially with a card like Synchronized Strike, right? Because that's already a pretty powerful effect on its own.
Yeah, I think I would be glad to play Synchronized Strike in any green deck, and it's just one of the higher tier combat tricks. Even if it's still a combat trick, I'm not like taking it over premium removal. So yeah, it's probably like a C+.
Sure, C+ for Synchronized Strike.
Plus, it's uncommon, right? It's got to be a little more powerful.
It says so right on the little mana symbol, or little symbol. Trial of Strength. All right, so here's our first trial. Again, just like the cartouches, there are a full color cycle of these as well. So this is the green one, of course, Strength. So it's 2 and a green for an enchantment. And these are all uncommon, by the way. When Trial of Strength enters the battlefield, create a 4/2 green beast creature token. So that's 3 mana for a 4/2. Bang. That's a big
That's already fine.
Yeah. And it says, when a cartouche enters the battlefield under your control, return Trial of Strength to its owner's hand. Oof.
So
that's good.
Basically, it's a 3 mana 4/2, which you're already fine playing, and then if you ever draw a cartouche, you get to pay 3 mana to get another 4/2.
That seems really good to me.
Yeah, it seems quite good. I'm
especially considering that the green cartouche we rated quite highly. I mean, it's effectively a removal spell.
Right. I don't think I would be that happy with Trial of Strength with 0 cartouches, just because a 2 toughness means that you're just going to trade it off a lot of the time, but it's not embarrassing by any stretch.
Mm-hmm.
You just put it in your deck, it'll be fine. But once you have even 1 cartouche, I'm just like definitely playing this card.
Absolutely. And I think you might even, I mean, a 4/2 is still very big on turn 3 if you have combat tricks or removal or whatever. To me, look, the way we're thinking about these is like comparing them to the cartouche of their own color, though we should note that it just says when a cartouche enters the battlefield. It doesn't matter which one. You can be from your other color.
You could play blue green and have blue cartouches.
Right, but the question is how good are the cartouches? How excited are we about playing those? And this one we are. It's a very good card, so that makes Trial of Strength even better to me. Just because of that upside. And remember, the cartouches are common and the trials are uncommon. So you're kind of, you'll more likely end up with 1 Trial of Strength and a couple of cartouches of different colors, depending on how sought after they are. This one seems very strong to me. I would give it like a C+, and then even having 1 cartouche probably brings it into the B range.
Yeah, my inclination is to give it a C, and then having cartouches brings it up to like a C+. But
okay, I really like.
I have to give it a trial run first.
All right, let's take a look at our last card here in green. It's Watchful Naga. It is 2 and a green. For a Naga Wizard at uncommon, it's a 2/2. So a 2/2 for 3, better do something sweet. It says, you may exert Watchful Naga as it attacks. When you do, ta-da, draw a card.
It's the Silkweaver Elite of Exert.
It is. It really is. So the question immediately that comes to mind, or should come to mind for you, is, well, how many times do I actually get to attack with this Watchful Naga, right? Because like the first time you do it and you draw that card, you feel pretty good, but it probably dies a lot of the time, right? It's understated at just 2/2 for 3 mana.
Yes, it dies, but it probably doesn't like just chump attack. It probably trades for something, and that's a nice little 2-for-1. I like this card. Basically, if you play it on turn 3, I think you'll be able to attack, draw a card, and trade for something. And if you play it on turn 6, you can just cash it in for a card if you really want to.
And your opponent is incentivized to block, right? I mean, they're going to want to get this thing
even better.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. And there's a lot of combat tricks so far, so.
Yeah, I like Watchful Naga. I would give it a C+.
Okay, I like C+ for Watchful Naga as well. Green seems to be very, very green in this set. Lots of big creatures, lots of, they make you work for it a bit with the -1/-1 counters, but a ton of ramp and combat tricks as well. It's kind of the classic stuff for green. Nothing. Did any of these cards jump out to you as just like, holy crap, I can't believe they printed this? Not really, right?
No, it didn't seem like that.
I mean,
but,
we haven't done the rares yet, but
you remember Kaladesh, like Thriving Rhino didn't look like as good as it was.
Yeah, that's true.
As it turned out, and I think green just does a very solid assortment of like, it's got the mana ramp card, it's got a good fight card, it's got a good cycling expensive card at a common and at uncommon, and overall green looks good.
Okay, all right, let's move on to white. We're gonna go white, blue, black, red, and then we'll do the rest of the multicolored and artifact and land cards after that. We've already covered some of them, those uncommons, so there won't be as many there. So the first white card we have is called Anointer Priest. It's 1 and a white for a 1/3 human cleric. It is common. It says whenever a creature token enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. And speaking of creature tokens entering the battlefield under your control, it's got Embalm for 3 and a white.
When I first read this card, I was like, oh, wow, it gives you life for each creature. And it's like, oh, each creature token. So it's going to gain you like maybe 2 to 3 life per game.
Yes.
It's still just a fine little blocker and has Embalm. So like this card is clearly playable. I just don't think it's like amazing.
I do too. I agree with you. The 1/3 body, even if you're getting back another one for free, just isn't super impressive. But still, Embalm, again, I said it off the top of the show, but if it says Embalm on it, I'm interested. I just don't think that they're going to... I would not be shocked at all to find out a month from now that all of the Embalm cards are playable. Just every single one. It doesn't matter what it says on it, basically. So Anointer Priest is probably on the lower end range of that. It's probably like a C. This card does not seem super powerful to me, but the value's there.
Yeah, looks like a C to me.
Binding Mummy is next. It's 1 and a white for a 2/2 zombie. At common, and it says whenever another zombie enters the battlefield under your control, you may tap, target artifact, or creature. So we've got a bear with upside here. The thing to remember is that there's significant number of zombies just printed in this set, like Binding Mummy, but also anytime you embalm, the creature, when it comes in as a token, is also a zombie. It's also white, but it's a zombie in addition.
Right.
To its type. So basically this says whenever you embalm, you get to tap an artifact or creature. And then, of course, you'll also have some random upside by having zombies in your deck.
Yeah, you have to be pretty aggressive for this to be an actual upside, though. Just because, I agree. Like, how often are you just randomly tapping cards on their main phase and you're just like, yeah, this is great. So
well, the question is, how often does it need to be good? Yeah. How often does it need to happen? To play a 2/2 for 2 in a relevant...
I guess if it gives you like two good attacks, it's probably a good card. So
yeah, I think so. I mean, it's still a 2/2 for 2. Yeah, like the question is just like you and I have both noted here, in the world of Embalm, I think even 2/2s for 2 lose a bit of luster. I really don't like the 3/2s for 3 that we talked about, but even this, like if it trades off for an Embalm creature, you're just miserable, right?
Yes. So and if this just sits around, it's not like it's that powerful of effect in the late game. It's just a little bit of upside. So
exactly, card seems fine.
Yeah,
it's probably a C-.
I like C- on Binding Mummy.
Yeah. What about Cartouche of Solidarity, the white one?
This is white for an aura Cartouche. Enchant creature you control. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 warrior creature with vigilance. That's white, and enchanted creature gets ++1 and has first strike. So
this one's okay. I like this one a lot less than the green one.
Yes, you're not getting a card out of the trigger, right? A 1/1 white creature with vigilance. 1/1s with vigilance play kind of weird.
Yes.
is definitely not a card. Plus 1 on first strike is pretty good though, because
Yeah.
your creature's going to win combats. The problem is if they have a removal spell, like you're out by a decent amount. So I think that Cartouche of Solidarity is going to be good if you have like some trial synergy, but is not a card I'm just going to put in my deck and just be all that happy with.
Yeah, I mean, I think one way to look at this is, so Cartouche of Solidarity, if you play it on a creature and you get your 1/1 and then you pass the turn and your opponent goes untap, kill the creature with the cartouche on it, are you happy? Are you content? And the answer is no, absolutely not. You did not get a full card worth of value out of that transaction. If we look at the green cartouche, you play it, your creature gets bigger, fights something to kill one of their creatures on the other side of the battlefield. They untap, they kill your creature. Are you content? Yeah, you are. You're even on that trade. Your cartouche traded for a creature, your creature traded for a removal spell. It's a 2-for-2. But here, leaving back just that little 1/1 white warrior is not a card. That is not quite a card. It's something, but it's not going to make up for it. The upside, of course, comes. I mean, one of the upsides is that this cartouche only costs white. It's cheap.
Right.
So you can kind of sneak it in and maybe get an extra attack or whatever. So it's not dead. I still think it's worse though than the cartouche of strength.
Oh yeah, by a significant margin.
Yeah.
My guess is this looks like a D+ to me. I think Cartouche
I think so too.
Is just not spectacular.
I think so too. Oh God. You just said spectacular. This next card is absolutely that. Cast Out. What does Cast Out do?
It's 3 and a white for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It has Flash. When it enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until Cast Out leaves the battlefield.
I think that's the end of the text for limited.
Yeah, basically. It has cycling of 1 white mana, but you're just not going to cycle this card very often. Cycling on really powerful cards that aren't that expensive is kind of weird.
Yeah.
You're just not going to cycle this in limited very often.
No.
Maybe
it's just for constructed.
I'd have to be like completely mana screwed. Yes, it is very relevant and constructed.
Yeah.
But
God,
I think
non-land permanent and this thing has Flash? Are you kidding?
Yeah, this card is just great. It's 4 mana, just kill any non-land permanent instant speed. And you even get to cycle it if something strange happens. So Cast Out looks just like a B+ to me.
I'm going to go A- on Cast Out. It's nearly unconditional removal that hits even things like equipment or,
I guess it exiles Embalm cards too. Like they're just gone.
Yes, they're just gone.
All right, fine. Cast Out is an A- then.
Yeah, it's going to be the best removal spell in the set probably. Compulsory Rest is next. Take a break. It's 1 and a white for an aura and enchants creature. The creature can't attack or block. It's common. So we have a pacifism, a straight up pacifism, which is normally excellent and limited, but this one has a little rider here. It says enchanted creature. So the thing that you put it on gets pay 2, sacrifice it, you gain 2 life. And of course, the creature's controller is the one who's gaining the life. The relevancy here, of course, is with embalm creatures. You put compulsory arrest on an embalm creature and you'd think, okay, I pacified it. This is great. It's hard for it to die. They're never going to get the value from the embalm. But here, it gives them a way to get the creature into the graveyard and then embalm later. So compulsory arrest takes a pretty big ding for that, I think.
As opposed to how it would be in like a normal set.
Right. Interestingly, the ability that the creature gets is much worse here than it would be in a normal set. So that said, I don't want to overstate it because I do still think that you're going to play compulsory rest in your white decks, and I still think it's going to be a card that you're gonna want.
Yeah, I mean the card is quite good.
There's also not embalm creatures in the set, right? Like it still does.
It's just not the answer to embalm creatures, but it's still a good card.
I do too. I think so too.
The drawback of them being able to pay 2 mana to gain 2 life is just not a very big one. So I think compulsory rest is solid. I think it's probably like.
I think it's a B-.
Yeah, I think it's a B-. It's just good removal still. Like
I think so
yes,
too.
it doesn't answer embalm creatures, but it still does a good job of removing their creature from the board.
Yeah, and think about it as we work our way through the review, right? There's tons of creatures that don't have embalm that you're like, I can pay 2 mana to just effectively take that thing out. That's fantastic. Yeah. All right, what does a Devoted Cropmate do?
It's 2 and a white for a 3/2 human warrior at uncommon. You may exert Devoted Cropmate when it attacks, or as it attacks. When you do, return target creature with converted mana cost 2 or less from your graveyard to your battlefield.
Wow.
So 3 mana 3/2 that you can exert it to get a 2-drop back, or 2-drop or less. I think this card's fine. It's after playing with Renegade Rallier, which had a very similar effect, you just don't actually end up with that many 2 cost or less creatures in your deck. It's just hard to have like 5. You're going to have like 3 or something.
No, that is true. And Rallier hit non-creatures too, and even then it was still difficult. And there was a lot of non-creature cards that fit that description in that set that were worth playing. And here it's even more narrow.
Yeah, this does do it by itself. You don't have to do anything but attack with this.
Yeah, lower
but
setup
it's also
cost.
3 mana, 3/2. You get a card back. I think this card is a C, but there's just decks where if once you have like 5 2-drops, all of a sudden this card becomes a B.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Devoted Crop Mate is the type of card that is going to vary wildly based on the build of your deck. Because it seems good. If you go 2-drop and they're like, sure, 2-drop, go. And then you go attack and they go, sure, trade. And you go Devoted Crop Mate, go. You're ahead. Like, you're looking pretty good. So,
well, yeah, very, very good.
Yeah, I like that. Jeru's Resolve. This is white for an instant at common. It says, untap target creature, prevent all damage that would be dealt to it this turn. But you can also cycle it for 2 mana.
Man, this is the kind of situational card that is good that it has cycling, because you would certainly never put this card in your deck without cycling. But with cycling, it's a 1-mana trick that can ambush their creatures. There's a lot of untaps. It works with Exert, and it can trade, like this can trade up in mana, and when it's not good, you cycle it. So just looks like a C to me. Like I'll play this card and be satisfied with it.
I'm going to say C- for Jeru's Resolve. I think it's still just a little too conditional, but yeah, you tack cycling on it. I'm just like, I'm kind of in. All right, here's an interesting one. Fanbearer. This is white for a common zombie. It's a 1/2 and it has 2 tap target creature.
It's a pacification array on a stick.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
A stick with
feathers on it. Yeah. But that does make it a lot worse, does it not?
Yes, because it's killable, and there's no improvised bonuses or anything like that. I think that Fanbearer is going to be good. It's expensive. You don't want too many of these. Like having 2 in play sounds not good, but having 1 in play sounds pretty good. It can deal with embalmed creatures. It can deal with their sandworms on turn 7. It's just not a thing that needs to be used every turn of the game to be good, because the game will get to a point where this will lock down their biggest creature. Yeah,
and of course that's the big strength to tappers like this, is that they scale with the threats that you're trying to deal with. Whatever their biggest threat is just becomes the thing that you start tapping. The downside to them, 2 mana is a lot. Things don't always go right in limited. Sometimes you miss a couple of land drops, then Fanbearer just never gets activated. Sometimes though you hit that mid to late part of the game where you have hit a bunch of lands and Fanbearer is your best card. So yeah, I don't know. The fact that it's fragile makes me nervous about it, but the fact that they kind of need to kill it if you're activating it every turn makes me feel okay about that too. I have no idea where to grade this. These cards are typically very difficult to grade. The ones that have 2 mana tap that are creatures are just, they're, the 1 mana tap ones are always excellent. The two mana to tap ones are really hit or miss.
Yeah, I'm going to land on C+ for Fanbearer. And part of that is also, I'll play 2 in my deck, but you really just don't want to draw 2, and like 3 in your deck just starts sounding bad to me. Yeah, for sure. They don't work super well in multiples unless you're way into the game. All right, so C+ for Fanbearer. What about Forsake the Worldly? This is a 2 and a white instant at common. Exile target artifact or enchantment, cycling 2 colorless.
Okay, I'm in for this.
This is better because enchantments are an actual thing.
Cartouches, trials.
Yeah, and just, a couple other random enchantments floating here and there that make me interested enough to just put this card in. So I think you're going to have a room for like a couple like kind of do nothing cyclers like this, and
like maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, you're not going to want to play like 5 though, because then you're going to flood out. Right. If you cycle 5 times, you're just going to draw. You're going to end up with a deck that has 18 spells in 17 land, right? Mm-hmm. Like that. So that ends up getting you a little bit more mana flooded. But I think Forsake the Worldly is a fine card to put in your deck. I'm going to give it a C-. I'm not excited about the card. I'm not going to prioritize picking it.
I'm the same. C- for it. Yeah, and that is the thing that you should consider, by the way, that you just brought up. When you are thinking about these things, there is significant downside to putting cards that say like cycling 2. It's not free. I think a lot of people do just say, well, it's fine. Like, and we've even said it on the show. If you don't use it, you just cycle it. No problem. But that does count. Like when your opponent goes, imagine their curve is 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop of reasonable creatures. The turn that you take off to cycle even a Forsake the Worldly could be the one that kills you. So, against aggressive decks, the tempo actually does matter pretty significantly. Still, the upside of being able to snipe something important with a card like Forsake the Worldly is definitely worth that cost. Gust Walker, 1 and a white for a 2/2 human wizard at common. You can exert it as it attacks. If you do, it gets +1/+1 and gains flying until end of turn.
Yeah, it's a 2-mana 2/2 that once the attacking gets less good, it starts going to the skies, right? And attack for 3 every other turn.
Mm-hmm.
I like it in an aggressive deck. I think it's very bad in like a defensive deck, but in an aggressive deck, this feels like a good kind of 2/2.
I think so too.
It does the work that 2-mana 2/2s do, and then when it can't do that anymore, it just starts jumping over.
I think it's really good for that. I mean, over 4 turns, this thing hits for 6 in the air or 4 on the ground, but you know how 2/2s go in limited. Like they lose their value pretty quickly. So I think Gust Walker is solid. Like I think this is a really solid little 2-drop, and I'd give it a C+.
I'm going to give it a C. I don't think it's anything like that special. I just think it's a card I'll put in my deck.
I think it's going to be one of those ones that's like really annoying in the aggro decks. Like
I think you're stabilize it at 9 life, and then all of a sudden they're like Gust Walker attack you,
and you're just
6.
like crap. There was another. What was the guy from the red 2-drop that you could give flying for white mana or something like that? Like those type of cards are just really annoying. You played that card a bunch from Cons or Dragons or whatever. Anyway.
Oh sure, yeah. The one of the ninjas.
Yeah, the little ninja guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Impeccable Timing's back. It's still 1 and a white for an instant at common. It still does 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature, and it's still probably pretty mediocre, right?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this card. It played out worse than it looked, and I don't see a reason why it would get better, especially as I think stats probably have gone up in this set because of big cyclers that are going to hit the board, because of Embalm, letting you replay creatures and end up with more power and toughness on the board. I'm just not sold on Impeccable Timing.
Impeccable Timing is like a D, right?
I think it's like a D+. I think it's okay to put in your deck. I just don't think it's good.
Yeah. In Oketra's Name is next. It's 1 and a white for an instant at common. It says zombies you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. Other creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn.
Yeah.
Oketra is apparently picky.
Yeah, it's fine. 2 mana to give other creatures +1/+1 is an okay effect. It's not anything all that spectacular, but it is playable. And I think that you're going to end up not playing this card most of the time, but in the decks where you want it, it can be really good.
I think so too. My guess is that there's a zombie deck in the format, but that it won't be common that you'll have like all zombies, right? It'll be like you have 2/3 zombies or half zombies. And in that case, In Oketra's Name is still okay. Some of your creatures get +2/+1, which you would certainly pay for 2 mana. I mean, heck, we pay 4 mana for that. But the +1/+1 is a lot worse. Like that's often the difference between winning the game and losing the game with an all-out attack. So you would really want to be heavy zombies, I think, to try to leverage this as much as possible. Again, I'll mention it again just as a reminder. There's plenty of zombies on the just actual card zombies, but then there's also anything that you've embalmed is also a zombie.
Where does that leave you?
D- or a D. I don't think it's a card I'm going to put in my deck very often.
No, I think it's probably
like aggro zombies is what I want.
It's almost like a build around C, where you're just not going to put this card in your deck, and when you do, it's still not like spectacular. It's just playable.
Yeah, I agree.
So not a high grade build around C. I like for
that's good. I like build around for it. Anytime it says tribe on it, we should probably that should be a flag for build around. Mighty Leap is next. It's 1 and a white for an instant at common. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains flying until end of turn. A serviceable combat trick. It's a C-, it's a D+, whatever. It does make me think, after seeing these 2 cards back to back at common, that the white decks are trying to be more aggressive than I originally thought.
Yeah.
Gust Walker, Mighty Leap. That's correct. And but Mighty Leap is the type of card. Both of these, in fact, Gust Walker, Mighty Leap, and In Oketra's Name are all the types of cards that do help you get around, what we were talking about. Oh, here's my 2/4 Embalm creature or whatever. And, your 2/2 just looks like crap. Now, the Gust Walker can get in there. The Mighty Leap can get your biggest creature up in the air and get him dead. And In Oketra's Name can help you, if you've gone wide to leverage that. So they do seem like maybe they're giving us tools to get the job done. But of course, time will tell. But yeah, I got Mighty Leap at like D.
Yeah, I think Mighty Leap is probably a D+, but nothing much better than that.
All right, this next card's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you read it? It's Oketra's Attendant.
It's 3 white. It's a 3/3 bird soldier at uncommon. It has flying, Cycling 2 and Embalm 3 white.
Oh, that's so dreamy.
Oh yeah, this card's amazing. First of all, this is another one of those cards where you think you're winning, then your opponent's like, I'm going to play this 5-mana 3/3 flyer. You probably have to kill it. It's a 5-mana 3/3 flyer. When you do, I'm just going to play it again.
Ugh, such a beating.
So it's a 2-for-1 there. Well, what if your opponent was stuck on lands early? They'll cycle it, and then later in the game, it's just going to come back as a 3/3 flyer. So there's just no downside with this card and multiple kinds of upside. So this card is great. I think it's a B+.
Yeah, I like B+ on Oketra's Attendant. That card is just too cool. What about Protection of the Heckma?
This is 4 and a white. It's an enchantment and uncommon. If a source an opponent controls would deal damage to you, prevent 1 of that damage.
Prevent 1 of it?
Yes.
So if they've got a bunch of tiny creatures, then this is pretty effective. But if they're hitting you with 5/5s, then you're less excited about Protection of the Heckma.
Yeah, this looks like a bad sideboard card to me. I won't main deck it, and when I side it in, it's just not going to be that good.
Needs cycling.
Yeah. Like, it is annoying if they have a bunch of 2/2s and 1/1s. You play this, it's going to significantly slow down their offense. But who's attacking you with 1/1s? Like, how is this happening exactly?
Right, that's the question. We haven't seen a lot of 1/1s.
Did Lingering Souls get into the format? I didn't notice it. So
it did not.
I think that this card it looks like an F to me, or like a sideboard D. Yeah. Just not a card I anticipate ever casting.
I will say sideboard D for Protection of the Heckma.
All right, that's fair.
Here's Renewed Faith, another card that we previewed. 2 and a white for an instant at uncommon. You gain 6 life. And this, of course, brings up the question that people always ask is, because we always say, you don't want to play cards that strictly just gain you life. They're almost never worth the effect. But it also makes you think, well, how many life would you, if it was gain 20 life for 3 mana, would you do it? Yeah, you probably would. That's just so much life. 6 is getting up there. And then also you can cycle it for 1 and a white. And if you do, you gain 2 life. So you're getting a card out of the deal and gaining a couple of life as well.
This is essentially the cycling card, and you'll only cast it if you're in dire straits. But it's a fine card. In a race, it can be pretty swingy. It's not a card that I think is premium. It's, I think, only an uncommon to fill out that cycle of uncommons. But
yeah, they plucked one out of the past, didn't they? This is a reprint.
Yeah.
I've never played with this card though. I assume you can pay 2 mana to gain 2 life and draw a card is like reasonable, but like it is taking the place of maybe a creature or removal spell or something in your deck. And would I really want to do that? Probably not.
Yeah, I think this card is playable, but not exciting. Like, you'll put this in your deck when you have an extra slot for it. You're never going to prioritize it, and it's just not going to be an amazing card. So that all adds up to like a C for me. Okay,
C- for Renewed Faith. What about Retcrop Spearmaster?
It's 2 and a white for a 3/1 human warrior at common, and you may exert the Spearmaster as it attacks. When you do, it gets +1/+0 and first strike until end of turn.
Wow. 4/1 first strike attacker, bad blocker, or maybe bad's not the right word, but a one-time blocker, shall we say?
Yeah, it's and it's the kind of card where if the trades are favorable, send it in. If it needs the extra boost, you just make it a first strike and just hit them for 4. So, and then don't hit them for the turn after that.
I'm not in love, but it seems playable.
Yeah, it looks like a C. I think it's just going to be like a C. I don't think it's going to be a C- because it attacks for enough damage, but I think it's going to be a C.
Does that say sacred or scared?
It is sacred, but it maybe looks scared.
Scaredy cat? All right. White for a 1/1 lifelink cat. And to put my assertion to the ultimate test from earlier, it has Embalm for white. So this is the bottom of the barrel for Embalm. If this thing sees play, then Embalm is just across the board fantastic. This could be a trap where Scaredy Cat might be like, well, Embalm's great, but this is not a powerful card on either end of it.
I'm buying high on Scared Cat.
You are? Okay.
I think
this is
This is going to be a card you put in your deck. And this is not going to be a card you're unhappy to put in your deck.
Well, that was my prediction from before, and I'm standing by it.
You think you're going to be okay playing this card? I
mean, I look at it and I say absolutely not. But I also remember back to times when I was wrong about it before. And so I'm going to, sort of, again, if you just walked up to me and just said, would you play this card? I would be like, this is pretty mediocre, right? Like even getting it back for free, it's still just a non-card in many ways. But again, I've been wrong about these things before, and so I'm going against it, and I'm going to say, yes, I will play Scared Cat in my deck.
I would give it a C. I don't think I'm not saying this card's fantastic, but I don't think I'm cutting that card. I think it's cheap enough and provides enough value that it's just worth putting in your deck.
Yeah. And of course, if you augment it in any way, it gets quite good. A lifelink that, you know, if you use combat tricks or cartouches or whatever to make it better, it certainly improves it. I'm going to go C- on the old Scaredy Cat there. Why do they do this, Luis? This is Seraph of the Sun's 5 white for a 4/4 flying angel at uncommon with indestructible.
Yeah,
I just hope this card's just bad. I just hope it's like just not a card that people play. I
almost wish we had like a term for this, because this is another one of those cards that you think you're winning and then your opponent plays this and it just blanks all your removal.
Yeah. And
you realize your 3/3 flyers can never get through it.
It's something to do with whale, because I keep thinking of Aether-Tide Whale whenever you say that. But the thing is, man, with some of the huge, like the commons and stuff that we saw that cost 6 or 7 with cycling are so much better than this, you know, for the ability to cycle them when you're not realistically casting them. Also, Seraph of the Suns is a reasonable body at 4/4 flying for 7, but that's not exactly, you know, that's not the type of card that just like closes out the game in a couple of turns. In many cases, it'll take like 3, maybe even 4 turns if they haven't really got anything going yet for the Seraph of the Suns to win. The thing that's going to be really important is to figure out which removal spells still interact with it and which don't. Because in some formats, this thing would just be stone unkillable. And in some formats, it's like, you know, it's not that bad. Like the you know, it's Oblivion Strike, kill it, or, you know, whatever, versus, you know, a Daring Demolition. These type of removal spells matter. And, you know, we do have 2 already, by the way, that we've seen in this color that do handle this card pretty well. We saw Compulsory Arrest and Cast Out both deal with this card. So, you know, maybe that's something.
The quality of bounce also matters.
Yeah, there you go.
Bounce can be quite effective. This is the kind of card that's going to be really annoying for some people and could be a good finisher in some decks, but it's just, I think, worse than most cards that are around its cost.
I hope so. What do you want to give it? I mean, in sealed, you know, this thing's going to be a house, but...
Yeah, probably a C-, I think.
Okay, cool. I'm relieved to hear you say that. C- for Seraph of the Suns. Sparring Mummy is next. Ready to rumble. 3 and a white for a 3/3 zombie at common. When it enters the battlefield, you untap a creature.
I'm not impressed with
I'm
this
not
card.
Excited by this, right?
Basically, this is the kind of card I don't want to play in my Exert deck, like, because Exert combos just aren't that valuable, and 4 mana 3/3 is just not that good either. So I'm going to give Sparring Mummy a D.
It's a D.
You can put it in your deck. You can put it in your deck, but it's just not going to be good.
Yeah, there's a lot of untapped creature stuff going on, by the way. They're really trying to make Exert good, maybe. Next is Supply Caravan. 4 and white for a 3/5 camel. Yeah. It's common, and it says when it enters a battlefield, if you control a tapped creature, you get a warrior, a 1/1 white warrior, vigilance, etc.
I kind of like Supply Caravan. It doesn't seem very hard to trigger it, and it's just a decent amount of stats plus 2 blockers. I don't think the card's spectacular. I think it's probably like C-, D+.
3/5 for 5. Pretty easy to get the soldier, though, right? Or the warrior?
Yes.
That has to be at least a C, right?
Like
2 creatures for 1 card. They're like the 3/5's like a reasonable attacker and a good blocker.
I think it's going to be fine. You don't want very many of this card, I don't think.
No, definitely not. It still suffers from 5-drop tax, right? Where you just never really prioritizing it. But I think as a common 5-drop, this looks pretty reasonable to me. Like I'd at least give it a C.
All right. I guess Supply Caravan can get a C.
Yeah. Talk Crop Elite is 3 and a white for a bird warrior. It's a 2/2 with flying. It's common. And you can exert it as it attacks. If you do, it gets +1/+1. No. Sorry. Creatures you control.
Creatures you control.
Yeah. So everything else. How is that not an uncommon?
This looks pretty good to me.
Me too.
It's a 4-mana 2/2 flyer, which is slightly below rate, but when you use this effect, it can be just very good. And this by itself attacks as a 3/3 that turn. So yeah. I think this is the kind of card that a go wide deck's going to be very happy.
Very, very happy with. Absolutely. Like anything that's making a bunch of tokens or whatever. We haven't hit Lingering Souls, but if it did end up sneaking in the set, it's got cycling now. Anyway, Takrop Elite, yeah, I'm in. I think this card is going to fit really well in the Go Wide deck for sure. I don't know what I rated at. It's like a C plus. I give it a C plus.
I think C plus is fine for.
That's a powerful card. That reads a lot like an uncommon. Like pumping your whole team and the ability to perhaps do it multiple times per game is a pretty big game.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you got 2 activations out of this.
Those Who Serve, 2 and a white for a 2/4 zombie at common. No text.
Yeah, stats.
Zombie. We have seen a lot of zombies. A few zombie payoff cards so far. I still am not clear on exactly how important zombies as a tribe will be. Like if you're going to have a zombie deck very often. These are good stats, but this is a classic card that makes me think there's just so much going on in this set that makes it so that vanilla creatures might just be a lot worse. It doesn't have anything.
My guess is this again fits the profile of like a D plus because the stats are a little better.
Yeah.
If you have to play this card, it's probably not great news for you, but it's still going to be a card that's going to interact with your opponent, and it's going to be a card that your opponent's going to trade a card for.
Yeah, and 2/4 for 3 mana is good. Those are good stats. All right, so D plus for Those Who Serve. What about Time to Reflect?
This is white, instant, uncommon. Exile target creature that blocked or was blocked by a zombie this turn.
All right, well, there's a big zombie payoff there.
It is. It's unfortunate that it has to get involved in combat since you're kind of wasting. You're like they're blocking your zombie, then you exile their creature, and your zombie still got blocked. So it's a little like impeccable timing in that regard.
Yeah.
But this is still really powerful. It's 1 mana. I think that it's not quite a build around because you're gonna have enough zombies in like a non-zombie themed deck that you could still play this. I think you want like 5 or 6 zombies before this becomes decent. But it is not just a card you can just jam into any deck. My guess is this ends up being like C- to C+.
Man, I was going to give it like build around B or build around C or something like that. Like,
yeah, maybe it just does work.
The setup cost is so high to just jam this into a random deck.
Yeah.
Like, not only do you have to have enough zombies, you have to have one on the battlefield, and it has to, like, if they have a flyer, you needed some type of embalmed zombie flyer or whatever. Like, I think it gets pretty tricky to actually make Time to Reflect on a card, that you actually want to kill as well.
All right. I guess that, build around sounds fine. Then I'd probably give it a build around B then.
Yeah, build around B for Time to Reflect. Trial of Solidarity. So here's the white one.
The white one.
Yeah, 2 and a white enchantment. When it enters a battlefield, creatures you control get +2/+1 and gain vigilance until end of turn. And of course, when a cartouche enters a battlefield, you can return it to your hand. This one's
like trial all that much.
Much more temporary.
This is the kind of effect you also don't need multiple times a game. Like if you
that's a good point.
If you have a situation where +2/+1 and vigilance is good for your team, you probably don't need to do that very many times before you win. Like once is often going to be enough. So the rebuying aspect of like bouncing this isn't a big thing, and sorcery speed +2/+1 and vigilance also isn't that good. So I'm not a big fan of Trial of Solidarity, actually.
Yeah, and to further back up your point, when you do play Trial of Solidarity the first time and you attack with a bunch of things, it's not only that you often would win the game in that spot, but also if you don't, you've often traded off a lot of your board. So the next Trial of Solidarity is a lot worse than the first one.
Right.
So yeah, we've seen multiple cards now. Like that's like the third one that really wants you to have a whole lot of creatures on the battlefield. And we have not seen a ton of cards that give you those creatures. We've seen, the supply caravan randomly spits out a warrior. There was the card earlier in the game that gave you a warrior, the cartouche. It's like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like I'm still waiting for the card to show up here at common or uncommon that says you get 2 1/1s or 3 1/1s for a card or whatever. And I don't think it's coming.
There is the uncommon Aftermath card that gives you 2 1/1s for a card.
Okay, well that helps. That definitely helps.
But overall, I still give Trial of Solidarity, I think, a pretty low grade. I like it. It's kind of like a build around like C, where if you draft a Go Wide deck, this is a card you'll put in your deck, but it's just not a card I'm gonna prioritize.
Yeah. Before we move on, I found one other thing that's a knock on the Trial, which is that the fact that it's relatively cheap at 3 mana. You're not really maximizing on that.
Yeah, unless you store it up with a white
it.
cartouche and you double trial on turn 7.
Okay, now that's sweet. I like that.
That could be a thing.
You don't need that many creatures to make that good, but
yeah.
All right, yeah, I like a relatively low grade for trial as well. Did you say you wanted to build around it?
I would say give it like a build around C.
Yeah,
like you just have to go wide, and even then, it just does not feel like a huge payoff.
No, I agree. True Heart Duelist is 1 and a white for a 2/2 human warrior at uncommon. It can block an additional creature each combat, so your 2/2 can block an additional creature. Okay, you'll take that, though. You know it means it's going to die. But it's got Embalm for 2 and a white.
Yeah, I like this card.
Me too.
Very good. It's just good value, and it has a cheap embalm cost too. And being able to block 2 creatures means that this is the kind of card your opponent's going to have a hard time killing you through if you're trying to race.
Totally.
So play this, double block, next turn, embalm it, double block. So I like True Heart Duelist. It's just a solid B.
I do too.
It's just a good card.
It seems like a really good card. And we're kind of in the meat of the embalm creatures because our next one is called Unwavering Initiate. It's 2 and a white for a 3/2 human warrior with vigilance and embalm for 4 and a white at common.
Another pretty decent value creature because 3 mana, 3/2 vigilance. While not a card I would play by itself, when you get to flash it back for 5 mana, all of a sudden becomes a card I'm just happy to put in my deck.
Definitely.
The question is, do you give it a C plus or do you give it a C?
I definitely give it a C plus. I'd lean towards B minus, but the costs are a little. It's a 3/2 for 3, which isn't great, and it's 5 mana to embalm. But again, I just think embalm is great across the board, and this is just like a bread and butter embalm card. So I'd give it a C plus. Unwavering Initiate.
All right, I like C plus for Unwavering Initiate as well.
Can I give it an A?
You can. I will not agree with you, but I can't stop you.
I will decline. Vizier of Deferment. 2 and a white for a 2/2 human cleric with flash at uncommon. So 3/2, a 3 mana 2/2 with flash, sure. When Vizier of Deferment enters the battlefield, you may exile target creature if it attacked or blocked this turn. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Woo! That's a beating.
Yeah, it's not as good as it looks, I don't think. It's not a Banisher Priest. It's just a temporary blink. So what I think this is going to end up doing is just...
I was thinking for embalm tokens or whatever, but you're right. There won't always be one, will there?
Yeah, it is good against tokens, but it is not a card that, like, I don't think it's just like a straight up 2-for-1, especially since embalm tokens by definition almost don't cost them a card, right? So
right. Yeah, no, that's totally true.
I mean, I like the card. It's good.
And you can blink your own stuff.
It doesn't feel like a bomb or whatever. Yeah, you can blink. You can blink your own stuff.
So is one play I could make? Let's say I have a creature with a reasonable enter the battlefield effect. I could go attack with it, and then but before blocks or whenever before damage happens, I can flash in the Vizier and then blink it.
Yeah.
Like it has met the criteria there, right? Just by simply having attacked now. Okay. It feels like you're going to be able to get something out of this, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you can also, like, if they attack you with a creature, like that has vigilance or something, during their end step, you can blink it. It won't come back to your end step for whatever that, if that matters.
Also, like, what about if, let's say you're like attack with my creature, and they're like, haha, I'll play one of the like 3 combat tricks that we've seen that untap your creature. Or untap their creature, and they're like block. And you just blink your guy and just sort of trade that effect for a combat trick. Like there's got to be
or blink their guy, either one. Like,
or blink their guy.
I guess blinking your guy untaps your guy, so that's probably better.
Well, yeah. Well, you might get in for damage though. But at any rate, it does feel like there's a lot of little niche things that you're going to be able to do to generate value out of this. Though none of them seem dramatically great. I do feel like. I mean, when you really start to go through some of the things that you can do with this, I think that you're probably going to be able to get close to a card out of it most games.
Yeah, I guess I could see that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go big on this. Actually, I'm gonna go B minus on Vizier of Deferment. I'm just gonna assume that you can just make things awesome happen with it, even though I can't think of them all right now because I haven't played the set yet.
All right, B minus seems aggressive, but.
It is.
I think I'm going to give it a C plus.
Okay, I am aggressive, but I think Vizier of Deferment just has enough going on. Going with my hunch there. Vizier of Remedies is next. It's 1 and a white for a human cleric at uncommon. It's a 2/1, It says if one or more -1/-1 counters would be placed on a creature you control, that many -1/-1 counters -1 are placed on it instead.
I am not particularly impressed by this card. If you want a 2-mana 2/1, sure, you can play it, but I'm not going to put this in a deck and like play a bunch of cards that give me -1/-1 counters. That just doesn't seem like a recipe for success. It just seems like you're playing a kind of bad card to maybe get a counter or two less, and your opponent's probably not packing that many counters either. So I'm just overall unimpressed with Vizier Remedies.
I am too. Imagine your assumed best case scenario would be that you're playing against the black-green deck that has the ability to occasionally put -1/-1 counters on your creatures. And anytime they put 2 of them on, your creature still picks up a counter. That doesn't seem great to me. It feels like a kind of a clunky hate card. I don't even know if I would bring it in. I suppose it's just a D or a D-. It's probably not so bad. I mean, it's still a 2/1 for 2.
Yeah, my guess is it's a D.
Yeah. All right, last white card is called Winged Shepherd. It's 5 and a white for a 3/3 angel at common. It's got flying and vigilance. So let's just time out there. It does have an additional ability, but it's a 6 mana 3/3 flying vigilance. That is overcosted. That is not a great deal.
Yeah, it's not a card that by itself I would not put in my deck, and I would not be happy if I had to play it.
Right, but this one does have cycling for just white mana.
Yeah, and all of a sudden,
and then it's just like in.
Yeah, it's just a card I'm always going to play because
how funny is that?
You can cycle it when it's bad and play it when it's good. Because it's not that a 3/3 flying vigilance isn't good. It's that drawing a 6 mana card that isn't super powerful is just such a huge drawback. Whereas if you have cycling, that just drawback goes away and this card becomes good. So I think Winged Shepherd gets a C+.
I do too. Winged Shepherd to me is one of the prototypical types of cards that you'll see, the expensive but slightly overcosted with cycling, and they're just going to make the cut every time. Well, white looks pretty good.
Yeah.
It does feel a little confusing to me without having played it, just that it really does feel like it's pressing me to be aggressive, but I didn't see a lot of aggressive creatures in here. It also feels like it's pressing me to go wide, and I didn't see a ton of ways to enable that. So I'm kind of curious to see how that plays out. But
how good are 2/2s for 2?
Yeah, that's the big question that we're going to be asking. All right, that moves us on to blue. Well, we'll start off with Shelly. She's back. Looking good, Shelly, if a little lethargic. Ancient Crab. 1 blue for a 1/5 crab at common. I like cards like this generally. In the right deck, they're fantastic blockers and they can really hold off a lot of the threats on the ground for a while. But man, no synergies whatsoever is a little bit of a tough pill to swallow here, is it not?
It is, but it's kind of nice that this can kill like a 3/3 embalmed creature without actually killing it, right? It just bricks it on the ground, and then you don't have to worry about getting it back, which is kind of nice.
Where you're not trading 1 for 1, and then they get to flash back, and then you're falling behind.
Right. So I think that an Ancient Crab is not an exciting card. This looks like pretty classic, like D+ material.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Sorry, Shelly, but you don't look great this time. D+ for Ancient Crab. Oh, this next one. Easy front runner for my favorite card in the set. Angler Drake. 4 blue for a Drake at uncommon. It's a 4/4 with flying, and when it enters the battlefield, you may return target creature to its owner's hand.
Yep, that is what that card does.
Boom.
This looks like an A- to me. Like,
I love cards like this in general, and this one's a very high power level version of it too. 4/4 flyer's big, and it has a big effect.
It's not been too long since the brutal reign of Dinrova horror, and this card is not that much worse.
Yeah, totally.
Like just a 4/4 flyer is already very good, and then bouncing their best creature, also killing a token, is just absurd. So yeah I'm gonna give it an A-. I don't think it's a straight up A, but I think it's an A-.
A- for Angler Drake. Yes. Love it. High five. Next card is Aven Initiate. This is 3 and a blue for a 3/2 flying bird warrior. It has more text, but let's check in right here as a common. 3/2 flying for 4. That's kind of the standard, right?
Yes, you can play that. You can put that card in your deck and not be unhappy.
Right.
You're not like super happy, but Snapping Drake has just always been a fine card.
Right. And this one's got Embalm for 6 and a blue. So a relatively expensive Embalm cost here.
But that's because you aren't paying for it on the front end. Like you're getting a normal rate creature that just also happens to have Embalm. The Embalm is just kind of expensive as a result.
I see. So like from a designer standpoint, you're turning the knobs on. You can have Embalm for cheap, but you're going to pay more for the creature than you would normally pay. But if you want the creature for normal cost, then the Embalm cost has to go up.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I would play Aven Initiate. I would play as many copies as I could get. I would take it highly. It's just a good card.
I agree.
I like this at B-.
I do too. I was going to say B- for Aven Initiate. This to me is just like exactly what I want from an Embalm. It's just a fair, this isn't busted, but it's going to trade for something in the air, a creature or removal spell, and at some point in the game, you're going to have another one and they're going to die to it. And I just think that's great. Cancel is back. 1 blue, instant, counter, target, spell. It's common.
Yeah, nothing particularly exciting going on here. This card ranges across various formats that exist, but it's never amazing. I think it's just not going to be great. Yeah, this looks like a D to me.
It's definitely a D. It might even be a little worse than that, but I think D is a fair place for it. It cannot counter Embalm.
It cannot counter Embalm, and sometimes you're going to leave mana up for cancel, and they're just going to pay an Embalm cost. It also is 3 mana to trade for one of their cards, but you have to leave up the 3 mana not knowing if they're going to play anything or what quality of card they're going to play. And you add those together, and all of a sudden you just don't have a card that is just all that powerful. So I like D for cancel.
Yeah, I do too. Be careful for those don't think that these cards are just great and jam as many as you can. That you really are paying a stiff cost to have a card like cancel in your deck. All right, here's the blue Cartouche of Knowledge. It's 1 and a blue. And a chance a creature you control, when it enters the battlefield, ding, you draw a card. I like that. And the creature actually gets some nice stats. It gets +1/+1 and flying.
Yeah, this Cartouche is very good.
That is pushed, isn't it? That's a lot of good
stuff. +1/+1 and flying is the kind of thing you do want.
Yeah.
But you don't want to pay a card for it, and all of a sudden you're just not paying a card for it, and you're just like making your 2/2 into a 3/3 flyer. This card I think is quite strong without any other trial nonsense going on.
I agree. I think you would play a bunch of these too. I mean, there's a limit because you need to have enough creatures, but whatever. I think you'd love to just keep piling these on every creature you have. It's cheap too, 2 mana. If you would have asked me to put a mana cost on this, I would have said 3. I would not have said 2. This one's pushed a bit. So Cartouche of Knowledge seems very strong to me.
What grade would you give it? Like, is it strong enough to get a B-? Because it's certainly a C+. It's certainly a C+ at the very least.
No, I think it is strong enough to get a B-, especially in like if you're blue-green, it gets really, really good. But I'm going to go B- on Cartouche of Knowledge. Yes, the ceiling isn't that high, right? You're replacing yourself and making one of your creatures significantly better, but not like game-endingly better. But the floor is also not that low. As long as you're careful about when you cast your Cartouche and just don't run it into obvious instant speed removal, you're just getting way, way, way more for your mana and your card than what this card is costing you. I do think it's a B-. I think this card's just great.
I can buy B- here.
Yeah. Censor. What does Censor do? Oh, this is this card, right? Censor.
Yes, it's one and a blue for an instant at uncommon. Counter target spell unless the controller pays 1. Cycling blue.
This card's so annoying and good.
It is very good. So the reason this card is so good is that if it's in your opening hand, it's just going to be good. It's a relevant 2-drop. It can counter their 2-drop. It can counter, and between turns like 2 and 6, you're going to find an opportunity to counter something. If you don't, all is not lost. You just cycle it. And this is exactly the kind of card. Basically, cycling is just great on expensive cards and situational cards. And this is a good situational card because when the situation lines up, you countered their 3-drop when they were on the play, and you spent 2 mana, then you played your 3-drop, and you're significantly far ahead. You basically played a Doomblade. So
totally.
And the fact that this has cycling means you're not screwed if you end up running into your opponent just not curving out and you never having a chance to use this. So I think Censor's a C+, and it's a C+, and I'll always play it. I don't think I'm cutting this from a blue deck basically ever.
I think so too. The other point I wanted to make was we talked earlier about, you can just cycle it. But that's not always true because the cost of cycling matters a lot in that. Well, this is about as cheap as it gets. It's just 1 mana to cycle. So yeah, thumbs up.
And you leave up Censor, and then when they don't play into it, you just cycle it.
Exactly. Ugh. I just know I'm going to get nailed by that card a bunch of times. At least it's an uncommon. It won't pop up too often. You know what's worse though? The fact that it's an uncommon means I'm just never going to play around it. Right? Yeah, I'm like, you're going to have to show me a Censor. It's like, here's my 3-drop, and they're just like Censor. I'm like, no. Stupid card. Compelling Argument is next. 1 and a blue for a sorcery at common. It says target player mills the top 5 cards. So they put the top 5 cards of their library into their graveyard, And then it also, interestingly, has cycling for blue.
I think this is not one that's saved by cycling. This is the kind of card you'll put in if you just don't want to play a 19th land. Yes. But it's just not a good card. You're not going to make a mill deck. You're not going to have enough of these to do that. Milling yourself for Embalm is just a horrible strategy because you're spending a card and mana to maybe hit one Embalm creature and then Embalm it. That's just not going to work out very well for you.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned that there's also the Aftermath cards. There's reasons to want cards in your graveyard, but there's not a lot of reasons to spend a card to do that. So
yeah,
I am not compelled, and I would say this card is. Is there okay? So here's a question, right? That 5 is a lot.
No.
It is triple Amonkhet for the foreseeable future.
Nope.
Is there a compelling argument here? No.
No. Look, you're talking to the guy who tried to draft the Mind Sculpt deck in M12 or M13, and I've had like 6 Mind Sculpts and just hasn't worked out all that well. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Okay, so D- on compelling argument. D. How low can we go on a card that has cycling for blue?
Well, it's a D. Like if you play it, like.
It's just not the end of the world, right? Your deck is now 39 cards, and
if you play it like you're not losing a bunch, but it's just not a card you should be happy to ever put in your deck, which sounds like a D to me.
Okay. Cryptic Serpent is 5 blue for a 6/5 Serpent at uncommon, but it's got cost reduction. It costs 1 less to cast for each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard.
So this is a Gear Seeker Serpent, but it just looks at the instants and sorceries that you've played already. But it doesn't have the 6 mana make it unblockable. It doesn't have the like late game, tons of punch. So
no, and it's 7 mana. So even if you manage to reduce this by 2 to make it a 5 mana 6/5 in blue, you may not be able to cast it on turn 5 or when you hit your 5th mana anyway. And even if you did, that's good, but I'm assuming that's about the best case scenario, the best realistic case scenario, and that's not that great. And all the other scenarios really do fall off quickly. I don't think I'd want to pay 7 mana for this thing.
No, but if you pay 5 for it, you're not unhappy, and 4, it's good.
Yeah, 4 it's good, but how is that possible?
This looks like a build around B. I think if this blue-red deck that can play like 10 or 11 spells is real, like
and like a bunch of cycling and stuff.
This is the deck that plays compelling arguments, That,
that's true.
Just cycles them and whatnot. Then Cryptic Serpent becomes good, and plus no one else is going to want it.
Dude, I'm not cycling it. I'm going turn 2 compelling argument, target myself, turn 3 Cryptic Serpent every time.
There we go. You did it, and you broke it.
Yeah. Still, I really don't like. I feel like this is a very high setup cost, not an amazing payoff build around, and so that means that to me it's like a build around C- or something. This card just does not impress me. Like I have to do a lot of work for this, and all I get is just a big dumb creature.
I don't think you have to do a lot of work. You just have to put instants and sorceries in your deck, and then you play like a 4 mana 6/5.
You've turned my argument back on me. I see. All right. Well, anyway,
I think it's fine. I think it's a build around B. Like you'll put it in your spell deck and it'll be good. Come on,
it's not that good. It's just not that good of a card.
2 mana 6/5 is pretty good.
Only I do that. Decision Paralysis is next. It's 3 and a blue for an instant. At common, it says tap up to 2 target creatures. They don't untap during their controller's next untap step. That is a mondo dose of tempo right there.
Yeah, if you have aggressive blue decks, then I could see this being a thing. I just don't know how aggressive this format's going to be, and this is the kind of card that is very bad if you're not being aggressive. It's just you're down a card, and you didn't get anything for it unless you're actively using the beatdowns, for productive value. So I think that Decision Paralysis is probably like a D, but some decks will want it.
And you don't like this as a defensive card, right?
No, it's very bad defensively because it just delays the problem, and then in 2 turns you're still losing.
Right. So D for Decision Paralysis?
I like D for Decision Paralysis.
Yeah, I think so too. If you can back it up with Punch, it is a game winner. Like it just is. It's basically effectively a removal spell if the game doesn't last those next 2 turns or if you're in a race. But those situations are very careful to engineer, and the turn you cast it should just not die as the turn you're starting to fall way behind.
Yeah.
Essence Scatter. All right. Now, we didn't like Cancel very much, but Essence Scatter is much cheaper. It's only 1 and a blue for an instant. It says counter target creature spell, and it's a common. The other thing about Essence Scatter about Limited is that, Limited is in many ways about creatures. So Essence Scatter is effectively always relevant in limited at hitting something. How much more do you like it than Cancel?
Much more, because the difference between 2 and 3 mana is vast. When you spend your turn leaving up 3 mana and then it's a big cost, but 2 mana is enough lower that it's just not. It's funny. It sounds like it's not big, right? It's just 1 mana. But the difference between, first of all, getting to Essence Scatter on turn 2, which is very relevant.
Yes.
Second of all, getting to play like a 4-drop and leave up Essence Scatter on turn 6, that's just a whole turn difference from Cancel. And because, like you said, creatures are the most common card cast in limited, they're prevalent, then you're going to find targets for Essence Scatter. I think the card is good. It's been in other sets before, and it's always been good.
It has been good.
You've always played it, and you've always been happy with it. So the presence of Embalm doesn't actually change that, even if, yes, they can embalm their creature.
Totally. And, one of the things that you see pretty often is that you'll just play your own cards on the first, 2, 3, 4, 5 turns of the game. And then you'll leave up Essence Scatter for when they're like, here's my 6-drop or here's my 7-drop. And you're able to still cast 2 spells that turn or whatever. Where do you grade it, though? This is really the tricky part, because even though Essence Scatter does get better, it's still not, it's not a removal spell. It's not a card that you can top deck and have it save you. It doesn't affect the board or move forward your game plan in a meaningful way. It is a pretty narrow card at the end of the day.
I think it's a C+.
Okay. You like it that much? I was going to give it a C.
I mean, if you just put it in your deck, it's just going to feel enough like a removal spell that I think you're going to be happy with it.
Okay. I'll go C. You go C+ on Essence
Plus,
Scatter.
you can leave up mana to cycle or use Essence Scatter, and if they don't do anything, you just cycle.
Well, that's interesting. That is true. That actually will probably come up more often than we think. Floodwaters is next. Floodwaters is 4 blue for a sorcery. At common, it says return up to 2 target creatures to their owner's hands, but it has cycling for 2 mana.
So this is the kind of card that is also good at cycling, where it's expensive and situational both. I like Floodwaters. When you cast it, it's going to be great, right?
Yeah.
When you bounce a 4-drop and a 5-drop and just bash, and then when that situation doesn't happen, you can just go ahead and cycle it, and you'll be fine too.
Are you more willing to play this card in a controlling deck because it has cycling, meaning that if you don't find yourself in a spot where it's going to be good, you just get rid of it? Again, this is a temporary fix to your problems in general.
I think that this is the kind of card where I would put it even in decks that normally wouldn't want this effect because of the cycling. Yeah. It just mitigates the cost so much.
I would too. And it kills tokens still. It knocks off auras, blah, blah, blah.
It does all those things. Yeah, killing tokens is good too. I have Floodwaters at a C. I'm not like overjoyed by the card, but it's just it's like the good kind of high end. It's a pretty safe bit of high end to put in your deck.
I think so too. And of course the cycling just bails it out. What does Gale Strike do?
This is a card that feels like a common to me. It's 2 and a blue. It's an instant. It's uncommon. Return target tap creature to its owner's hand to draw a card.
That does feel like a common, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just, the slots ended up such that this just had to be moved to uncommon or whatever. But
it feels like Floodwater should be an uncommon and Gale Strike should be a common. But anyway.
Yeah, I guess if you put those two side by side. Mm-hmm. My guess is this card is just going to be good and going to make your deck and not going to be like insanely impressive. It's just fine. You can also like bounce your own exerted creatures, and you can also kill embalm tokens with it. So I think Gale Strike is I guess I'd give it a C. I still wouldn't give it a C+. I think it's just fine.
Yeah, I'd give Gale Strike a C as well. It does have to be tapped. It's a situational card. It's not like you can just reach out and bounce something. And it is pretty pricey at 3, but replacing itself is a big game too. So I like C for Gale Strike. What about Heckma Sentinels? 2
and a blue for a 2/3 human cleric at common. Whenever you cycle or discard a card, Heckma Sentinels gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
I see. Am I being too pessimistic? I just don't see that as being like a repeatable great effect or whatever. Maybe it's
I don't think this card's great. Like I think you're gonna have part of it is like, yes, you're gonna have like 3 to 6 cycling cards in your deck, whatever it ends up being. And this is going to get a bonus every now and then. Your opponent can't really block it. They're not blocking it with a 3/3 very often because you could just always have a cycler. But this is also just not like going to consistently be getting +1/+1 over and over again. So This looks mediocre to me. I would give it a D+.
Yeah, I mean, because what I always think about with this is, I can attack, they'll block, and then I'll cycle, and their creature will die. But the problem is, at only 2 power, they can just be like, sure, take it.
Yeah, and you're not going to cycle to get an extra damage and
Right.
do nothing else that turn.
And even if you did, your opponent's like, sure, I'll take one more. Like, whatever. It's not, you're not, that isn't when
you could leave it back as a blocker and when you're planning on cycling things anywhere, have mana up for instant speed stuff. But even then, I think, like, I don't know, this card just doesn't seem impressive. So once again.
What was your grade?
D+ for Heckma
Sentinels. I like D+ for Heckma Sentinels as well. What about Hieroglyphic Illumination?
I like this card. It's a 3 and a blue, instant at common. Draw 2 cards. Cycling blue.
Oh, so would you like 2 cards or 1 card?
I would like to use whichever mode is the most convenient at the time, which hopefully is the 2-card mode, but if it isn't, you can just cycle it. So I like Hieroglyphic Illumination. Seems like a good card.
Interesting too that, you were starting to say, well, Essence Scatter, you can leave up cycle. We do actually have a reasonable number of instance or cycling type cards here where you may be able to set yourself up to be like, go, and get an idea of what your opponent's doing before you decide whether you're cycling or casting your spell. Card's cool. Yeah. It's not great though, right? Isn't it still just like a C+ or a C?
I think it's a C. I don't even think it's a C+, as much as I do like the effect.
Illusory Wrappings is our next card. It is 2 and a blue for an enchantment. Aura, it's common. It enchants a creature. The enchanted creature has base power and toughness 0-2.
Yeah. So this is it's a removal spell, but they do get to chump block. So it's not like you have removed their creature entirely from the board, and they have some time to like maybe find a solution to it because it just sits in play. And it doesn't stop activated abilities or anything like that. But I still think this card is good. Like, it's not great, but it's the kind of card that if your opponent has a 5/5, this will answer it. For the most part. Yeah,
it makes me think of being in a deck with flyers, an evasive deck, because this is the type of card that your opponent plays their big green 5/5, like you said. You say Illusory Wrappings it, attack you for 3 in the air, 4 in the air, or whatever, and you're not really punished for it. It is tough if you're like the green-blue deck who's trying to beat down on the ground and maybe a little bit in the air, and you play Illusory Wrappings and they get the chump block. But like you said, that's not the end of the world. Their creature's still gone. They just got a little bit of extra value out of it. And I'll tell you what, when your opponent plays some dragon or something stupid that you just can't beat, Wrappings is going to look pretty good. It is conditional. It is clunky. It's 3 mana. It's sorcery speed. It can be removed. The creature can get bounced. It is certainly not unconditional removal. But in blue, you take what you can get. And I think Illusory Wrappings is going to end up being, moderately playable. I still think it's like a C, though.
Yeah, I would actually give Illusory Wrappings a C-. I don't think you're even always going to play this card.
Yeah, it's medium, but again, you take what you can get. What about Labyrinth Guardian?
This is 1 and a blue. It's a 2/3 Illusion Warrior at uncommon.
Wow, 2/3 for 2 mana?
2 mana for a 2/3.
Okay.
It says when Labyrinth Guardian becomes the target of a spell, sacrifice it, and it has Embalm 3 and a blue.
A spell, huh?
Yeah, so not an ability, a spell.
Yeah, that's really matters here, doesn't it?
It is, because yes, this dies to any spell, even like Giant Growths or whatever, but it's still a 2 mana 2/3 and it comes back for 4 mana. And they traded a card for it. Like if they used a spell on it, they traded a card for it. Barring like a multi-targeting spell, that is kind of annoying. Mm-hmm. So I think this card's very good.
Yeah, that seems great to me.
It's just really good stats, and it comes back.
Wow, I was really ready to hate it until I realized it was just spell. Because if it was spell or ability, I would be like, But spell means, like you said, they just don't really have a way around it. I like this. I like Labyrinth Guardian a lot. This card seems like a beater, a good blocker. Good value, cheap and bomb cost. I like it.
I think it's a B-. I think you're just going to be like this. You're going to be actively happy when you have this in your deck.
Yeah, I like B- on Labyrinth Guardian too. Oh God! Speaking of actively happy,
Lay Claim is next. It says 5 blue for an enchantment aura. It's uncommon. You control enchanted permanent. Cycling 2.
Oh, it's so good. This card's awesome. Man, we were talking about how much we like the expensive cards that had cycling, and this is just one of the most powerful effects you can get in Magic, especially, from a limited perspective, stealing their permanent, whatever it is. You just get to steal it and have it on your side. It's a 2-for-1. It's a built-in 2-for-1. They're losing a card and you're gaining a card, on the battlefield too. And the games where you're stumbling or you just know you're not going to get there or you just need something specific, 2 mana cycling, no problem. What a bomb. This card's fantastic.
Yeah, it's great. One note, I actually made this note in my written set review too. Do not be afraid to cycle this card. This is going to be one of the cards that's not going to be cycled as often as it should be. I can guarantee you that. Yes, it's powerful. Yes, you do want to cast it. It's a good card. When you cast it, it's going to be great. When you're on 4 mana, just cycle it. Like the game is not about.
You mean when you're stuck on 4 mana?
Yeah. Or if you're on 4 mana and you have a 5th land, but you don't have like a 5 or a 6 drop in your hand and you just have this, you can't just do nothing for 3 turns.
Right.
So just bear in mind that even though this is one of your best cards and you do really want to cast it, you should not be afraid to cycle it. So don't make the mistake, which I again think will be made more often than not, is just this is a good card. I don't want to cycle it. So just don't overvalue this card, because part of the strength of this card is that it cycles. Just keep that in mind and you cycle it when appropriate.
I would give Lay Claim an A.
An A, huh?
Yep. I'm going for the full Monty. I gave it a flat A.
I think it's an A minus.
Okay. I disagree. Cycling, man.
Yeah, cycling is great, but
have you read what cycling does?
This also does cost 7 mana. I mean, 7 mana is also like a real amount.
True. It is true. It is very true. I'm still sticking with it, but I totally respect the A minus for Lay Claim. Card is a beating, to say the least. Naga Oracle is next. 3 and a blue for a 2/4 Naga Cleric at common. When it enters the battlefield, you look at the top 3 cards of your library, put any number of them into your graveyard, and the rest back on top of your library in any order. So you're not netting a card here, right?
You're not. You're getting better than Scry 3, because you're looking at your top 3, and instead of putting it at the bottom, you put them in your graveyard, which combos with Embalm and Aftermath.
Mm-hmm. And it's a 2/4 for 4, which is slightly undercosted but acceptable. I kind of like this card, actually.
Yeah, I do like this card. I think that you're going to be happy playing 1 or 2, and it's a little clunky. It's 4 mana for a 2/4, but the effect is good in the late game and even good on turn 4. So I think Naga Oracle's a C.
I do too, and I think that this is a type of card that you primarily want to look at in your slower controlling decks. It's a good blocker that can generate value for you, smooth out your draw, and like you said, get you some Embalm stuff maybe into the yard. Next is Open into Wonder. What the heck does this do?
This is the one I actually brought this up to you before we started.
This one, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the set review today, because I was like, yeah, this card's going to be really interesting. So this is X blue for a sorcery at uncommon.
Okay.
X target creatures can't be blocked this turn. Until the end of turn, those creatures gain, whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card.
Wow, okay. So two great tastes that taste great together.
Yes.
Unblockability and drawing cards.
Yeah, kind of. So if you make like 5 creatures unblockable with this, you're probably going to win the game, right? Like you don't need the extra card draws at that point. Like it's a finisher and you're attacking them for 12 damage.
And the game ends on the spot, so the cards don't matter. Okay.
Right.
So that's one thing.
So it's a finisher in that regard, and if you put it in your deck that needs a finisher, this could serve that role. Where I think is interesting is this is a finisher. It reminds me of a little Destructive Tampering, actually, where you have a card that can finish the game. It's the best card you can top deck on turn 10. It's the card your opponent can't beat when you get them down to 7 life, etc.
Mm-hmm.
But in a game that's not going like that, if you have 2 attackers, you can just basically spend 4 mana to attack them with 2 creatures and draw 2 cards, or spend 5 mana, attack them with 3 creatures and draw 3 cards. And all of a sudden, your finisher was just a strong mid-game play.
That's high praise.
Yeah, I think that the combination of those 2 things makes this good enough to put in your deck, though it's not good enough if you don't have a lot of creatures. So
yes,
I would want a deck that has a lot of creatures and a deck that would want finishers.
By the way, I have to stop you there, because I think that the perspective that you came from on Open into Wonder is really important, which is that you didn't read this card and just say, well, it's just going in my deck. You are now sort of reverse engineering under what scenarios can I put this in my deck? Or is this card good enough? And you're kind of building up a case for it should go in your deck, which I think is the right way to approach a card like this, because it does have significant weaknesses, right? If you don't have enough or any creatures on the battlefield, it does really not much. If you are behind in the game, going back to the quadrant theory, Open into Wonder is a disaster, right? Like it's unless it just wins you the game, if you're getting stomped by your opponent's creatures, Open into Wonder is not the type of card that you're going to want to have in your hand. Like its best case is maybe sneak in with 1 creature to draw a card or something like that. So I like the fact that you kind of built your case up from the bottom rather than just assuming that you were going to play it at first. Do you think it does end up warranting making the cut? It seems like it does. You know, in like an average creature deck, like a 14 to 18 creature deck or whatever.
Yeah, I think so. I think that
I think so too.
I think that it's the kind of card that's going to be good. It's funny because I think this card is going to be polarizing. It's going to be overrated by people who see it as like this is like a new Tidings or or whatever or a great finisher when it's just like a decent version of both. Or it's going to be underrated because people are like, wow, this is just way too expensive. You don't need too many creatures in play. And it's like this just has both flexibility and power, even though it's a kind of confusing card. So at the end of all that, I think Open into Wonder is like a C.
I think so too.
This is one of those C's that just the discussion is what matters. Like
wow,
you can't just look at this card and just run it. You know,
this card actually just sort of hits on like everything we talk about on the podcast. Somehow, it's like it's a big quadrant theory thing. It's also like a ceiling floor type card. Like the ceiling is you win the game. The floor is the real floor is that you just don't have a target for it. You know, and so you just can't do anything. A more realistic floor is that you have like one creature out. It hits setup costs really hard because it does need to have creatures out that you're okay attacking with and won't just get snapped off on the crackback. There's a lot going on. It's also expensive. It's hard to grade from that. I like C for Open and Wonder as well, though. The upside really is significant on this card. Just make sure that you're in a position where you can either stabilize the board or just be ahead of your opponent when you put it in your deck. Oh, that lived up to its.
That's why I thought it was quite interesting.
Yeah, you were right. River Serpent. This has to be a reprint, right?
It's no, it's not.
Oh,
this
wow!
This is a new one. This is 5 in a blue. I guess the name seems like a name that.
It just feels like it. Yeah, something with islands or whatever. Anyway,
it's 5 in a blue for a 5/5 Serpent at common. River Serpent can't attack unless there are 5 or more cards in your graveyard.
Oh, okay.
Cycling blue. Yeah, this is good. This is the kind of card that you put in your deck, as a finisher, and then cycle it when you don't need it. And sometimes it won't be able to attack, but by the time you cast it, I can't imagine that's a huge problem.
Yeah, I agree. I think that River Serpent looks like just like a C to me. This is a prototypical version of the expensive card that has cycling. I like cycling for just blue too. I think that does really matter. Okay, let's move on. What would you give? I gave it a C.
I like River Serpent at C.
Okay, that moves us to Sacred Excavation. Wow, that artwork is sick. 3 in a blue for a sorcery at uncommon. Return up to 2 target cards with cycling from your graveyard to your hand.
I'm not super sold on this card.
That's some setup cost.
It is very expensive. 4 mana to draw 2 cards that you won't always even be able to cast when you have 4 mana. Because like you said, there's the setup cost of having cyclers in your graveyard. The upside is that when you do draw 2 cards, it's 2 better than average cards, right? Because
yes.
It'll be like a River Serpent you cycled earlier that you want in the late game, or that sort of thing. And at the very worst, you can just cycle the cards again. So I think Sacred Excavation is probably like a build around C. You have to put this in a deck with like 10 cycling cards, and then they cycle them and then get it back, and it's like a kind of an engine that's just not that great.
Yeah, that's medium, but I will say that it is easier to set up than most of the cards that of this type, because all it cares about is cycling. It doesn't matter if it's creatures or whatever, and there are plenty. Like if you want to have a lot of cycling in your deck, you can. You totally can. You can just pick up, like you said, these River Serpents and stuff that are going to be like mid picks, and you can just snap all of those things up and just cycle. The problem is, you're just going to get beaten down a lot of the time if you're just sitting there, cycle, get back 2 cyclers. Like you're kind of spinning your wheels a lot. I like that build around for Sacred Excavation, which, by the way, Noah Bradley artwork, obviously. I just love his artwork. He's one of my favorite Magic artists, and every time I find myself going, crap, that card's amazing art, and then I look at it, it's always him. Scribe of the Mindful. 2 in a blue for a 2/2 human cleric at common. 1, tap, sack it to return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand.
This is an interesting card. I don't think it's that great. Like,
I don't either. It's a lot of mana.
It's a 3 mana 2/2, and you're not ever getting like an advantage here, right? You're always just trading 1 for 1. No. I guess you can block and then get a card back, so you're like getting a free chump block out of the deal. But
that's a pretty minor advantage.
Yeah.
And let's not forget the setup cost. You do need to have a target in your yard. If you don't, Scribe of the Mindful is just abysmal.
Yeah, it's a 3-mana 2/2.
Yeah,
And,
and I think that right. A lot of times you will, but there are, of course, those draws, right? Like, people always think that their deck is going to just hum along exactly how they designed it, and then if you watch anybody play, oh, I'm mulligan to 5 and I missed my 3rd land drop. It's like, okay, well, nice scribe of the mindful, right? Like these are the type of cards that really punish you when you find yourself in a situation where you're behind or having a hard time. What's the upside? Because that's what you should think next is, okay, well, if it punishes me when I'm behind, how does it do when I'm not? And it's kind of medium. Like you'd really need something specifically great to get back with it, I think, to make it worth it. And I mean, it's probably a rare,
Yeah. If you're paying 4 mana total and waiting a turn to get something back, it has to be pretty good. And I would not play this in the average deck.
I think so too. I think Scribe of the Mindful is probably a D or maybe even a D minus. I'm not really seeing, like, I need to see a combo or something great with it before I can really, want to play it in my deck. Seeker of Insight is...
Yeah, I would also give it a D, by the way.
You gave it a D, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to run over you there. Seeker of Insight, what does that one do?
1 and a blue for a 1/3 human wizard at common. Tap, draw a card, then discard a card. Activate this ability only if you've cast a non-creature spell this turn.
Oh, and, so close.
Yeah, cycling doesn't count, by the way, as casting a spell. So,
right.
I think this card's okay. Like a 2-mana 1/3 means it can't hold off things on the ground, and getting a loot every time you cast a non-creature spell. This feels like the kind of card that's going to be good in this mythical blue-red deck, which I've already drafted 3 times.
I know, you've already got it all laid out in front of you. Yeah, no, that is true. If the 1/3 is a valid blocker, then even if you only get to loot 2 or 3 times, that's really good. I mean, those first 2 or 3 loots are really, really important. Getting rid of excess lands or cards that you can't cast. I do wonder if it goes down a bit in value because of cycling. And what I mean by that is just, a lot of the weight that we put on looters are the fact that we can get rid of our 7-drop on turn 4. And a lot of the 7s that we're going to play have cycling anyway, making the looter perhaps less powerful.
Yeah, you already are getting this kind of card selection. You don't need the looter to smooth out your draws. Your draws are already kind of getting smoothed out. So
right.
I'm not really a fan of this card. I think if you need a 2-drop to block and you have like 5 or 6 spells in your deck, this is okay. If you have like 10 or 11 spells in your deck, this looks great. So my guess is
it's like a D?
Yeah, it's like a D.
Seeker of Insight. Seek insight elsewhere, apparently. What does Shimmer Scale Drake do?
It's a classic. 4 and a blue for a 3/4 flying Drake.
Is this a reprint?
No, but there's been just tons of cards like it.
Gotcha.
Like this is just 4 and a blue for a 3/4 flying Drake at common with cycling 2 colorless. So basically,
bread and butter.
When you cast it, it's good, and when you cycle it, it's fine too. So I'm gonna give this a C+.
I like C+ on Shimmer Scale Drake. Also, I like the card. I like the card a lot. Yeah,
it's quite good.
Don't sleep on it. What about Slitherblade?
Like this one less. This is blue for a 1/2 Naga Rogue, and it can't be blocked.
You know how you and I are always saying, if they printed 1/1 for 1 with unblockable, we still probably wouldn't play that card unless there was like a specific incentive to do it. This is R&D being like, oh yeah? Well, would you play a 1/2?
Yeah. What if we gave you an extra point of toughness?
Yeah. And the answer is still no.
I'm off it. So I give this an F. I don't see a reason to play this.
Yeah, there's a curiosity or whatever, the green one. There's a few cards that probably people would like to combo with it, but I think that most of them will fall into the category of 2 mediocre cards becoming a good card, which is usually a trap. So I like D- or F for Slitherblade as well. Top Crop Skirmisher, what does that one do?
It says 1 and a blue for a 2/1 Naga Warrior at common, and it has Embalm 3 and a blue.
I'm in.
Yeah, card's good.
Yeah,
it's not great.
It's not great.
Good.
It's not great.
A 2/1 for 2 that comes, you pay 4 mana to get another 2/1 for 2 is just fine. It's still just a 2/1. It's not like a 2/3 flyer that has significant value. So I would give this card a C. I don't think you're cutting it from your deck very often, but it's not anything you should be excited about.
And I'm giving it a C+. Embalm to me is like, it starts off a lot higher. This is one of the less good Embalm cards probably. And I still want to bump it up as high as I can. So I give it a C+ for Top Crop Skirmisher. All right, here's the blue Trial. It's Trial of Knowledge. It's 3 and a blue, so 4 mana. When it enters the battlefield, draw 3 cards, then discard a card. Holy smokes. And then, of course, whenever a cartouche enters the battlefield, you can return Trial of Knowledge to your hand, to its owner's hand.
Yeah, this card's good.
Wow.
paying, it's sift, right? It's 3 and a blue, draw 3, discard a card, and then if you have any cartouches, you get to run it back.
You get to
It
deck
feels
yourself.
Yes, it feels like if you have the time to cast this card, if the format's not so fast that you can't spend your time doing this, then this card's going to be good. Because drawing 3, discarding 1 is a powerful ability. That will get you to what you need.
Totally. Oftentimes you end up discarding a land that you don't need, but as we've described multiple times, there are cards here that you can discard for value if you want to. A lot of times you won't. I mean, if you find an embalm creature, I don't think the right play is just discard it because it's value. I think you still just want to discard whatever the worst card is, play the embalm creature, get that value, then embalm it and get value too. But still, Trial of Knowledge, that's really powerful. Effects like that in Limited are just so good, especially because if you looked at like a bell curve of the card quality of the cards in your deck, it's relatively flat. Like usually your 23rd card down to like your 5th card are, within a few ranges of each other. But then your top 1 to 4 cards are usually so much better than the rest of them. Either you have some mythic bomb or a key removal spell or a game winner, and Trial of Knowledge just churns through your deck to get you to those really spiky great cards. So I like it a lot. And like you said, repeating it's amazing too. I would give Trial of Knowledge a B.
Yeah, I like B for Trial of Knowledge.
Yeah, that card's great. What about Vizier of Tumbling Sands? This is one that... did I write about this or did we get this one?
This was one of our preview cards. It's 2 and a blue for a 1/3 human cleric uncommon. Tap, untap another target permanent. Cycling 1 and a blue. When you cycle it, untap target permanent.
I like this card actually.
I think it's good because first of all, when you cycle it, you can, like untap your 4/4 to block their 3/3 or untap your exert creature. Those are just fine things to do.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you cast it, you can reuse creatures with tap abilities or exert creatures. Also, it just ramps you. You can untap lands with it. So you can just play this on turn 3 and then play a 5-drop on turn 4. And yeah, 3 mana 1/3 is not like an insanely bad deal. Obviously, it's not quite good enough. But
right.
With the ability, like all this added together, it still is just a C for me, but it's just a card I'm happy enough to play.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually go C+ on Vizier of Tumbling Sands. My reasoning being similar to the blink card in white. My gut just says we're going to be able to make this thing work. Like it's going to have just enough uses that it's just a card that you want. And then cycling for a little bit of value is always good too.
Oh, fair enough.
Winds of Rebuke. This is 1 of blue for an instant at common. It says return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Each player mills the top 2 cards of their library.
Yeah, so this is just a 2-mana bounce spell, like a Disperse, which ranges from, medium to solid, depending on the formats.
Yes.
And with Embalm around, like returning a token is fine. I mean, obviously you're still down half a card there, but you're not.
You also need to get rid of the token, right?
Yeah. Look, see, this is one of a common fallacy. Like if they Embalm a 3/3 flyer, yes, you are getting card disadvantage when you spend a card to kill their 3/3 flyer because they embalmed it.
Mm-hmm.
It does not change the fact that there's a 3/3 flyer in play, and if you can kill it, you killed a 3/3 flyer.
Exactly.
Like, how they got it doesn't actually matter. You just know that in aggregate you're down, but you were already down. They already had this card. So the fact this works against tokens is upside. Each player milling themselves for 2 is basically neutral. Like, yes, if you're blue, you're slightly more likely to have embalm cards.
Sure.
But it's not a huge amount. So I would basically ignore that part. And I think that you're going to play this card more than you're not going to play it, but it's not a great card. It looks like a C- to me.
Isn't this like a staple for your blue-red deck?
Yeah.
It puts 3 instants and or sorceries into your graveyard?
Yeah, this is but my blue-red deck is just more of a control deck, which doesn't really want bounce all that often.
Ah, I see. You said C- for wins. I'll say C. I like these type of effects. You do have to maneuver them to get a card worth of value, but often you can. Last blue card is called Zenith Seeker. It is 3 and a blue for a 2/2 flying bird wizard at uncommon, and it says whenever you cycle or discard a card, target creature gains flying until end of turn.
Yeah, this card just seems meh to me. Like 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer is not something I'm that excited about. And yes, giving cards flying is kind of cool, but it's just not something that line of text is not worth enough to make me want to put a 4 mana 2/2 flyer in my deck.
That's how I feel too. I could see that this would be a difficult card to design because that is powerful. If you have some creatures on the ground and you can just start throwing them in the air, but the way that they had to kind of cut down the base cost on this thing made that a tough pill to swallow, I think, for Zenith Seeker. I mean, it's certainly playable though, right? Like you could put this in your deck, can't you?
Yeah, you could put it in your deck. I'm just not like thrilled about it. It might be good in like a blue-green deck or something.
Is it
where
like
you
a
just,
D plus or a C minus?
It's probably. I think it's closer to. I think it's closer to a C minus, despite my initial dislike of the
I
card.
do too.
So.
I think you're still going to lose to it sometimes.
Well, that's certainly true, but
And
I lose to
that's
everything.
So C minus for Zenith Seeker. Blue looks cool. Again, I feel like they're really keeping this set, at least so far, very close to the color pie, like the type of stuff that you expect to see out of blue. We see here lots of bounce and tempo and card draw and stuff like that, counter spells. They're really kind of keeping things toeing the line, I think. All right, that moves us to black, where we've got Baleful Amonkhet, which is apparently a crocodile demon is what an Amonkhet is. All right.
Does it have hair? It looks like it has hair.
It has that is a really creepy.
Yeah, this is weird.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it like a D based on that.
Yeah, a D for demon. Okay.
Yeah, let's go to blighted bat.
Yeah.
This is 2 and a black for 4/3 crocodile demon at uncommon. It has a lifelink, and when it enters the battlefield, put a -1/-1 counter on target creature you control.
Whoa.
Yeah,
that's good.
It is. Because this has lifelink, I expect you to put the counter somewhere else because each point of stats on a lifelink creature is more valuable than on like your worst creature.
Right.
But even still, 3 mana for a 3/2 lifelink is good, and this is reasonably better than that, especially with counter synergies and also the fact that you can just put this on your 2/2 and just have a 4/3 instead. So I think Baleful Amonkhet it just looks like a B to me.
It does to me too. The card looks really, really powerful. A 4/3 lifelink for 3 is really a bear to deal with on the ground. That is just a big problem.
Well, if it was a bear, it'd be a 2/2.
It's a crocodile demon. Blighted Bat. 2 and a black for a 2/1 flying zombie bat, because bats weren't creepy enough already. It's common, and it says you can pay a mana to have it gain haste until end of turn.
This card looks good.
Yeah, that's solid.
3 mana, 2/1 flyer is just like a fine little card to put in your deck, and then later in the game, it just comes in hastily. So I imagine you're just going to play Blighted Bat and not really look back.
It's even a zombie. That might matter. Yeah, I don't know. That we could start to be seeing the other side of maybe some of those zombie spells, the mass pump spell and things like that. So yeah, I like Blighted Bat as well. I wouldn't give it a super high grade. I would give it a C, but I think it's good.
It's a C.
Yeah. Bone Picker. Dear God. 3 and a black for a 3/2 bird with flying and strangely death touch, though I'll take it. And it says Bone Picker costs 3 less to cast if a creature died this turn. Holy crap.
I like this card. It does not seem difficult. It does revolt, right?
Yeah.
Essentially. Or morbid.
To
maneuver a situation where like on turn 5, you make an attack, your opponent trades, and then you're just like 4-drop plus Bone Picker, and it's just like, whoa. Also, 4 mana for a 3/2 flying death is already good.
That's already good.
When you play this for 1 mana, you're gonna really feel like you got there. So
wow.
I would just give this a B.
I would too. I think Bone Picker's a B. At first, I was like, death touch on a 2 toughness fly. Like, why am I doing this? But hey, sometimes I have just a big creature, and you just need a block, and it just guarantees that it trades up. I like Bone Picker at B. That card seems sweet. Cartouche of Ambition is 2 and a black. Enchant creature you control. When Cartouche of Ambition enters the battlefield, you may put a -1/-1 counter on target creature, and the creature gets +1/+1. The creature that's enchanted gets +1/+1 and lifelink. Cartouches are pretty good, man. These seems fine.
Yeah, this is a card I would just put in my deck. Like
me too.
Getting to kill one of their X1s, then making your like 3/3 into a 4/4 lifelinker seems great.
Yeah, I agree. And 3 is a fine cost for this effect too. I mean, look, these cartouches are pushed. I don't normally like to play these type of auras if I can help it, but these are all well worth it. Definitely. The white one is the worst so far, but this one's right up there with the green one. I think this is a race changing card and potentially a removal spell as well. So I like Cartouche of Ambition a lot. I don't know if it's a C+ or a B-. I'm going to go B-, just assuming that it's as good as it looks on paper here.
I think it's a C+.
Okay.
I'll give Cartouche of Ambition a C+.
Curse Minotaur is 2 and a black for a 3/2 with Menace. It's also a zombie.
I like 3/2 with Menace more than 2/3 with Menace.
I do too.
And I think that you're going to put this card in your deck and not be unhappy.
I do too.
Bogart Brute was always fine. So I like Curse Minotaur at C.
I do too. I think it's a solid C. And again, now this is another aggressive zombie. We've got the Bat and now the Curse Minotaur as well. And I'm starting to think, okay, maybe it's a black-white aggro zombie deck that we were looking at from before. Doomed Dissenter is next. It's 1 and a black for a 1/1 human at common. And when it dies, you get a 2/2 black zombie creature token.
This is kind of cool. You chump block and get a 2/2. If you can sacrifice this for value, I guess you get a decent amount of it. Like you get a decent amount of mana efficiency because you spent 2 mana, sacrificed it to an effect, so it's paying some kind of cost, and you get a 2/2 out of the deal.
Mm-hmm. These cards are almost always overperform for me as well.
Yeah, Sultai Emissary and whatnot, right? We're just good. But I don't
Doom Traveler.
I don't see much in the way of sacrifice here.
I don't either.
So that makes me think that this card's probably not that good.
How bad can it be, I guess is the question. Like, I have it at C+ to start with.
I would give it a C-.
Ooh, you're much more down on it than I am. I think, again, this is just from experience that these type of cards just tend to overperform. They gain 4 life and you get a zombie or whatever. Or they just get to attack and your opponent's just like, sure, take one on like a stalled board or whatever, Anyway, so you got C- for Doom Dissenter. I got C+ for Doom Dissenter. Well,
I guess we
we
dissented.
shall see. Yeah, we did. Dune Beetle. What does this one do?
It's 2 mana. It's a 1 and a black for a 1/4 insect at common.
Do you think that was a typo?
Which part of it?
Dune?
Oh. I don't get it.
Okay.
Oh, Dung Beetle, I see.
There you go. You did it. So 2 mana, 1/4. That's a lot of stats for 2 mana.
That was a kind of crappy joke.
Yeah. See, this is why we're so good together.
Oh, yeah.
Just you pick up where I left off.
Yeah, this looks like an ancient crab, like where yes, you can put this in your deck and it's a little better than ancient crab. 2 mana instead of 3 mana, only losing 1 point of toughness and only losing a colored mana symbol. So I think this probably gets to like the C- range for me.
I think so too. Again, you'll know the deck that wants it. It's not every black deck, but it's the more controlling ones. Faith of the Devoted is 2 and a black for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It says, whenever you cycle or discard a card, you may pay 1. If you do, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Hello, build around.
I do like this. This is certainly a build around. I'm going to give this build around B. I have faith.
Absolutely.
I just love build arounds. You could even.
I'm giving this a build around A. A build around A. Yeah.
Like you feel like if your opponent plays this on turn 3, you're like, crap, I'm going to lose.
I'm dead. Yes, because they're going to take every card that's on color cycling and colorless cycling that costs 2, and they're just going to be like. They're just going to start churning through their library and paying 3 mana and 2 mana to just drain you for 2 every single turn. Remember Burning Vengeance and how important?
Remember Burning Vengeance?
Yeah, and remember how?
I would say.
I'm not asking if you remember the card. I'm bringing it up as a topic. Burning Vengeance in Innistrad was like the premier build around, right? It was the most straightforward, powerful build around card that you could get. Now. And I would have given that a build around A in retrospect. I think Faith of the Devoted is going to be one of those cards where you can have it's going to be achievement unlocked that you just win the game only off of activating this and never even attacking, for example.
So the big difference there is that Burning Vengeance killed their creatures, then killed them.
Yes. And I'm not trying to draw a correlation between the two as far as what they do.
This doesn't kill them. But the gaining 2 life means you can ignore their creatures a little bit, and I do think that there's something to this. I think that Faith of the Devoted actually could get there. Yeah, all right. You give it an A. I'm not that high on it, but I'll upgrade to a B+. How about that?
I'm in. Love it. I can't wait to play it too. And by the way, that's for booster draft because I want to have all cycling cards and 3 Faith of the Devoted or whatever. Festering Mummy is black for a 1/1 zombie. When it dies, you may put a -1/-1 counter on target creature.
All right, so
Festering Goblin. But that was just until end of turn, was it not?
No, there were a couple. Yeah, this is a counter. And the other thing is that was you had to put it on something. So if you played Festering Goblin into a 2/1, you could get owned.
Yeah, but Goblin was just until end of turn, right? And
this is significantly better.
Yeah, and it's also a zombie, which once again we've recognized, has some upside here. Even then, is this card good? It trades for a 2/2.
Yeah, I think that if you care about zombies, you're a lot more likely to want this card in your deck. And if you don't, it feels a little bit anemic, even with a -1/-1 counter. Like, this feels like the kind of card where you'd sideboard it in against an aggro deck and it'd be fantastic.
Yes.
But I'm just not putting this in my main deck and being like, yeah, this is great.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I agree with the anemic thing too. It just feels like it's the punch just isn't quite there, but it's going to have its home. I don't think it'll take much for you to want to have one of these in your deck.
What is that?
I think it's a D. I think Festering Mummy is just a card that's just not going to just. I don't think you're just going to play as many as you can get in every deck. You'll see one pop up here and there, and I think in the zombie decks you'll probably want them.
I like D on Festering Mummy. It's the kind of card I will want in my sideboard, though.
Yeah, for sure. Final reward. The prize. 4 and a black for an instant. It's common. Has those beautiful 3 words. Not the best 3 words in Magic, but it's up there. Exile target creature.
Draw 3 cards?
You draw 3 cards is exactly what I was thinking. I think most people would have said draw a card, but that's why I love you, Luis. You knew what I was thinking. Draw 3 cards. So here we have it. This is a big moment in the set review, man. This is it.
It's gonna be good.
Yep.
Look, it's just gonna be good. Like, no, I'm not happy about paying 5 mana. No, I'm not gonna give this a B. I can tell you that right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not gonna ever cut this card from my deck, and I'm gonna take it like 3rd pick and not be unhappy about that.
Yeah, it has a perfectly reasonable chance to be the best black common or the second best black common. I haven't looked at the list, in that way yet. I will soon. But, this is the removal spell. I mean, this is your black, kill anything, instant speed, clunky removal spell. So there you go. Where do we grade it? Probably C+. It might be a B- by the end of the set. It's hard to say. It might just be that there's not enough things that just kill anything, that doesn't care about embalm, right? But at the same time, you're still paying 5 mana oftentimes to kill their 4-drop or their 3-drop. And that is a tough game to win. So I wouldn't give this a super high grade, but you're going to play it. It's a priority. It's probably a C+ or a B-.
I feel like this is going to end up as a B-. I just do. So
it's just where we're at, right?
Yeah, I'm going to give Final Reward a B-. All
right, me too, B-. Gravedigger's back.
Oh, yeah.
3 and a black, 2/2, uncommon. Has Gravedigger always been an uncommon?
Nope, it was a common initially.
Yeah, I thought so. Even in the core sets, I think it was printed a common. It is very good, though. So 3 and a black for a 2/2 zombie, and when it enters the battlefield, you can return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. It is a quite reliable 2-for-1 in limited.
Yeah, nothing bad to say about Gravedigger. It's just a solid card. Embalm makes it a little worse because some amount of your creatures, you want to stay in your graveyard because they just give additional value there. But
you still to get the value, just get it a little later.
Yeah, it just means that you're not getting quite as much value. But cycling this also works really well when you cycle your 7-drop and then later you just Gravedigger.
Oh yeah,
it's time to cast your 7. So,
wow, that's a great point. Yeah, hit your land drops and then just get your bomb. That's great.
Or just cycle it again. Who knows?
True. I'm actually really happy to see that it's an uncommon also, because one of the play patterns that I really found a little much with Gravedigger is Gravedigger, get back my Gravedigger. It's like, okay, and then they're just block. You're like, Gravedigger, get back my Gravedigger. Okay, I see what you're doing, and that can be a play pattern that ends up being sounding cool, but not being so fun in limited. So it'll happen a lot less with Gravedigger uncommon.
Yeah, I like this Gravedigger at B.
Me too. The card's great, and it seems particularly well suited here. What about Grim Strider? Because that's not scary.
Yeah, this is very creepy. It's a 3 and a black for a 6/6 horror at uncommon, and it gets -1/-1 for each card in your hand. Black and red have this theme of having 1 or fewer cards in your hand. So the goal here is you just play this, have 2 cards in your hand. It's like a 4/4, but the next turn you go land, play a card, and now it's back up to a 6/6 or whatever, or you play all 3 of your cards.
It's funny, you can't. Cycling does not interact with this, right?
Not really, no, in a meaningful way, because you just get your card back immediately.
And it never actually becomes a 5/5 in that, or
Well, it does, because you pay the cost of cycling, so the card's in your graveyard, and this is a 5/5.
And then the abilities on the stack. Okay.
Then you draw your card, and it becomes a 4/4.
Okay, I just wanted to know how that interacted. But yeah, you can't actually grow it from cycling, obviously, because you must draw the card. So if this is a 4-mana 3/3, it's acceptable. Anything above that, it's good.
Yeah.
Anything below that, it's not.
Yeah, and 4-mana 3/3 is nothing to write home about. But
It's really
this card
not.
gets bigger as the game goes on, because as the game goes on, once if you've drawn enough lands, you just get to play out all your cards.
Okay,
So,
I'm kind of sold. I'm not in love, but sure.
I mean, don't play this in a deck full of card draw and 6-drops, but
Yeah.
Do feel free to cast this and play out the rest of your hand, and then take great strides towards winning the game. I guess
Right.
It seems like a fine card in a deck that tops out at 4s and 5s.
I think so too. I don't see myself prioritizing it super highly though. I'd give it like a C+. I think it's still just a big vanilla creature, even in its best case scenario.
Yeah, it's not like you really did it. The thing is, when you get a 4-mana 6/6 out of the deal, it's probably on turn 7 or something.
Right.
So you're not breaking the format.
No.
So yeah, I
but
think
you're ahead of the
Strider-
curve. Yeah.
You are, I think, and again, mana efficiency matters even later. But I think it is a C+ for Grimstrider.
Horror of the Broken Lands. This is just more creepy stuff. This is 4 and a black for a 4/4 at common, and it says whenever you cycle or discard another card, Horror of the Broken Lands gets +2/+1 until end of turn. And as you may have surmised from the wording there, it has cycling itself for black.
It's kind of weird it says another card.
I know, because it's not a creature if it's being discarded. But anyway.
In any case, this card looks quite playable to me. 5-mana 4/4 with cycling black is a card I would put in my deck, I think, more than half the time. And having the upside of all of a sudden becoming a 6/5 or an 8/6 sounds pretty good.
This card's really good, and it feels another weird one that feels like an uncommon to me as well. But whatever. I think this card's very good.
Yeah,
I would give this a B- actually.
I would give this a C+. I don't think I have it quite a B-.
5-mana 4/4 with cycling for black for me is already bumping up against B. I might still say C-, but if you give me upside on that, it's in the B range for me.
I guess it's kind of weird where if you play this then attack, they can't really count on it just being a 4/4.
No way. Yeah. Hell no, they can't.
All right. You broke me. I'll give it a B-.
You finally stuck the landing. All right. Horror of the Broken Lands gets a B- from both of us. Lay Bare the Heart.
So it's 1 and a black, sorcery at uncommon. Target opponent reveals his or her hand. You choose a non-legendary, non-land card from it. That player discards that card.
Okay, so the non-legendary part's not super relevant for limited.
No.
So you choose a card from their hand in most scenarios, and they discard it. So it's 2 mana. Make them discard something.
I'm not thrilled with this card. I don't like discard that much in limited.
I don't either.
It's just you get to a point in the game where the card doesn't do anything. I think this card's probably playable though. I think that because it's just 2 mana, you're going to be able to play it on a turn where that 2 mana is not a prohibitive cost, and you're going to trade for whatever the best card is in their hand.
What if it's an Embalm card? What if it's an Aftermath card?
Those things are possible, but I do think you're going to play this. I just don't think you're going to be excited about it. This looks like a C to me.
It looks like a D to me.
It actually just looks playable to me.
Really? These type of cards are always so bad.
Yeah, but at 2 mana, and this can't
2
miss.
mana, that is true. That is true.
When you're talking about the harsh scrutiny type of cards, right, that only hit creatures, for example, those can miss. This can't really miss. If they have 2 cards in their hand on turn 7, you're going to hit something.
Yeah, that's true.
So.
It's just. I guess I'm adjusting it down because I don't value these type of cards that highly anyway. And there's a lot of cards that aren't technically misses, but that still give your opponent value. So you're not, really getting full value on it anyway. I give Lay Bare the Heart a D. I just think it's going to be the type of card that you don't play all that often. And sometimes you do, and you're like, okay, sure, I'll play this card. But I don't think it's going to see the same play frequency that a C would.
I'm gonna give it a C. I think you're just not cutting this from your deck very often.
Okay, we're going to revisit that one.
Oh, yeah.
Next is Lord of the Accursed. This is 2 and a black for a 2/3 zombie. At uncommon, now this is a big one. Other zombies you control get +1/+1. Ding. All right, now we found a reason to play this black-white zombies deck. This is an uncommon zombie lord. It also has another ability. You can pay 1 and a black and tap it to give all zombies menace until end of turn. Holy crap.
Note that affects your opponent's zombies, just the menace part, not the +1 part.
Yeah, it does. You're right. I don't think that the blocking menace is so super great. So Lord of the Accursed is incredibly powerful if you're able to build around it.
It is. And not only does +1 really make your zombies a lot more threatening, giving them menace means that you're just going to be able to clock in. If you have 2 other zombies in play, this card is awesome.
Right.
If you have 1 other zombie in play, it still could be relevant. You could still make like a 3/2 zombie into a 4/3 and just give it menace and attack them.
Seriously. And your floor on this is not that low. It's a 2/3 for 3 mana, which is acceptable. Not good, but acceptable. Like you could do a lot worse than that. I think Lord of the Accursed is great.
Would you give it a builder on A?
Yes. Based on what I've seen from black and white and the number of zombies that you can get, this card is like just a bomb.
This looks like a kind of card you first pick and you're like, yep, we're doing it.
Yes. So, and if God forbid you get a second copy somewhere, because remember, it's an uncommon, it's not a rare, it's just GG. I mean, this thing's just stupid.
Yeah, I would give it a builder on A.
Yeah, I like it. Miasmic Mummy.
1 and a black for a 2/2 zombie jackal with a pretty disturbing picture.
God, it sure is.
When Miasmic Mummy enters the battlefield, each player discards a card. I do not like this card. I do not like it one bit.
Okay, so what don't you like about forcing both players to discard?
This is just like a 2-mana 2/2 with not a drawback because you can choose when to play this card. Like you can play this as the last card in your hand and you won't have to discard a card. But it's just a 2-mana 2/2 that the most relevant part about it is its creature type. I just feel like outside of a zombie deck, there's not a huge reason to play this card.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think the idea is that you try to build your deck in a way that, you're not...
Having few cards in hand is good or whatever.
Yeah, or that the cards you're discarding, you're getting value more often than your opponent does, but it's still marginal. I agree. I think this card's just medium, but I still think it's playable. I'd still give it a C-.
Yeah. It is playable. I just don't really like it. I guess I would give it a C- as well. No, I'll give it a D+. I don't think you're going to play it that often.
Dude needs a tic-tac. Nest of Scarabs. This is an interesting one. So it's 2 and a black for an enchantment at uncommon. And this is another build around. Whenever you put 1 or more -1/-1 counters on a creature, create that many 1/1 black insect creature tokens. So beetles flying around.
Well, not flying. They don't actually have flying.
Good point. Yes. Scuttling around.
Scuttling, yeah, there you go.
So a couple of things come to mind with this. First off is it's whenever you put them on any creature. So it's just any of these creatures that we've named mainly in green and black, that throw around these counters. And that also counts when you move one. So that's kind of cool too, right? The other thing that comes to mind is, couldn't they have just given me an insect for each of those counters? Or am I missing something?
I mean, they could have. Maybe that just was risky with the put it 3 -1/-1 counter creatures on or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, it just feels like, these type of cards make you work real hard. Nest of Scarabs is not the type of card that you're just willy-nilly throwing into random deck, right? It's a build around. It's a card that you really need to have some strong payoffs to make it great. And you're still only can get 1 insect per interaction like this. How many times are you going to be doing these interactions over the course of a game? Like 2 or 3, maybe?
This needs to make 4 creatures for it to be good. Because it's not like you get them all at once. It's not like you play this on turn 3, you get your 3. If you make 3 scarabs with this, 3 insects, you probably lost out because you made an insect on turn 4, on turn 6, and on turn 7. It's just whatever.
Yeah.
So this looks like a build around D to me.
Me
it's
too.
Just not going to get there.
See, this is why I was wondering. I wanted a little more punch, but okay. Build around D for Nest of Scarabs. Painful Lesson. Wow, that's a sick tat. 2 and a black for a sorcery at common. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. Ouch.
Yeah, I guess I'm in. When you cast this on yourself, which is going to be most of the time, you're not too unhappy, and you end up getting a decent amount of value.
Okay, you could kill them with it?
And you can kill them with it. This just looks like the kind of card that I won't mind having, in my deck. It's worse than Read the Bones, but Read the Bones is great. So
yeah, let's not compare it. I had that same comparison in my head, but that's just, it's we can't do that, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
because Read the Bones is just so much better than this.
Right.
Because you're not targeting your opponent all that often. So Scry 2 is much, much, much better.
Yeah. Okay, so is this a C?
Yeah, I like Painful Lesson at C.
Yeah, I think so too. What about Pitiless Vizier?
3 and a black for a 4/2 Minotaur Cleric at common.
Okay.
Whenever you cycle or discard a card, Pitiless Vizier gains indestructible until end of turn.
Wow.
Yeah, this is
that's
good.
okay. It's like you said before, right? You're like, draw my card for the, untap, draw. Go to attacks. They're like, sure. You're like, attack with Pitiless Vizier. They're just like, crap. Right? Like, what are they supposed to do?
Or you just leave this as a blocker and they're just like, do I attack my 3/3 into this thing? And then you just don't have a cycling card or whatever.
Right. And they probably don't. And they probably don't want to block. Because the truth of the matter is that one of the mentalities that you have when you see a card like this is, let's say you have a random 2/2 and you're there like, attack with it, with this thing. And you're like, okay, I want to block and sort of run them out of the thing that they need to do, right? Like, let's say they discard a card to give it indestructible. Like, okay, fine, I'll block because you're going to just have to keep discarding cards. But with cycling, it's like they're really not giving up much. I mean, they're getting a card back and spinning their wheels on a little bit of mana, and they have every chance to just keep drawing more cycling cards. Like, the problem's not going away.
Also, when you have a bunch of 1-mana cyclers, you don't need to use them. Like, if you had a 2 or a 3-mana cycler, right? If I passed with 5 mana up, and you didn't attack into this, I'd probably still cycle a 2 or a 3-mana cycler. But a 1-mana cycler is so cheap that you could just have one of those in reserve and it would just be really hard for you to get me to use it.
Totally. Like if the Pitiless Vizier is doing a good job either blocking or attacking, you just keep that thing in your hand until you can trade it for a card, basically.
Yeah.
And 4 power is a lot. Like, they can't...
I mean, I don't think this card is amazing, but I do think it's just going to often put your opponent in kind of an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, I do too. And I like that. I give it a C+ for Pitiless Vizier. I think it's good.
All right. I like Pitiless Vizier C+.
All right. What about Ruthless Sniper?
This is black for a 1/2 Human Archer at uncommon. Whenever you cycle or discard a card, you may pay 1. If you do, put a -1/-1 counter on target creature.
Ooh.
I like this card a lot. It feels
good.
like it is actually going to snipe down your opponent pretty effectively.
It really does. Counters too, man. That changes, like, your opponent's 4/4 becoming a 3/3 often means that it can't attack anymore. Like, the one counter was enough to nullify it. And then you've got time to kill it.
I'm starting to think that the 1-mana cyclers, even the like compelling argument type cards that are just bad, have a place in these decks. Just 1-mana cycling is very powerful with cards like Ruthless Sniper. Like, if you play this on turn 1 on the draw, for example, right? Yeah. Your opponents are they going to play they're going to play their 2-mana 2/2, and then next turn you're just like, land, go. If they attack, you're like, cycle a 1-mana thing, make your guy a 1/1 block, and it's just like, oops.
Yeah, totally. I every time I see this, you have to pay 1 extra thing. It does make me really think about the cheaper cycling cards and how that we're going to be grading the difference between them. Ruthless Sniper seems very, very good to me. I think it's in the B range. You do have to build around it somewhat, but even if you don't have a ton of cycling, and then there's also discard here too, which we haven't really seen a lot of. I think we're primarily talking about cycling, but yeah, I feel like you need to activate this once or twice during the course of the game for it to have a pretty solid impact. And if you happen to have a deck that can make that happen more than those times, it's kind of a must kill. And I like that on a 1-drop. So I like Ruthless Sniper at B.
I'll give Ruthless Sniper a B. I do think this is the kind of card also you play this and your opponent's like, I guess I play my 2/1 flyer. I don't really have a choice. And,
right. And you're just like, Mwahaha. All right. Next is Scarab Feast. Who's hungry?
Yeah. This is a black instant at common. Mm-hmm. Exile up to 3 target cards from a single graveyard. Cycling black. So.
Wow. Right next to Ruthless Sniper on the page here too.
Yeah, like, you're not going to play this for its effect. I wouldn't imagine you're casting Scarab Feast very often, but if you have a deck that cares about cycling, this is the kind of card you want. So it's still like a D in the sense that you're not going to just put this card in your deck. It's almost like these are build-arounds where...
Yeah, it's an enabler.
When you have a couple cards that care about cycling, this is one of the best ways to enable them. When you don't, like, this is just a blank card that you'll cycle every now and then.
Right. And I mean, we should note that you can, of course, hit Embalm and Aftermath cards with it. I just don't see it being the correct to do so very often. Oh, and one other rules thing is that if they've, paid the Embalm cost or whatever, it's too late for you to use Scarab Feast. So make sure you do it before they have priority. Okay, so we give this a D.
Yeah, it's a D, but like these are all have an asterisk where like you can just put them in your deck if you're short cards, and they're the kind of card that if you have Ruthless Sniper or uh, Devoted, whatever, Faith of the Devoted,
Yeah.
you're just going to put these cards in your deck and they're going to be good.
Yeah. Next is Soul Stinger. This is 3 and a black for a 4/5 Scorpion Demon. It's common. When it enters the battlefield, you put 2 -1/-1 counters on target creature you control. And when it dies, when Soul Stinger dies, you may put a -1/-1 counter on target creature for each -1/-1 counter on Soul Stinger. So this one actually incentivizes you pretty heavily to put the counters on itself.
Yes, so it's 4 mana for a 2/3 that when it dies, it gives a creature -2/-2.
Counters.
Yes, that's good.
That's really good. That's really, really good. I like that a lot. That just creates big problems for your opponent. It can attack, it can block, and it just makes your opponent just like not really want to interact with that board. I like Soul Stinger, and it's common as well. Yes, it is 4 mana, but still, I think it's well worth it. And then look, you still have the flexibility of just being like, I'll put the 2 counters on something else. I have a 4/5, like in the times when you don't want to do that.
Or you have random other cards that work with counters, or you dump more counters on this. It's like all of a sudden it's carrying 4 counters around. It's just like a time bomb. So
what happens if you put the 5th counter on it?
It'll give away 5 counters.
Okay, yeah, that's great. That's pretty cool. It does have to put them on one thing though, right?
Yeah. It doesn't distribute them. Okay. I would give Soul Stinger a C+.
I think so too. Good card. What does Splendid Agony do?
2 and a black, instant at common. Distribute 2 -1/-1 counters among 1 or 2 target creatures.
All right. So this is the other
worded a little
spell.
weirdly, but basically you give a creature -2/-2 counters, or you give 2 creatures -1/-1.
Right. This is kind of the other, we often see this, the expensive unconditional removal in black, and then we'll often see a cheaper version of that kills small creatures.
The die young to the tidy disposal or whatever.
Tidy conclusion. Yeah, exactly. And this one's really interesting to me though, because this one, they're counters. And that is a huge, huge, huge difference from the normal things we see. Like you said, the cheaper ones, the -2/-2 Scry one as well, from Ether Revolt. Like these are cards that tend to shrink down a creature temporarily, ideally killing it. Splendid Agony, it stays around, man. I mean, those counters matter. Like you could win combat. You could just kill something. You could take something that was a 5/5 and make it into a 3/3 where it can't attack or block profitably anymore. There's a lot you can do with these type of cards. I'm actually quite impressed by Splendid Agony.
What grade did you give it?
I would give it a B-. I think people are going to be snapping this up because in my mind, at first people are going to see this and think, oh, it's the smaller removal spell. It kills small things, but it doesn't. It actually nullifies big things and medium things too. And it still kills small things, including the ability to kill 2 small things. That's a lot of upside for 3 mana at instant speed.
You can also use it as a combat trick where like your 2/3/3s fight, and you're like, give your creature -1/-1, and then just give your other creature -1/-1. So
give your creature -1/-1?
No. Like,
you're just saying like just shrink something randomly down. Totally. Yeah. I think B for Splendid Agony. I really think this card just has a lot of upside for 3 mana.
I'm gonna give it a C+. I think it's good.
You just can't do it, huh?
Yeah, I don't think it's a C- or a B-.
You're gonna be wrong about that.
All right.
This is not cruel
finality. The card's
finality.
good. Yeah, it's definitely not cruel finality. The fact that you can distribute is, I think, a big thing, and it's part of the theme. But I also think that it's just going to end up being fine. Like, it's going to be good. It's a C+. I'll always put it in my deck, and I won't be unhappy with it. I just don't think it's quite B- level.
All right. What about Stir the Sands? Is that B- level?
No, this is better than that. It
definitely is B-
4
level.
4 black sorcery at uncommon. Create 3 2/2 black zombie creature tokens. Cycling 3 and a black. When you cycle Stir the Sands, create a 2/2 black zombie. So 6 mana for 6/6 worth of power and toughness over 3 zombies, which if you have a zombie lord or anything like that is great. And then you can also just play it as like you said, a nimble innovator, 4 mana at instant speed, 4 mana, 2/2 draw card. This card seems awesome. It's just awesome in either mode.
I think this card's just fantastic too.
Yeah.
It's not an A for me, but I would give it I think it's a solid B.
I think it's just a B. It's a B, but it's a solid B.
Yeah, I think that card's just fantastic. Supernatural Stamina. It's black for A common instant. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0 and gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control.
So note this doesn't work very well with your embalmed creatures because when they die, they're just gone.
You mean the tokens or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
So it's a combat trick that doesn't really protect your creature tokens, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah.
But it's a good card. It's 1 mana. It's a 1 mana trick. These cards always just play pretty well.
Yeah.
Like I never think that they're great, but I always think that they're solid. And I would probably give this a C.
I think it's a C as well. I mean, the cool part is that the 2 power is relevant in combat in almost all scenarios, including if your creature goes unblocked and you just need to get in for a couple extra damage. And then any enter the battlefield effects are going to get re-triggered again, which isn't going to happen every time, but when it does, it's just pure upside from the card. So Supernatural Stamina, we're going to give that a C. Trespasser's Curse. What does this do? Is it an actual curse? It is an actual curse.
It is. It's one in a black. It's an enchantment or a curse. Enchant player. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under enchanted player's control, that player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life.
For 2 mana.
Yeah, I think this card's not good though.
I hate cards like this.
Like, if they play 5 creatures, sure, they lose 5 and you gain 5. Imagine drawing this on turn 7.
Oh, God.
So bad.
I can't even do it.
I'm going to give this card an F. It's just not good.
I'm going to give it an F too. And yes, you will occasionally lose a game to it. And yes, it will be annoying, but annoying isn't good. Don't forget that. When your opponent at the pre-release goes, turn 2 Trespasser's Curse, and you end up being like, okay, and they're just happily adjusting your life total for you, but you're playing creatures that are capable of repeat damage in the effect of much more than 1 drain per turn. I mean, a 2/2. If you hit with it twice, you've done 4, right? Trespasser's Curse requires multiple turns and a lot of work and can't block.
This also doesn't block very well.
Yeah, so I like F for Trespasser's Curse. Trial of Ambition, here's the black one. 1 and a black for when Trial of Ambition is an enchantment, of course, enters the battlefield, target opponent sacrifices a creature. And then, of course, whenever you play a cartouche, you can return the trial to your hand.
Yes, indeed.
So these type of effects vary wildly based on matchup, board state, format.
Yeah, this is the kind of effect that actually stacks particularly well, where like you want to use this repeated times because the first time you play it, it gets the worst creature, but the second time you play it, the worst creature is probably a decent amount better, and so on and so forth. So this is the one that I think you want to cast as many times as you can.
Yeah, so this is a cartouche dependent. Like the first Trial of Ambition ranges from pretty good to often very mediocre.
Right.
But the third one is often quite good. So are we adjusting the rating based on that or our approach? You know, the fact that you kind of really want to be doing the cartouche thing?
Like, I think that you would want to put this in a deck. Basically, it's the kind of card which I think generally is not good if you don't have... The second part is not good. Like, 1 of black, they sack their worst creature is just not a card that I have found to be impressive and limited. If you can return it once, it's already good enough, though.
Yep.
So if I have 1 cartouche in my deck, I probably am not that excited about this. But once I have 2 or more, it becomes pretty good. Like, imagine this with like 2 blue cartouches in your deck. Seems pretty good to me.
It does to me, too. One other thing that I do like about it is that it is only 2 mana. So there's a reasonable chance that your opponent plays a 2-drop and you get to go Trial of Ambition, kill your 2-drop. And that's a fine use of a card. I mean, you know, if you can do that. Of course, that doesn't happen every time because sometimes you don't draw it till later in the game where it's much worse. But, you know, I do like the plan that if I have it in my opening hand, I'm likely to get something real with it, you know, and not give my opponent a choice on what they can kill.
Yeah,
but still, like, I just have a hard time giving cards like this a very high grade, even if there's the opportunity. You know, the setup cost gets pretty high with the cartouches, you know?
Yeah, I'm going to give Trial of Ambition a build-around grade because I think that
that's a good one. I like that.
This is just not a card you're just going to randomly slot into your deck, but it actually could be good. I'm going to give it a build-around B. I think once you have like 2 to 3 cartouches, this becomes a very real card.
I think so, too. One thing I also like about the cartouche, the black cartouche, which of course is the one you're most likely to play alongside Trial of Ambition.
Pick off the smallest creature.
Yeah, kill your token and then get your big thing. That's good, too. Unburden. Who's thirsty? 1 black for a sorcery. It's common. Target player discards 2 cards. If the weight of those cards in your hand sometimes gets to be too much, and your helpful opponent will unburden them for you. But this is really important. It's got cycling for 2.
This
God,
card
man.
it's actually a reprint.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, this card was in Urza's Saga,
Okay. Was it
and
good?
it was.
Because this seems good to me.
Because when the discard 2 is good, it's really good. Like when you snipe their last 2 cards, or they have like 3 cards in their hand, or they mulligan and you just cast it on turn 3. Those are all like very good times to play it.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it's bad, you just cycle it. When they're empty-handed, or they have 1 card in their hand, or
Wow.
they have six cards in their hand and you don't have anything to play on turn 2, you just cycle this
God,
instead.
cycling is so good. Like it just unravels every argument you have against these conditional cards, right? Like,
Yep.
oh, well, what happens when you draw your Mind Rod and they don't have any cards in hand, or
Wait till we get to our next card. We're just going to say the same things all over again.
Yeah.
So
I like
yeah.
Unburden. I think it's a C.
I'm going to give it a C. It's just a good card. You're going to put it in your deck.
One thing to consider, though, once again, is that there are a lot of ways for your opponent to get value from having discarded. First, there's cards that trigger. You will be triggering those cards, don't forget. But also, they can throw, again, an Aftermath card or an Embalm card in the yard, and they can get some value. I don't think that that's enough reason to pull Unburden from pretty darn good to not, but it's worth noting. Yeah. Wander in Death is next. What does it do? This is the one you were talking about?
2 and a black sorcery. Mm-hmm. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Cycling 2.
Yeah, cycling 2. Again, so what if you don't have any creatures in your yard?
Yeah, this is a good draw, too, because when these cards work, they're good because you're drawing 2 quality cards. You're not just drawing 2 random cards. Like, draw 2 creatures that have died is better than draw 2 cards off the top of your deck in most circumstances.
Totally.
And when they don't work because you don't have enough creatures that are dead, cycle it. So, Wander in Death also gets a C from me.
Yeah, I like C for Wander in Death as well. Another good card. These cycling cards are just absurd. Wasteland Scorpion. It's 2 and a black for a 2/2 with Death Touch. It's common. It's a Scorpion, as you might imagine. And it's got cycling 2. I assume you're going to want to cast this one more often than cycle it, but I'll take it. This one does not meet the same criteria that the previous 2 did, where they're pretty conditional cards that give you a real, pressure release valve to cycle them. This one's just kind of a card that you often will just want on the battlefield anyway. But hey, if you're going to tack on cycling, I'll take it. I'm not going to say no.
Yeah, the Wasteland Scorpion is great. Does this bump it up to a C+ for you?
Yes.
Yeah, I think
absolutely.
I think it does, because a 2/2 Death Touch is quite a card, and then somehow when it's not good enough, you can just cycle this.
Also, I keep thinking about your stupid 6/7 hexproof.
Yes, I guess that also. And I have my 6/7 hexproof.
You liked it. I don't know.
It is a 6/7 hexproof.
and it makes me think that cards like Wasteland Scorpion are even a little bit better. So yeah, I have it at C+.
All right, Wasteland Scorpion sounds like a C+ to me.
Black looks pretty good.
Yes, it does. Just the cycling and discard, theme,
very strong,
which is present on like 2 uncommons and a common. It looks like, it's just quite good. Yeah,
and then the other thing that we noted a little earlier, it trailed a bit, but there's a lot of zombies and they're very aggressive. So I'll be looking to pair this up with white as a white-black zombie deck and see what that can do. This moves us on to red, where we're going to start with an uncommon On-Crop Crasher. And this is an exert card. It's 2 and a red for a 3/2 Minotaur Warrior with haste. You may exert it as it attacks. If you do, target creature can't block this turn. Nice and aggressive.
This card looks very solid to me. This is the kind of card that ends games. And even if you have this in play for multiple turns and it doesn't untap the next turn, you still got in for a lot of damage the turn you played it, most likely, and then it doesn't need a whole lot more than that to be good.
Card's scary as hell. When you get yourself into a position where you're like, how can I lose? Right? Like, this is one of those cards that's like, oh, what if they have On-Crop Crasher? Right? Because they're effectively gaining an attacker while you lose a blocker, which is something that doesn't happen that often in one turn, Just one card, in fact, can do that.
This is a pretty big swing. I would give this a C+.
I would too. And it might even be better than that. It depends on how good the aggressive decks are. I'm hoping they're not that good. So C+ for Uncrop Crasher. Next card is Battlefield Scavenger, which is 1 and a red for a 2/2 Jackal Rogue at uncommon. You can exert it as it attacks. Whenever you exert a creature, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. And of course, that counts for itself. Although you're not getting any other specific benefit from exerting the Battlefield Scavenger on its own.
I think this card is okay. I don't think it's like a build around where you're like, I'm going to play a bunch of exert creatures with this. But A 2-mana 2/2 that can rummage sometimes when it attacks is fine. I'm not impressed by the card. I think I'd give it a C-.
I think so too. I do like the ability to rummage, so you don't want to discount it too much. And it is a 2/2 for 2 that's okay, but like it is a little weird to exert in an aggressive deck with just a 2/2 just to rummage one. So C- for Battlefield Scavenger. Blazing Volley. What does this one do?
It's red for a sorcery at common, and it deals 1 damage to each creature your opponents control. This I'm willing to slot straight into the sideboard category. It looks like a sideboard C. It's not even like that great of a sideboard.
I agree. Remember, this is the last color. We've already done all the other colors, and we still haven't seen. Well, we never found Lingering Souls.
Yeah.
So yeah,
it's in there. So yeah, Blazing Volley looks like a sideboard.
Well, it has cycling now, but yeah. All right. So C sideboard for Blazing Volley. Next is Bloodlust Inciter. This is red for a 1/1 human warrior at common, and you can tap it to give target creature haste until end of turn. So, the dream being that you play this on turn 1, and then every creature you play for the rest of the game has haste. Is that worth a card? And considering that it doesn't always come down on turn 1, sometimes you draw it on turn 6.
No, I don't think it is. This looks like an F to me.
It looks like an F to me too. I'm
it's
always down on these cards. Like, is there a place where this is good?
It's just not worth a card.
It's too conditional, right?
It really is. So
okay, we're gonna give Bloodlust Inciter an F, and lose to
Bloodlust Inciter.
Yeah, and lose to it occasionally. Blood Rage Brawler is 1 and a red for a 4/3 Minotaur Warrior at uncommon. What's the downside here? When it enters a battlefield, well, that's interesting. Discard a card.
I mean, that's a significant downside.
It is, but damn, a 4/3 for 2 mana? Like, where you don't have to lose it, or like basically you don't lose any board presence at all?
I feel like this card is good. If they play it on turn 2, you're just like, well, I'm going to take 12 from that thing.
Yeah. Especially the 3 toughness. They could have made this a 4/2 and had it be way more fair, but the 3 toughness is rough. And then, of course, any combat tricks or removal spells, you've just got a game plan, right? You're just like attack, 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 attack.
It's pretty bad against bounce, I will say that.
That's true. Also, this is just to harken back to a discussion we had a little earlier, when we're talking about, what was it called? Compulsory rest. Like that's where that type of card gets good, right? You're like, they go Blood Rage Brawler. You're like, pacify that. Now all of a sudden you got yourself out of a pretty big jam. Still, I think Blood Rage Brawler's good. I think
is it
that
like C+ good.
I think it might be a B-. Like, I know we're constructing perfection here, but still, like, that's really powerful.
No, you can also play this as the last cards in your hand and you don't lose anything.
Totally. It's also a way to trigger any of the discard a card things if that pops up. It'll pop up less often, but still. God dang, I don't know. How good is a 4/3 for 2 mana on turn 2? I think it's really good. Like Voltaic Brawler?
It is really good, and when they don't have an answer, they might just die. And you can play this on turn 7, and it just doesn't really have that much of a disadvantage, right? Because you get to like just run it out.
I like it. I'm gonna go B- on Blood Rage Brawler.
All right, I feel you. Blood Rage Brawler seems like a B-. Like, I guess don't be too influenced by the games where you just like play this and it immediately gets compulsory rested and you lose, because that will happen. That will happen for sure. Yeah. Brute Strength is next. It's 1 and a red for an instant. It's common. It says target creature gets +3/+1 and gains trample until end of turn. It's a good card. It is a good card.
This was from Oath, right? This is a reprint.
I don't remember exactly, but
okay.
I believe there's been a million cards like this.
In the last 5 years, this card, I have seen something like this card, yes.
So it doesn't give you a whole lot of toughness, so you're not winning or surviving through that as many fights as you might like, but you do get a lot of extra damage through. So like when your 3/3 gets blocked by their 3/2, all of a sudden they take 4 damage.
Yeah, and it is not uncommon, by the way, for your 4/2 to attack and they go, sure, block with my 2/2. That happens all the time, and that 1 toughness can be huge in that scenario.
Yeah,
I like it as a combat trick. I think it's good. I don't think it's great.
That all being said, I think it's like a D+ though.
Yeah, I think it's a C- or a D+. In an aggressive deck, it is responsible for a lot of damage and can even have your creature survive, which is kind of what you want. By Force. is next. It's red X sorcery at uncommon. It says destroy X target artifacts.
This is like a sideboard like D. Like
yeah.
You're just not going to board this card in. There's just not that many artifacts. It's just a sorcery speed 2 mana kill an artifact, which is just whatever.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's not a card that you're going to be dealing with in limited very much.
Nope.
Red Cartouche is next. Cartouche of Zeal. This is red. Enchant creature you control, etc. When it enters a battlefield, target creature can't block this turn, and the creature gets +1/+1, and interestingly has haste as well. So talk about scary cards, right? We just talked about the on-crop Crasher as being like, how can I lose? Man, if you just sandbag a Cartouche of Zeal in your hand until turn 5, and then you go 4-drop Cartouche, that thing can't block, hit you with my 6 power, 5 power, or whatever 4-drop, that is nasty.
I think that this card is going to do a lot of damage. It's going to cause you to lose games. These are the cards that are a little harder to evaluate because if there's a good aggressive deck, these cards are awesome in it. It's exactly what aggressive decks want. It's just you need to make sure all the pieces are there. I'm gonna assume that because these cards exist in this way, that there is this aggressive deck, and cards like Blood Rage Brawler and the On-Crop Crasher make me think that is actually real. So that makes me give Cartouche of Zeal like a C- because you're not always gonna play it, but it's good in the decks where you want it.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that they really did a good job with these cartouches, and I think that red is going to be really, really scary to play against.
Yeah, if you get a whole lot of them, then the trials can get pretty dangerous, and I think that there's a possibility that that's the kind of deck that exists as well. The Cartouche of Zeal may not fit quite as well in that kind of strategy.
Right. Consuming Fervor is next. It's red for an uncommon aura, an enchant creature, and the creature gets +3/+3. So that's pretty huge for just 1 mana, though sorcery speed, etc. But it also has, at the beginning of your upkeep, put a -1/-1 counter on this creature.
Unstable Mutation is back.
Indeed.
It's a good aggressive card. It's the -1/-1 is pretty slow, so you get to attack for 3 plus it's on a 2/2, right? You attack for 5, then 4, then 3, and then it starts shrinking again. To pass where it was.
Dead by then, right? Yeah.
But they took a bunch of damage. This looks like a good aggressive card. I'm scared of this card. We've just seen 3 different cards where yes, if they have removal, it's bad for you, but if they don't, they probably just die. This looks like a C to me, but it's just very funny that decks either really want it or really don't want it. So
I'm going to give it a D.
Deceptive.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it's I think you'd play almost any decent creature over it, but what you just said, so On-Crop Crasher can kill you out of nowhere. Blood Rage Brawler on turn 2 is just a beating. Brute Strength is the type of card that you think, okay, I'm okay, and then all of a sudden you take a bunch of extra damage. Cartouche of Zeal can come out of nowhere and smash you, and now we have Consuming Fervor, which can do the same. I think that, how when you're playing a slower deck against these red aggressive decks, you start attacking to chip in for some damage where it's reasonable here and there. I think you're going to want to not do that very often until you really know that the coast is clear, because you could take a ton of damage out of nowhere in this set. So I gave it a D. You gave it a C, C-. What did you give Consuming Fervor?
I think C-. You've talked me out a little bit, but it is the kind of card that I think you'll lose to pretty easily.
Yeah, and also sometimes beat. Next is Deem Worthy, which is a card that we will. Yes, which we will be doing, and one that we got in our as our preview as well. Why don't you read us Deem Worthy? This card's great.
It's 4 in a red, instant, uncommon. Deem Worthy deals 7 damage to target creature. It has cycling 3 in a red, and when you cycle it, it deals 2 damage to target creature. So
God, it's good, man.
It's a great card. Basically, for 5 mana, you kill almost anything, right? 7 damage is pretty hard to miss with. And for 4 mana, you can just draw a card and deal 2, which picks off a lot of things like card advantage. So this card's great. It's just good in either mode. You're just happy no matter what happens here. So that looks like a B to me.
Yeah, I think that this is easily a B. The flexibility plus the card draw off of it, pushes it up into the BB plus range. Again, we're still talking about 5 mana kill a creature, so it's not, amazing in that way, but whatever. B for Deem Worthy. Desert Ceradon is 5 in a red for a 6/4 beast. It's common, and it's got cycling for red.
Yeah, this card's good.
Yep.
You're going to put it in your deck, and it'll shore up your late game while not costing you much at any other point.
Do you think our listeners are sensing a pattern here?
I mean, we are trying to give you a good evaluation of each card, but these cards are so similar and their strengths are so similar that there's no reason to mince words. This is a C. You're going to play it. It's going to be good.
Exactly. Electrify, the other red removal spell. This is a 3 and a red for an instant, a common. This one's a common. Remember, the Deemworthy's an uncommon. You're not going to get those all the time. But Electrify is sort of your bread and butter red removal spell. It deals 4 to a creature. Instant speed.
Yeah, this is like a C+.
Yeah, it's a B- or a C+. It's going to be one of the better red commons, and you're going to play them.
Yeah, maybe it's a B-.
It's probably a B-.
The removal doesn't look great in this set, but this looks like it's going to do a pretty good amount of work.
Yeah. I mean, like, what grade would we give Chandra's Revolution in retrospect? Like a B? B-?
Yeah, B-, I think.
Yeah,
I guess
that.
This is comparable. Yeah. Probably a little bit better.
A little better in some cases, yeah. So it's a B or a B- for Electrify. What does Emberhorn Minotaur do?
3 and a red for a 4/3 Minotaur warrior at common. You may exert Emberhorn Minotaur as it attacks. When you do, it gets +1/+1 and gains menace. I like this card a lot. This looks like a beater of an aggressive card.
Wow.
Like 4 mana, 4/3 is already a card that aggressive decks are just fine playing. And this attacks as a 5/4 menace. So they can't even chump. They have to double chump or double block to even try to trade. And it does so much damage that the fact that it doesn't untap next turn doesn't matter quite as much. So this looks like a C+ to me, but I could even see it getting to B-.
Yeah, I like C+ for it because the other thing to remember is you can also just turn it sideways a bunch of times and never exert it, right? It's still a fine card, and you're just getting in for a lot more damage that way in some scenarios. So Emberhorn Minotaur, C+. Flameblade Adept, what does that one do?
It's red for a 1/2 Jackal Warrior, uncommon. It has menace.
Okay.
And whenever you cycle or discard a card, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn.
Ugh.
So this is a Monastery Slow Spear, if you'll call it.
Oh no, poor Flameblade Adept. So we're not building a deck where we're literally just.
No, this looks more of a constructed card. This isn't like that impressive for limited because you're going to play this on turn 1, attack for 1 like 3 times, then maybe attack for 2 on turn 5.
That's what I was thinking.
Doesn't sound great. So this looks like a D to me.
I think it's a D as well. Flameblade Adept gets a D. I just don't have faith that you're going to be able to trigger that thing over and over and over again. Fling is back. This is a reprint. 1 and a red, instant at common. As an additional cost to cast Fling, sack a creature. So you got to pay a pretty steep price there, but it deals damage equal to the sacrificed creature's power to target creature or player.
Well, here's your sacrifice outlet I get.
There's one. Yeah.
This is also like the 17th card with like someone just charging and,
they're all just minotaurs battling. It's
never
funny.
Flinch, never falter, never fear. It's like, yeah, I get it.
Yeah. You want to attack. Okay.
No hesitation. This card also doesn't look good to me. I just don't think that there's enough reason to just put this in your deck.
No. There's some upside to these cards. You can use them in response to removal spells to get some value, though that's typically pretty hard to set up. It does go to the head. So if you're playing a bunch of, say, Emberhorn Minotaurs, you attack with it, you exert it, you get in for 5, and then you fling it at their head and they die. Fling has the ability to steal games. But at a very high cost. Sacrificing a creature if you're not winning the game is a good way to lose a game. So I kind of agree. I think Fling is going to be playable. I think people will put it in their deck, but you don't want too many of them. The second one is way worse than the first, and it's very conditional. You have to be really careful with Fling. Leaving up the mana for it and that kind of thing. So I would give Fling like a D+. I think you'll see play, but I don't think it's like super.
I'll lose to it when they fling something just heinous at me. But yes. I would also give it a D+.
All right, a bunch of rares. All right, Hyena Pack. This one's easy. It's 2 red for a 3/4. Non-relevant creature type. It's a hyena. It's common. This is a type of card, while it has reasonable stats, I predict would see very little play. You just have so much more going on with cycling and the flexibility of all these cards, a lot of cool exert creatures, a lot of good removal, and a card like Hyena Pack just tends to kind of fall to the back of the pack.
Yes, it does. I give it a C- though. I don't think you're going to be embarrassed when you put it in your deck.
Yeah, I mean, you do what you got to do if you're short playables. It's just not desirable. I'm going to give it a D+. I think you're hoping to not play it.
All right.
Even though it's a fine card. Limits of Solidarity. What does this do?
It's 3 and a red, sorcery at uncommon. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap it and give it haste. Cycling 2. So it's threaten with cycling, which is perfect because when threatens are good, they're the best possible card.
Yeah.
You're stealing. They have 2 blockers. You have 2 attackers. You take their 5/5 and they're dead. When they're bad, they're unplayable because like you're behind in a race, or they have 3 1/1s and they're just horrible. So cycling solves that problem. So this is a very powerful card to have cycling on, and as a result, I'm going to give it a C. I think in the aggressive red deck, this card's going to be awesome.
I think so too. Even if it's a little overcosted, the cycling does it. It's funny. Cycling just takes to quadrant theory. It's just like LOL, right?
Yeah,
it's just like it doesn't.
It does
care.
because it just means that in the quadrants where it's bad, you cycle it. The only time it really, really hurts you is really if you play too many of them, especially cycling 2, and you end up with a hand with like 3 cards you need to cycle.
Yes, because then that is a good way to fall behind. All right. Magma Spray is back.
Yep.
This is a good one. Mm-hmm.
Red, instant, common. Deals 2 damage to our creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. So it's a good answer to Embalm.
Yep.
Sometimes you'll even like stack Magma Spray plus combat to kill a bigger Embalm creature.
Yeah, and it does work that way. As long as the Magma Spray had any part of that damage and the creature died, it gets exiled.
So this card looks like a B- to me. Just Shocks, I think, have played really well.
These cards tend to be quite good, though, you know, it is pretty matchup dependent. Green decks tend to not care much about shocks and, you know, but the aggressive decks absolutely do.
Yeah, when you reliably trade 1 mana for like 2 or 3 mana, you end up, I think, pretty far ahead.
I think so too. I think it'll be a high pick. I would assume that Magma Spray is in the B- range. I just think it's one of those high picks that just is sought after and that you need. What grade do you give it?
I said B-.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I thought you were going to the next card.
My bad. Manticore of the Gauntlet is 4 and a red for a 5/4 Manticore. This is common. When it enters a battlefield, put a -1/-1 counter on target creature you control. That's kind of weird for red, isn't it? Manticore of the Gauntlet deals 3 damage to target opponent. Take that.
Yeah, not to a creature though.
Yeah.
This is 5 mana 4/3 that nugs them for 3. Maybe the counter goes somewhere else. This looks mediocre to me. I'm not super impressed.
Let's see. How happy am I with 5 mana 4/3 that does 3 damage to them? That's actually a fine card, isn't it?
It's fine. I just don't think you're like excited about it.
Okay.
Like if you have an aggressive deck and you have like 1 or 2 of these as your 2 5-drops, like it's okay, but you're not like, yeah, wow, we really did it.
Yeah,
I guess the fact that you can put a counter on one of your early game like idiots and then you just have a 5/4 to attack them is like kind of nice.
Yeah, that's better.
This looks like a C- though, not like anything better than that.
I was going to give it a C, at least a C. It might even be a C+. The 3 damage in these, you know, all-in aggressive decks with threatens and haste creatures and stuff can be really relevant.
All right, I still hold by a C-, but I see what you're saying.
Minotaur Sure Shot. This is 2 and a red for a 2/3 Minotaur Archer. It's common. It's got reach. What the? And,
yeah, there's some red creatures with reach now.
That's strange. And then it's it has an activated ability, 1 and a red to give it +1/+0 until end of turn. So it's fire breathing reach creature somehow in red. I like it.
This looks good.
I like it. I don't get it, but I like it.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing which deck wants this card, but it's got to be a C, right? It's a 2/3 reach for 3, and you can pump its power, so like in the late game it just trades up.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a C+. I mean, look, you do find yourself behind sometimes, and it's a reasonable blocker, and then late in the game, it hits for 4 damage or something.
All right.
Sure. What does Nefcrop Entangler do?
It's a 1 and a red for a 2/1 human warrior at common. It does trample.
Trample, all right. He's real angry.
You can exert it to give it +1/+2 until end of turn.
Making it a 3/3?
It will make it a 3/3 when you exert it. This looks okay to me. I guess in this aggressive red deck, which looks like it's really there, like every single card seems like it goes towards that deck. This looks like a C to me.
Me too. Play pattern being play it, attack as many times as they'll let you as a 2/1, and then start exerting. Is that how you see it?
Yeah, you will like want to use the exert when they either have something too big for it to get through otherwise, or if something that you don't want to trade with. But if they play like a 2/2, often you'll just be like attack you for 2 and be okay with the trade.
Sure. So C for Nefcrop Entangler.
Yeah.
Nimble Blade Kenra is 1 and a red, another cheap aggressive creature here. It's a 1/3 with prowess.
So this is Sanguinary Mage all over again.
Yep.
This looks a little different than all these other cards. This looks like it's better in the blue-red deck, the spell heavy deck. Like I'm not as excited to put this in my like really aggressive red deck because that deck might not have enough spells to really make it good because you need to be attacking for 2 for this card to be worth it.
Totally. I don't think it substitutes for a bear in those type of decks. I think it's like a D+ probably. This card just doesn't look that great to me. Prowess is hard to do in limited.
Yeah.
And, you get it occasionally, but it's not like every turn you get to have a 2/4 for 2 mana. So I would give it a D+.
Yeah, I like D+ for Nimble Blade Kenrod.
Yeah. Pathmaker Initiate is 1 and a red for a 2/1 human wizard at common. You can tap it to have target creature with power 2 or less can't be blocked this turn.
This card looks really good to me.
Okay, what do you like about it?
It's a 2-mana 2/1, so if you play it on turn 2, you maybe get to attack once or twice.
Yeah.
In the late game, you just send one of your creatures at them every turn.
Just some small creature?
Yeah, it's just unblockable 2 points of damage a turn as long as you have a 2/2.
Now, one of the things as well that we should keep in mind here, right, is that you when you target the creature, it has to have power 2 or less, but that can change after the fact. Nefcrop Entangler is a reasonable example, right? You give it unblockable, then attack and exert and hit for 3 rather than 2. And I'm sure there's other exert creatures that start out smaller than that and end up getting bigger.
Yeah,
so keep that in mind too.
You can get some value there. I mean, I'm not saying this card's a bomb. I think it's a C+. I think it's a C+ though.
Okay.
Because I think in aggressive decks, this is like Welder Automaton, where it'll just do the last 6 or 8 points pretty easily.
Yeah, I like it too. It's C+ for Pathmaker Initiate. Pursue Glory is next. It's 3 and a red for an instant at common. It says attacking creatures get +2/+0 until end of turn. Yeah, but those are so annoying if they get stuck in your hand and you're behind. Oh wait, it has cycling too.
Yeah, I do think that the support's not quite there for this kind of deck, though. So I'm not as thrilled with this as like the Threaten, for example. But Pursue Glory, I mean, still has to be decent. I would guess this lands at C-.
Okay, that's really what I want to figure out, because we have seen a lot of support for token style decks, but not a lot of token makers. So that's really the big question. And yeah, Pursue Glory. What did you say you gave it?
C-.
Yeah. I was gonna go D+ on it. I think this is like a pretty forgettable, even if it does have cycling card. We've seen enough of these type of cards now that I think you'll probably end up leaving this in the board in most games.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Thresher Lizard is 2 and a red for a lizard. It's common. It's a 3/2, and it gets +1/+2 as long as you have 1 or fewer cards in hand. All right, well, Vanilla Test, a 3-mana 3/2. We're not super stoked on it, but you can play it, and then it just gets much bigger. It becomes a 4/4.
Becomes a 4/4 in the mid to late game. Looks pretty good to me.
Actually, I like it too.
I think that I would always play this card. It looks like in an aggressive deck.
I think so too.
So that seems like it's a C.
It's a C, definitely. Tormenting Voice is back, another reprint. 1 and a red for a sorcery. It's common. It says is an additional cost to cast it. Discard a card. Draw 2 cards. Now, we didn't end up playing whatever the other one was called for that was discard 2 cards, draw 3.
Region.
Yeah, we didn't end up playing that unlimited because the cost was too steep, but I have played Tormenting Voice unlimited before and felt like it was okay. What are your thoughts on that?
I think you're not going to want this card in your deck unless you're this like spell-heavy deck that we're trying to concoct. Mm-hmm. This mythical blue-red deck. Other than that, this card looks pretty bad to me. So it just doesn't do much. It's not a huge cost to put in your deck, but it doesn't add a whole lot either.
Right.
So I'm going to give it a D.
I think that Tormenting Voice is a D as well. I think that this type of card, like your good case scenario is just that like it's turn 6 and you've got 2 lands in your hand and not much else to do, and you go Tormenting Voice, pitch a land, draw 2 cards, right? You still have 4 mana left over, but like you said, that's not super high value. And I also don't think that we're going to have a hard time finding things to do with our mana late in this format. Trial of Zeal. Here's the red trial. So it's 2 and a red enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, it deals 3 damage to target creature or player. Holy crap. And then, of course, it has the cartouche thing where if you play a cartouche, you get it back in your hand. Woo.
Yeah, this is the trial we've been waiting for, right?
Yes.
This is the one that is really powerful to play the first time and great to repeat. So Trial of Zeal looks awesome. It makes the red cartouche a lot better. It makes all the cartouches a lot better. Like, I think that Trial of Zeal is just a very good card. This is a card I would be very happy to first pick. This looks like a B+ to me.
I think it's a B+ also. I think it would be a B if you couldn't return it. Just 3 mana sorcery does 3 damage to anything I think is great, but I think it earns the plus because if you ever get to recast it again, it's going to be incredibly powerful. Yeah, I like Trial of Zeal a lot. True Heart Twins, 4 and a red for a 4/4 Jackal Warrior at uncommon. You may exert True Heart Twins as it attacks. Whenever you exert a creature, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn.
I'm not really buying this like exert deck.
Yeah, the ones that care, like they just say you can whenever you exert anything. I mean, you need critical mass on exert to make these decent, don't you?
Yeah, and I don't think that you're gonna run into a situation where you're just like, exerting 2 creatures and giving my whole squad this and all that. I think it'll come up and it'll be fine. Like this card is playable, but it just doesn't look good to me. Like this looks like a D plus to me.
So if you have like
Yeah,
three
maybe a C
exert
minus
creatures,
actually.
if you have like 3 exert creatures and one of them's True Heart Twins, and you attack with 3 and you exert all 3, do you get +3/+0?
Yeah, and
then the other 2 exert bonuses.
Yeah, and that's a pretty big swing, but it is a 5 mana 4/4. This looks like worse than like 5 mana 4/5 menace, for example.
Okay.
Right? This looks like just an okay card.
Wandering Giant laughs at True Heart Twins. So it's like a D?
Yeah, I think actually it might be like a D plus, C minus, maybe a D plus. I don't know. I keep going back and forth.
I'll say I'm gonna settle you down on D plus. That's where we're gonna be on
True Heart Twins gets a D plus.
What does Violent Impact do?
It's 3 in a red, sorcery at common, destroy target artifact or land with cycling 2.
So it's it's just like every single one of these bad cards that they put in every set has cycling on it, and you're like, oh. Yeah.
So this, like all the other bad cyclers, this is a D. You're not going to play it, but if you have cycling matters cards, then you'll put it in your deck. And if you're short on playables, you'll put it in your deck. But for the most part, just don't play Violent Impact, and you'll be fine if it somehow sneaks in.
I think we kind of nailed it. By the way, I think that the cards that you want in your cycling matters cards are going to be heavily skewed towards the 1 mana cyclers rather than the 2, because there's so many 2 mana cyclers are kind of dime a dozen. All right, last red card is Warfire Javelineer. It's 3 in a red for a 2/3 Minotaur Warrior at uncommon. It says when it enters the battlefield, it deals X damage to target creature an opponent controls, where X is the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard. There's your big payoff. They waited till W in red to get there, but Warfire Javelineer is here for you, Luis. Your mythical deck just got a nice payoff.
Yeah, I think that this is the kind of card I'll be looking for when I'm drafting my blue-red deck, and it looks like it's pretty good. It's a powerful card. If it deals 2 damage, it's great. So
yeah, for sure.
You really only need probably like 7 or 8 spells in your deck before this card becomes playable. Because even dealing 1, it'll sometimes kill something.
Yeah, and 2 is definitely where you hit the reliably killing something or somewhat reliably. Still, like, would you? Man, I don't know. Do you always play it? It's a 2/3 for 4. Like, that is bad. It's really bad. Like, you really need to be able to at least kill something. Yeah,
you're not just gonna. This is a build around. This is like a.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, I think it's a build around B.
Okay, build around B for Warfire Javelineer. Man, red looks really aggressive. Really aggressive. My God, like it's just jumping off the screen here about how aggressive it looks. We'll keep an eye and see if we can stem the bleeding. Okay. This is going to bring us to more gold cards. These ones actually end up being the aftermath cards. So we're going to read these. The way that you read these is the top half and then the word to and then the bottom half. So if, for example, our first one is start to finish. And I'm going to read what both of them do. Since these are the first aftermath cards that we've hit, I will explain it. The top half can be played from your hand. The aftermath side can only be played from your graveyard. That's it. So start is 2 and a white for an instant. I'm not going to say uncommon. They're all uncommon. Right. All the ones we're reading here. So 2 and a white for an instant, and you get 2 1/1 white warrior creature tokens with vigilance. Okay, so there's a token maker. We found it. Finish is as an additional cost to cast finish, sacrifice a creature, destroy target creature, and it's 2 and a black.
This card looks pretty good to me.
This is a good card.
So you can technically play these cards as monocolor cards if you can play the first half, right? Like you could just put a start in your deck in your like red-white deck, and you get 2 and a white, make 2 1 or white warrior creatures with vigilance.
Yep.
I don't think these cards are all that good if you do that.
No, I could see playing start, but there's some that you wouldn't. Yeah.
So I think that when we give a grade, it's if you could play both colors, but we'll mention if you could play it for just one. Like I think that if you're black white, this card looks like a C plus to me.
I think I have it a little higher than that. I mean, like unconditional, it gives you.
If you run out of I guess if you run out of the tokens, it can kind of get bad. But if you don't, it is just 3 mana kill a creature, and have a 1/1 left over.
And have a one, yeah. I mean, it's 6 mana to do all of it, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I think start to finish is probably like a B-. Like instant speed 1/1s with vigilance can be good, and then the finish is just like it's just hard removal. And yes, it does come at a cost, but I think it's well worth it. I would give start to finish a B- if you could actually play it. Also, I think the black-white deck wants tokens real bad, like really bad.
I don't know if there's enough support for that. So I'm not really as thrilled with the token part, but I guess the removal part.
I view it the opposite. I think there's tons of support and not enough tokens. Like this to me just jumps off the page.
That just means like it's just not going to work, is what I mean. Not that there isn't half of it. It's just there's not the other half. And
but this is the other half, is what I'm saying. Like this is the valuable part. This is the hard part.
If you just have one of these, like it just doesn't mean you have a deck still.
Totally. Okay, so I said B- for start to finish. Where did you come down on it?
Yeah, I guess B- sounds good to me.
I talked you up a little. All right. Reduce to Rubble. Reduce is 2 and a blue for an instant counter target spell unless its controller pays 3. So we're not really excited about that, but it's playable. Rubble is up to 3. And by the way, Rubble's a sorcery. I should mention that. Finish is also a sorcery. Up to 3 target lands don't untap during their controller's next untap step. What a mean card. Counter your spell, tap down, keep your lands tapped.
I don't like this card all that much because the first half is just not great. And the second half, like I get it. You can skip your turn to make them skip your turn, but it's still just not that impressive. So I would give Reduce to Rubble, I think, a D.
Yeah, it's like a D-. Like I just don't think I'd put this card in my deck.
Yeah.
Destined to Lead is 1 and a black. So Destined is 1 and a black for an instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains indestructible until end of the turn. Okay. Reasonable combat trick. Lead is a sorcery. All creatures able to block target creature this turn do so. So you can see that this one was built a little bit more towards maybe you could play them both in the same turn, where you go Destined and then put it in your graveyard and then flash it back for or Aftermath it for 3 and a green. So 6 mana total to make maybe your biggest creature indestructible and a little bit bigger, and then lure it. That's what Lead is make everything block it, where you can maybe eat 2 or 3 of their creatures. But you don't have to. You can totally just cast Destined in a combat scenario to have your creature win, and then if something favorable comes up later, play Lead out of your graveyard. This card seems totally fine to me.
It seems better than fine. I think in a black-green deck, I wouldn't really want to play it just for Destined because it's a kind of anemic combat trick. But in a black-green deck, having a combat trick on 2 that on 6 or 4 mana, depending on when you end up playing the second half, can just completely swing the game seems really good. So I would give this a C+.
I like C+ for Destined to Lead. This one is called Onward to Victory. Onward is red. It's 2 and a red for an instant. And it says target creature gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is its power. So you double something's power. That is not an effect I put very much value on. Let's see what Victory does. It's a sorcery. It says target creature gains double strike until end of turn.
I don't like this card very much.
I don't either.
Victory being a sorcery means that to get the Mondo combo, you're like Onward to Victory, attack with my 8/6 or 8/2 double or I guess 8/4 double strike or whatever. You make your 4/4 into an 8/4, and then they're just like, okay, chump block it,
right,
or bounce it or whatever. This looks like an F to me, actually.
I think it's terrible. I really don't like Onward, and Victory just looks a lot worse as a sorcery that they can see coming. So yeah, I would give Onward to Victory probably D- or something. There might be some use. This one's kind of cool. Spring to Mind. So Spring is 2 and a green for a sorcery. It says search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. And Mind is the most expensive divination ever. It's 4 blue, draw 2 cards. How does that sit with you? You're the divination master.
Well, the reason it's so expensive is Spring doesn't really cost you a card. It's not too overcosted. It's 2 and a green to go get a land, which is
normally
good.
1 and a green. Yeah.
Well, 1 and a green when it's pushed. We don't see that very often, though.
Okay.
Like I think Rampant Growth is a bit better than the average mana ramp spell we see these days.
Fair enough.
So I think Spring is closer to that.
Okay.
And then you get Mind later as a way to like this looks like a really good constructed card for these cool ramp decks. In limited, if you're blue green, I think that I would play this card if you have a high end. If you don't, you need to want Spring. If you want Spring in your deck, which most decks won't, this card's very good. if you're just playing it because you kind of want Spring and you kind of want Mind, it's kind of mediocre. So it's a weird card, but I think in like a blue-green ramp deck, it would be a C, and I think outside of that, it's probably just unplayable.
Yeah, I want to play this card, but I agree with everything you said. Also, I can't remember if I mentioned, but Mind is an instant, so you do get to wait, which could be relevant. Cool card, though. Spring to Mind is really sweet. But yeah, I agree. It's like a C. Neither side, I mean, Mind being 6 mana is so inefficient. All right, that one's rare. All right, so that's it for those. And that leaves us a few lands and a few artifacts to get through here. So the first one we're going to see is called Bantu's Monument. Now this is a cycle of cards. They're all called monuments to the gods of each color. And so I'm going to read you what they do, but they have a lot of the same text as each other. So the first part is always the same. Black creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. So that's black, red, green, etc. They all reduce the creature spells that you have by 1. So that part's just going to be the same, but then they also reward you for casting creature spells. So this one says, for example, Bantu's Monument. So 3 mana to cast, and they're all legendary too and uncommon. So it says, whenever you cast a creature spell, each opponent loses a life and you gain a life. So it makes your black creature spells cheaper and it drains them when you do it. I'm not liking what I'm seeing here, to be honest.
No, this looks like an F to me.
Yeah, I think this card is terrible.
It just does not do enough. I'm not paying 3 mana to maybe save some mana in the future, and draining for 1 when you play a creature is just not enough.
No, how many creatures are you going to cast after Bantu's Monument during the course of a game? 5, 4, maybe? Yeah. Maybe you're just dead because they're playing red and you played Bantu's Monument. All right, let's move on to Edifice of Authority. This card's really cool. It's 3 mana for an artifact, also uncommon. You can pay a mana and tap it. Target creature can't attack this turn. Put a brick counter on Edifice of Authority. So it's defensive. It means that the creature can't attack, but since it's not attacking, it's going to be back on block. So you're not using it to like clear the way until you pay 1 tap. And it says, until your next turn, target creature can't attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. Activate this ability only if there are 3 or more brick counters on Edifice of Authority.
Oh, this card's fantastic.
This is awesome.
Yeah, this is a 1 mana tapper that lets them block still, but after you use it 3 times, now no longer can they block, but they also can't use activated abilities.
Yep.
Yeah, I think this looks like an A to me. Like
I think it's an A-. Yeah. So the deal is that you don't want to put it in an aggressive deck. Like making them not be able to attack just isn't really in line with what you're trying to do. So I would assume that you wouldn't prioritize it for that, but in any other deck, especially a slow or a controlling deck, it's just amazing.
Yeah, I think that you could put this even in like any mid-range or even an aggressive deck, and I think it would be okay.
Do you think it would be okay in aggressive deck?
Like the mono red all-in deck maybe doesn't want this, but like a black-white aggressive deck will still play this card.
Yeah, totally. That's totally true. Because and you know, I mean, I use the term loosely. Yeah, I think just more like philosophically, right? Because what does an aggressive deck and limited mean? They're all kind of mid-range variants, right? And this card's just great. I agree. A- on Edifice of Authority. I'm a big fan. Embalmer's Tools. This is a little more narrow. It's 2 mana for an artifact. Activated abilities of creature cards in your graveyard cost 1 less to activate. So that's Embalm, right?
That would be Embalm.
Tap, and it has another ability. Tap an untapped zombie you control. Target player puts the top card of his or her library in his or her graveyard.
Yeah, I'm off this card.
I'm just off it.
This seems too narrow. This looks like an F to me.
Right, and the truth is that if you have that many Embalm creatures, you're probably just winning anyway. So Embalmer's Tool is going to get an F. That leaves us to Gate to the Afterlife. It's a nice gate. 3 mana artifact, another uncommon. It says, whenever a non-token creature you control dies, you gain 1 life. Then you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Okay, so that's the baseline text. 3 mana artifact, whenever one of your non-tokens dies, you gain a life and loot. It also has an activated ability. 2 mana, tap it, and sacrifice the Gate of the Afterlife. Search your graveyard, hand, and or library for a card named God Pharaoh's Gift and put it onto the battlefield. If you search your library this way, shuffle it. Activate this ability only if there are 6 or more creature cards in your graveyard. There's kind of a lot to sift there, right?
Oh yeah.
Let me look up.
I can't even find God Pharaoh's Gift.
This is weird. I can't either.
What card is this?
What is going on here?
Are we crazy?
No, I literally can't find it.
It's not a black card.
What is happening right now? This is a little impromptu for you. But
yeah.
we are literally searching this out right now live on the show.
Oh, okay, I see. It's not a card in the set.
It's something else.
It's like how Ayavugan let you search for Eldrazi, but Eldrazi weren't there.
Okay, so we'll assume that it's going to come out at some other point then. Yeah. Okay, that is going to make grading this card exceedingly difficult. So I guess we just ignore the other part. So if would you play an artifact for 3 mana that let you loot and gain a life whenever your real creatures died?
I sure would not.
I wouldn't either. So we're going to give it an F, and we'll see you next set, I guess.
I'm going to predict that next it becomes an A if you have God Pharaoh's Gift.
If it doesn't, they made a mistake.
I will say this. I gave Ayavugan a 5.0, which is the max on my scale for written reviews before you knew what any of the Eldrazi's were, and then it got banned in Modern 6 years later.
So you were right. All right.
Yep. There we go.
Congratulations.
This was very funny. Yeah, we did a lot of research for this.
Yeah, I didn't even know that it wasn't. They were both like Googling around. I'm like, did I spell Pharaoh right? Pretty bad. All right. Next monument. This is Hazaret's Monument. This is the red one. So all the same stuff. 3 mana, legendary, red spell, red creatures you cast cost 1 less. But whenever you cast a creature spell, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So instead of the drain for 1, the red one lets you rummage.
I still don't like this. I still don't think it's worth. I don't think it's worth spending a card on this ability. I'm just going to give this an F and hope that some of the other monuments are better.
Me too, because I think both of these have been bad. Next is called Honed Kopesh, and it's 1 mana for an equipment. Hey, an equipment, and this one actually is common. It costs 1 to equip, so the price is right. What does the creature get? +1/+1.
+1. Yeah. Leonin Scimitar. Yeah. Not a huge fan. I think that there's just a lot better ways to spend your mana and spend your cards.
Not enough punch here, right?
No.
Yeah.
Looks like a D to me.
I agree. Honed Kopesh gets a D. It just doesn't have enough power. The price is right, but you're also getting what you pay for.
Yeah.
Kefnet's Monument. This is the blue monument. So whenever you cast a creature spell, target creature an opponent controls doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Now of note here, Luis, we should mention it doesn't tap it.
Oh, yeah. These cards are just bad. I'm going to give Kefnet's Monument an F.
I think it's bad too. I still think so too. Especially because they can just see it coming. Yeah. Next is a common artifact called Luxa River Shrine. It's 3 mana, and it says you can pay a mana and tap it to gain 1 life and put a brick counter on it. Yeah, more bricks. You can tap it and gain 2 life, but you can only activate the ability if there's 3 or more brick counters on it.
Yeah, this one bricked.
Yeah.
This is not good enough. It just
Would you play it if it had 6 brick counters on it?
This is just not enough.
Bad.
Action. You're gonna gain a life, paying 6 mana, and then start to tapping to gain 2. 3 mana artifact that taps to gain 2 life would be good.
Yep,
that is
it
good.
would be. Yep.
But paying 3 mana over 3 separate turns and waiting 3 turns to gain 1 each per turn, I don't think is enough.
No.
I think I would side this in against an aggressive deck, though.
I would.
This looks like a sideboard D, though.
I wouldn't even sideboard it in. I'd rather just have a 2/3 for
probably
free.
a 2/3 blocker is probably better.
It just saves me way more life. I get it that down the line this could help save me, but it's limited. We're not I'm going to get burned out by 3 lightning bolts or whatever. I just think this card's just an F. This is one of those cards that's just a pure life gain spell, and it's not a particularly efficient one, and those just don't get the job done. Sorry, Luxa River Shrine. I will not be visiting you anytime soon. Oketra's Monument. So now we've got the white one. So whenever you cast a creature spell, you get a 1/1 white creature warrior token with vigilance. Does that get you there? That's definitely better than the ones we've seen.
It's playable, but not good. It's very, if you're a token deck with a lot of white creatures, creatures total, not just white creatures. White creatures are cheaper, but any creature gets you a warrior.
Right, any creature gets you the warrior.
I don't think this is good, but I could see it. I can see this in a tokens deck. This looks like a C-.
Yes, I agree. That's exactly what I was going to say. And it does. I mean, it makes your deck a tokens deck, but you're talking about having the payoffs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. C- for Oketra's Monument if you're looking to go wide. I think getting 1/1 white warriors is actually worth it there. Two more artifacts. One of them is Ronus's Monument. This is the green one. Whenever you cast a green creature spell, target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample until end of turn.
Yeah.
God, that does add up.
It does add up, but it's weird because I guess you want like mid-sized creatures, because if your creatures are all like very small, then this doesn't do enough. But if your creatures are too big, you're not going to cast very many of them. I just
want to avoid these. I just don't want to play
put
these.
this in your deck. This looks like a D to me.
I'm gonna go D- on Ronus's Monument. Last artifact is called Watchers of the Dead, and that is some creepy artwork there. It's 2 mana for a 2/2 cat. It's uncommon. Exile Watchers. It has an activated ability. You can exile Watchers of the Dead. Each opponent chooses 2 cards in his or her graveyard and exiles the rest. All right. Well, I'm gonna ignore that part. 2 mana 2/2. I don't know.
It seems pretty mediocre to me. Like,
it does to
I
me
don't
too.
I don't think you're going to end up playing this card very often.
I don't either. I mean, I could see some of the aggro decks needing a 2-drop and throwing this in, but like, I wouldn't call this good.
Yeah,
This looks like
a D to me.
Yeah, me too. All right, that leaves us with our lands. We've only got a few of them here. One of them is Cradle of the Accursed. It's a desert, which, by the way, is a land subtype that pops up occasionally, like we saw in the one that's able to search it out. It taps for colorless, or you can pay 3 mana, tap it, and sacrifice Cradle of the Accursed to create a 2/2 black zombie creature token, but you can only activate this anytime you could play a sorcery. Huh.
If your mana is good enough, this looks fine, because trading a land in for a 2/2 is a good deal. But yeah, in a 2-color deck, I think you can run this card. It doesn't look exciting.
I kind of like it. I don't love it, but I kind of like it. Yeah, like
it's not efficient.
It is not, but getting a creature out of your land after you don't need it anymore is kind of cool. But again, I don't love it either, though. I'd give it like a D+. I don't think you need to prioritize it or anything.
Yeah.
And your mana does have to be good.
Like, you'll run it some of the time, but you won't run it all that often.
The next card's really important. This is one of the places that you should look when you look at the set reviews the spoilers when they first come out. Evolving Wilds. Is there Evolving Wilds in this set? Yes, there is. Land, tap, sack it, search your library for a basic, put it onto the battlefield, tap, and then shuffle. And yes, we have Evolving Wilds in this set.
Yeah, this is perfectly playable. I'll put this in a 2-color deck and it'll be fine.
It'll be fine, and also it can enable splashes or help out with splashes.
Yeah, which isn't going to happen very often based on what I've seen, but it still could. So this looks like a C to me.
It's a C. It's a C-based land.
It's basically always been.
Yep. Grasping Dunes is another desert. This one's uncommon. It taps for colorless, or you can pay 1, tap, and sacrifice it to put a -1/-1 counter on target creature anytime. You can only do it when you could cast a sorcery. Wow. Minor effect, but still, you're getting this out of a land. I don't know. That's pretty impressive. I like this
a little more than Cradle of the Accursed. It's a little cheaper. You can pick off a 2/1. You won't want to do it till later in the game, because losing a land is pretty bad. But again, I'm still not that excited about this.
No, I agree. I agree.
This is a little better. I'd give it a C-.
I think so too. I just like the ability to turn my lands into even minor effects. I think that's quite powerful. All right, we've got Painted Bluffs next, which is another desert. It taps for colorless, or you can pay 1 mana and tap it to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool. So it's Shimmering Grotto. Which is typically
cannot describe how bad I think Shimmering Grotto is. I think it's very unplayable. Don't play this in a 2-color deck. Also, don't play it in a 3-color deck. Don't play this card. It's just not good.
Yeah, don't do as Luis does. Do as he says.
I played this card because I had a bunch of cheap spells, but it's just not good. So just don't play it.
We'll give it an F. Painted Bluffs, you're out. Sun-Scorched Desert is, I believe, our last card. Yeah, it is. So this is the last card on the commons and uncommons. It is another desert, as you might imagine. It's common. It says when it enters the battlefield, it deals 1 damage to target player, and it taps for colorless. It does not enter the battlefield tapped either.
No, this card's pretty bad. I don't think 1 damage is worth having a worse color land in your deck, one that doesn't help you fix.
Yeah, and the funny thing is I think that the natural thought is, well, I'll play it in my really aggressive decks. But the funny part is that that's where you really need your colors on time. Like, you got to have your colors on, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, or else you risk not curving out. And that's way more important than, dealing 1 random damage here or there. So I don't like Sunscorched Desert that much either. I suppose if your mana was great and you ended up with one, sure. But even then, I'm so nitty. I'm so conservative when it comes to lands. I wouldn't run it. So I would give it a D or D minus.
I think it's an F. I think you're just not. Your mana is not going to be good enough to make it worth it.
Okay, good. That makes me feel better. Okay, that does it. We did it, Luis. We did the whole entire set review.
Yeah, we did.
Are you stoked on this set? I am.
This looks like a really fun set to play. It's got a lot of like modal cards like Cycling and Aftermath and Embalm. So just like a lot of like stuff going on, some of it non-intuitive, just a lot of puzzles to figure out. The cartouches are there, and I think overall this looks like it's going to be quite the ride.
Interesting too is that this really does seem to play along with what you like to talk about on the show a lot, which is to always have a plan. Yes. This really, like the cycling and the flashback and the embalm and all that kind of stuff really does lend itself to thinking multiple turns ahead about, well, how am I going to end up winning, or how am I going to generate advantage? And I think this set's going to be really cool for that. So that's going to do it. We want to thank you, of course, for hanging out with us and taking the time. We know these set review shows are long, but hey, we got to get that information out there, right? We got to get all this these sweet cards into your ear so that you know what to do when you sit down and you look across the table at somebody else who didn't listen to the set review, and you're just like, I know so much more about this set than you do. That's a good feeling, and we appreciate you taking the time to hang out with us. I want to mention our sponsor, channelfireball.com. Once again, if you need Amonkhet, and you do, I mean, this set looks really cool. You can pre-order it there, and they'll ship it out to you on the 28th once it's ready to go. You can get a box, right, and then invite some friends over and split it up and do a draft, get your hands on the cards right away. Or maybe there's some constructed cards that you have your eye on. You can pre-order those as well, all from Channel Fireball. While you're there, stop by and check out the awesome free content. And they even have neat stuff. They have limited resources, sleeves, deck boxes there too, if you want to kind of let it fly about, how you approach Magic, what's important to you with it. LR stuff kind of says that loud and clear right on your sleeves of your deck box there as well. If you want to find us on social media, it's very easy to do. I'm Marshall_LR and Luis is LSV. You can find us on Twitter and all that. Also, lrcast.com is the website where you can find everything that Luis and I do. We have a YouTube channel. Limited Resources YouTube channel is up. You'll find a visual version of this set review that you're listening to right now. If you want to see the cards in front of you, if it helps you memorize them or internalize it, if you're more of a visual learner, you can head over there and find the set review there, as well as links to my stream, Luis's stream, all the other stuff that we do, the writing and everything that we do for everything in Magic. You can find right on the front page there. All right, that is going to do it for the uncommon and common set review for Amonkhet. We will see you guys next week, though, for the rare and mythic rare review. Until then, we'll see you then.
This set looks like it has maybe what it takes to be one of the all-time greats. So that made me think of what my favorite draft formats were. I actually talked about this on stream. And
ooh.
I'm kind of curious.
I don't actually know this. I think I maybe know a couple of yours.
Where you end up. So I will say, in all honesty, despite the fact that we talk about whatever the current set is and on all this stuff all the time, my favorite all-time draft format is Vintage Cube. So
okay.
Take that for what you will, but I will not put that on the list because I think that it's a little different. But I do like Vintage Cube. That's just like the most fun I have. It's not very much like actual limited, though. I will admit that. It is just like mini constructed.
Right.
But the top 5 formats that I've enjoyed, this is basically in terms of my enjoyment and how much I played them. Triple Cons. I liked Triple Cons a lot.
Triple Cons was so good. It was so good. I think about that format all the time.
I literally own the original art to Goblin Slide because I like that format so much.
That is awesome.
Triple Ravnica City of Guilds, the original one. I just think it was just a fantastic format. Signets at common, just a mill deck. It was just like a lot of really cool stuff going on.
I'll have to take your word for it. I've only drafted it like twice, maybe.
Wow, you really should look into that.
I wasn't playing then. Anyway, carry on.
Triple Kaladesh. I did like 60 Kaladesh drafts or something, which these days is a rarity for me. I do not do that many drafts of the new formats. Like I did 50 Cube drafts in a month because I love Cube, but I probably did like 15 Either Revolt drafts. Like I did not do 100 drafts, Oh
no.
And Kaladesh really got me there. So I love Triple Kaladesh.
Okay. Wow, I'm surprised to hear that on there, to be honest, but that's pretty cool.
Triple
It's
Rise
Whirler
of the Eldrazi.
Virtuoso for you, man. I already know.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, go on. Yeah.
Triple Rise of the Eldrazi.
Oh, yeah.
That format was really fun. There's ramping at a giant Eldrazi. It was just such a different experience than any other previous limited format. And I had a lot of fun casting, Ulamog's Crushers and whatnot. And Innistrad ×3. I think original Innistrad was still my favorite limited format of all time. So another thing I noticed when putting together this list, I like triple big set. Amonkhet is triple big set. Totally. I did not like Aether Revolt because I think triple big set is just my favorite. It's just always new, always fresh, and the themes are really there. And I don't know. These are the formats I've played the most and found to be overall the best and stand the test of time.
Okay, before we go, do you think Amonkhet will crack the top 5? Just based on what you've seen. I know you don't know. Do you think it will?
I do.
Exciting. All right, can't wait to play it.